Chapter 51 So familiar. The facts are just as Zhou Suifeng said. After searching repeatedly, it was confirmed that there were no survivors in the Duke of Netherworld. Emperor Xingluo was very crazy and almost exploded on the spot. Finally, the queen was comforted by her advice. 2 orders were issued to make a decision. Order: continue to investigate the truth about the Zhu family incident. Looking for geniuses from the Zhu family. Decide: have more children. Since the Zhu family is gone, the woman with the bloodline of the Netherworld spirit cat is still there, her own queen, and the loser who has lost her soul power. If the husband and wife's martial soul fusion skills are not good, then they are brothers and sisters. In the space, Zhou Suifeng informed everyone of the things that were nothing left by the Zhu family. All 4 of them felt his free and relaxed mood of heart is like white clouds, and his mind is like flowing water and letting things go. Everyone exchanged information, but there was no big change. Lan, I can't practice with all my heart recently, so I have to stare at Qian Rongxiu. Otherwise, if this little angel is wrong, it would be a waste to play an undercover game again. Tianrui, cultivate. Ning Yulan, cultivate and cultivate feelings. And Ning Rongrong was born. Tang Yin sighed. Tang Yuehua is now not helpful to him except for being good-looking. And she didn't expect that she didn't know where the mountain where Haoshan sect was now closed. In other words, she couldn't contact Tang Xiao. You guys say, do I want to take her to find Tang Hao? At this time, Tang Hao should have already taken Tang Buddha to settle in the Holy Soul village. Lan frowned. Don't you like Tang Yuehua? Take her to find Tang Hao, but don't like it anymore. Not that. I feel quite comfortable being with her. Tang Yuehua's martial soul field is very effective in soothing spirit and relaxing the pressure of cultivation, and it will make people feel relaxed. It's just that before, I was in the mountain gate, and there was no need to worry about other issues except cultivation. But now, except cultivation, I have to worry about everything about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Although she is not powerless, there are not many places to help. Tianrui sneered. I have to finish the canon I made with tears in my mind. For your own choice, we can help you get 2 freezes. Now except for him and Zhou Suifeng, the 3 of them are holding in their arms, and he is very unhappy. He turned his head with his hands on his face. Tang Yin was too lazy to talk to him. Ning Yulan glanced at it. I'm sure you don't want it. Then I can help you investigate the address of Haoshan sect now. It seems to be coming near Tiandu city. Let's talk about it. I really want to give up, but suddenly I can't bear to give up. The 3 of them looked at him disgusted, and their bodies were upright. Tang Yin sat upright and responded to the 3 of them in disdain. A small courtyard in Nodding City. Tang Yuehua tossed and turned in the room and couldn't sleep. She was not only falling into the gap between the noble girl who was not touching the spring water in her 10 fingers, but also worried about her father, elder brother, and Haoshan sect. When she heard someone sigh in the yard, she sighed too. Get up and put on your clothes. Walking into the courtyard, she sat down next to Tang Yin. She saw everything Tang Yin did these days. The wanted order from the Wuhan Palace came, and it was difficult to use the Haoshan hammer of Wuhan. Tang Yin took some effort to buy this small courtyard. Although she brought a storage soul guide, she didn't just fit too much treasure, and most of those things were on Tang Xiao's side. But you're tired. Why are you getting up? The night is cold, so let's take a break. Tang Yin turned his head. And the moment of eyes made her feel hot and at a loss. She didn't feel any disgusted by Tang Yin's protection all the way, but the other party was so younger than her, and this look made her feel embarrassed. She didn't know what it meant. No problem. She pulled the shawl. Although I can't help it, but it's okay to listen to a few annoying words. I worry you, I'm just a little confused. What will happen in the future? Judging from the posture of the Wuhan Palace, even such a small city has been reported, and I may not give up in the past 10 years. This is a question that she cannot provide advice. After a moment, I shyly put on a sentence. No need to see the outside world like this. This place is no longer in the sect. You can call me sister. It was a little difficult to stretch for a moment, but Tang Yin hit the snake and followed the stick. Sister Yuehua. It's getting late, so you can rest early. His heart beats inexplicably, and Tang Yuehua fled in panic. Watching her enter the room, Tang Yin turned his head and sighed again. He was really a little confused, not what he told Tang Yuehua that he was worried about the problem of the Wuhan Palace. But, should you go back to Haoshan sect? After a gust of night wind, he made a decision. I still have to wait for Ning Yulin. Immortal grass. With enough potential, you can only have enough status when you return to Haoshan sect. In the future, I will take charge of the Haoshan sect. Then I will contact 4 people to see how to play the show, whether to continue to let the Haoshan sect act as an enemy, or another way of operation. The next morning. Sister Yuehua, I found a job in the blacksmith shop. You are alone at home. The limelight has not passed yet. Try not to go out. Tell me what I need and I will bring it back for you. Her face turned red and she remained silent. A few months later. Wuhan Hall. An Lan comes to Jianrongxiu every day to squat to prevent her from getting nervous and running to the undercover. On this day, I came to her bedroom as usual, but the maid told me that the person was not there. Where has she gone? I don't know if I wait. Turn around and leave, head straight to the Pope's house. As long as you don't quarrel with Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace, there will be basically no other problem. There was no one in the Pope's hall, and Lan was surprised and asked the Knights of the Templar in front of the hall. Where is the Pope? Isn't today the day for the Cardinal to report his duties? After the Haoshan sect was completed, under the instruction of Jian Daoliu, Zhugui, and others stood up and took out the so-called destiny of Jian Sunji, and Bibi Dong became the Pope. Go back to your highness. The knight holding a ritual instrument and wearing a helmet bowed slightly. The bishops who reported the work had left half an hour ago. His Majesty the Pope has entered the apse to rest. Back hall? After thinking for a moment, I had to go through it. Fortunately, before entering Bibidong's bedroom, I saw Jianrongxiu's voice and heard the quarrel between the two from afar. I'm not your mother. I don't have a daughter, either. What am I? It has nothing to do with me. Although Lan has been accompanying her wholeheartedly, not everyone can replace the role of father and mother. Jian Sunji has no complete corpse when he died. Jianrongxiu selectively lost her memory and forgot about what he was almost killed before. He found Bibi Dong privately several times. But if you can't say a few words, you will start to quarrel. Jian Daoliu, that's not a good old man who can play with little girls all day long. Within Lan's existence, he seemed to be more at ease to devote himself to the statue of the angel. He did not show up, waited secretly. It doesn't matter if you quarrel. As he listened, Bibi Dong suddenly said something. I want me to look down on you. Then do something I can look down on you. Depend on. After cursing inwardly, An Lan appeared and landed beside Jianrongxiu. Chapter 52 Stubborn Temper. What senior sister said is unreasonable. What does it mean to make you look down on? Standing next to Jianrongxiu in a calm tone, An Lan's tone was calm. Bibidong's face turned distorted instantly, his eyes were terrifying. The mother and daughter have quarreled several times. Once, he stumbled to hear that Bibi Dong was Jianrongxiu's biological mother, but Zhizi didn't ask too much, nor did he show any curiosity. But in Bibidong's opinion, there is another damn person who knows that she is unbearable to the secret. But she couldn't do anything. It was Jian Sunji's fault that she killed Jian Sunji. However, if she wanted to kill An Lan in this Wuhan city, Jianrongxiu would not let it go. In other words, Qian Daoliu would not let it go. Wei Zioxiu, who is a noble man of heaven, is a veritable pride of heaven. Although you and I are both twin martial souls, there is no capital to be proud of before Zioxiu, the Gajavan martial soul. If Kyungsunji Qian Daoliu and his son were not restricted by the times and tried their best to improve their physical fitness before Qian Rongxiu absorbed the soul ring, Qian Rongxiu would be very likely to be the first ring in 1,000 years. Even if it doesn't work, the possibility of the second ring of the millennium is more than 90%. Unfortunately, Qian Rongxiu now must have been attached with 2 soul rings shortly after waking up her soul power. Maybe Qian Daoliu had imagined it, but he dared not gamble. If the 5 of them came to cultivate Qian Rongxiu, first of all, the whale hose was enough and they were fed until they vomited. Then, use the inherited angel soul power to nourish the body. Enlan did not believe in the dignified level 99 extreme demigod, and could not do anything like controlling his soul power to warm up his granddaughter's body. Thinking of it, I suddenly felt a little distracted. Bibi Dong lowered his eyes, this little devil. It seems that Enlan often gets distracted. Can you put some effort into this? Some vague thoughts appeared in Bibi Dong's mind. Enlan, who was distracted, was pulled back to her senses by Qian Rongxiu. Let's go. Pulling Enlan, Qian Rongxiu walked into the garden path. If Enlan didn't show up just now, she might have continued to say Bibi Dong and do something that she respects. But Enlan's words interrupted Bibi Dong's pua in time. She, Qian Rongxiu, the inheritor of the angel martial soul, and the proud daughter of heaven, why should anyone respect her? But in the end, she was still a little disappointed. Perhaps this woman would never admit the relationship between the two. He snorted coldly and walked into the bedroom. Retreat left and right, take off your clothes, and step into the petal bath that you had prepared long ago. After soaking for half an hour, put on a bathrobe, she walked into the secret room where she had nowhere to escape, which gave her the hopelessness. Before, this place was filled with her despair and grief. Now, this place will become her altar for ascending to God. Hate, resentment, despair are just some food. Qian Rongxiu pulled Enlan all the way to the martial arts training ground that belonged only to the two. Without saying a word, he started to fight. After more than an hour of fighting, she still lost her soul power. His eyes were lying on the ground with a little sweat on his forehead, and some dust stuck to his hair, sticking to his face. Enlan calmed down and walked in and probed her head. Faced with her. Or why don't we go out and have fun? Go to some places far away from Wuhan City. The little angel's empty eyes were a little radiant. Good. As soon as he responded, he turned over and rose up. The forehead collided and fell to the ground again. Ouch! What are you doing? Enlan. Why do I seem to have some vision and see a person playing basketball? The next day, Qian Rongxiu directed the maids to pack up their things and packed up a big bag. She has a storage soul guide, but she just doesn't need it. She thought it would be interesting to walk around the world like this. In the book that I have read, those soul masters who are walking outside do this. Enlan came to the angel temple in the worship hall and shouted loudly in front of the hall. Great worship, please see me. The palace gate is windlass and opens slowly, allowing a person to enter the gap. Enlan stepped in. After crossing the hall gate, I felt warm. In the middle of the hall, a huge statue of the angel god was shrouded in the sunlight that looked like holy light. The statue was unclear, but a sacred and compassionate spirit arose naturally, warm and peaceful. What's the matter? Yesterday, senior sister. Briefly describe what happened yesterday. Zioxiu is in a bad mood now, and it may be good to go out and relax. Can. Received the old man's approval. Enlan breathed a sigh of relief and asked again. I wonder which 2 seniors the great priests are going to transfer to secretly accompany you. It is impossible for Qian Rongxiu to go out, but he doesn't arrange bodyguards. Originally, This kind of thing didn't need to be mentioned, but this trip was fake to take Qian Rongxiu out to relax, and it was real to prepare to obtain the fairy grass. You have to know in advance which number of elders are accompanying you to make sure that it will not affect your plan to absorb the immortal herbs. Qian Daoliu didn't say anything, and still turned his back to Enlan. After a moment, "My man, Hong, Yin Jianjun." If time allows, Enlan pondered for a moment. Sunset Forest, Tiandu City, the extreme north, the Death Canyon, the South China Sea of the Xingluo Empire. The Sunset Forest has two qualities: the vast sea of the Heavenly Do Palace, the extreme north has thousands of years of marrow, the Death Canyon has appeared, and the new continent of the stars and South China Sea. Something Enlan wants to know. After a while, Qian Daoliu gave two unexpected people subdued demons and Qianjun, and said, "Come back before Zioxiu's fifth soul ring." Yes. Leaving the temple, Enlan turned around and looked at the closed door. Shake his head. It is normal to send two worshippers to follow. Unlike the original lurking Tiandu Empire, there are generally no dangers in Tiandu City. 292 level bands are enough to solve it. Now go. If you travel around the mainland, you may encounter any trouble. It is safer to worship. I found Qian Rongxiu again, and she stood at the door with a big bag on her back. Seeing that Enlan was empty-handed, he was very dissatisfied. "Where are your burdens?" "Bath." "What kind of baggage do you want? Don't you have a storage soul guide?" "I don't care. You have to be like me." Enlan admits defeat, as the little angel has a rare appearance of daughter, so she has to pack up a big bag with the same style as her, transfer a relatively ordinary carriage, and leave Wuhan City. However, shortly after leaving the city, he lost the interest in playing and eventually stuffed it into the storage soul guide. Douluo House. I'll pack up and go. After more than a year of cultivation, Douluo Yan's soul power reached level 10 and was ready to add a soul ring. Of course, Ning Yulan must not be there when this important time is. After packing up your things, you have to set off. Oh, let's go. Go out. There are 7 guards from the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect at the door, and they are ready and can set off at any time. Originally, Douluo Bo could not have not appeared in Douluo Yan's soul ring, but Ning Yulan convinced him to do another thing. Go on the carriage. If all goes well with Senior Douluo, you should have time to meet with us. 53 Chapter 53 People. 53. My grandpa? Yes, I haven't seen him for several days. Where have you been? Senior, go and do something very important. You go over there and leave it to me. Yes. Oh. When the carriage started, Ning Yulan felt a little bored, so he opened the car door and asked the driver to go to the carriage next to him, and he would drive the car by himself. Looking at the back of Ning Yulan's head, Douluo Yan's thinking was a little distracted. This guy? It seems that I rarely look at him so quietly. Thinking of the scenes she had been with each other over the past year, she suddenly chuckled in a low voice. Ning Yulan turned around. What? Well, it's okay. Outside, Ning Yulan, who was in the coachman's position, had the regular gurgling sound of wheels in his ears, the shadows of trees on both sides, the breeze was whirling, and there was a hypnotic effect. He was subconsciously distracted. Now that Ning Rongrong is born, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be the innate level 9 soul power in the original work, which was regarded by Ning Fengzi as hope to break through the limit of the 7 treasure glazed tower. Although Ning Yulan did a lot, he only changed the ability limitations of his martial soul. Witnessing the effect after the second ring road, Ning Fengzi made up his mind to arrange for people to try according to his method, but no one succeeded. Several people died and many were seriously injured. This situation has led to a decline in Ning Yulan's status in Kaibao, which is entirely supported by Douluo Bo, who may have been attracted to him and the discovery of whale rubber. Once Ning Rongrong awakens the innate level 9 soul power, and with the preference of the two sword bones and Ning Fengzi, everyone else has to stand aside. If you want to control the 7 treasures glazed sect and mobilize huge resources, the difficulty will be doubled. You must obtain the immortal grass within 6 years, or find other ways to break through the limit of the 7 treasure glass tower. To be honest, the fairy grass is only used to break through the 7th level limit, which Ning Yulan feels very wasteful. If you don't count as a fairy grass, what other ways can you break through the limit of layer numbers? The number of layers of the 7 treasure glazed tower may be the limitation of bloodline and martial soul itself. According to Ning Fengzi, in the history of the 7 treasure sect, there have been more than 7 story pagodas. The ancestors who established the sect at the beginning were the 9th level. If it weren't for the 9th level, the titled Douluo would have never been able to establish such a large sect and inherit it for so long. Bloodline like rolling your eyes. Can you extract the bloodlines from other 7 treasures glass towers and fusion and sublimation? After thinking secretly, Ning Yulan shook his head, probably not. There are ways to extract bloodlines, but how to integrate other bloodlines together? You should know that in fact, the bloodline of each person basically contains 2 types of martial souls, or even more than 2. It's just that the awakened martial souls occupy the largest proportion of bloodlines. Even if all bloodlines can be fused, not only will it not be able to purify the glass tower, but it will also evolve in reverse. To do this, you need a pair of special eyes, which can intuitively see the proportions of various blood vessels, and a pair of special hands that can separate and combine blood vessels at will. I'm afraid only God can do this, right? God can give a person a martial soul that has nothing to do with blood, such as the goddess of light, the daughter of Buddha Tang, and the martial spirit of the sea god of Bosixi. It is easy to think about fiddling blood vessels at will and combining them into new shapes. Use form to supplement the shape, and use source to supplement the source. The beast's martial soul seems to be able to make up for its origin by absorbing soul beasts like itself. Is there a soul beast with a glass pagoda on the continent? Make up for it. However, there are some soul beasts named after Liulai. The 7 profound deer, the glass lilies, etc., are all rare. If the innate soul power is not divided equally by everyone and truly full of soul power, will the number of layers of the glazed tower break through the limit by itself? Thinking about this possibility, but considering that Ning Rongrong's innate level 9 is still at the 7th level, it should be unlikely. The root of the martial soul system is the bloodline and spirit of the soul master. The Qi method requires the cultivation of the wonderful secret, and the natural Qi enters the body. It feels like there is some effect of refining blood vessels, but the progress is not obvious. I don't know if I can achieve the desired effect within 6 years. After much thought, I arrived at the sunset forest. The wild aura of the soul beast gathering place hits the face then. Ning Yulan sighed, the so-called evolution, from low to high, from shallow to deep, from weak to strong. If you can meet the advanced existence that makes the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower react, just turn on a switch through a resonance-like reaction. Unfortunately, the glazed tower is a weapon martial soul, not a beast martial soul. Otherwise, it can directly drive evolution by adding a high-level soul beast soul ring, etc. A figure suddenly appeared in my mind. The martial soul of Snake Spear Douluo seems to have both the dual state of the true body of the beast soul and the true body of the weapon soul. Perhaps his martial soul has something to learn from. There are also demon slaying and Kyunjun. It seems that there is a soul beast sealed in their martial souls. Through that soul beast, it makes up for the defects of the martial soul and breaks through to level 95 or above. If the glazed tower can also develop a similar method. Hey! Are you so reluctant to accompany me to hunt the soul ring? Duguyan's voice interrupted Ning Yulan's thoughts. He was not annoyed. He had already had specific ideas. Think deeply when he had time. Turn your head and smile. Of course there is no reluctance. I am just thinking about why Senior Dogu hasn't come yet. Boy! Wouldn't you think of me for something good? Say everyone is here. Douluo appeared quietly, holding two people in his hand, and landing down. Ning Yulan raised his eyebrows. What are the conditions? Douluo has a bad face and is not very satisfied. It's barely enough, I can't find a better fit. Douluo looked at his grandfather and Ning Yulan. He had no idea what puzzle the two were fighting. Why did he wait for these two guys to hunt the soul ring? He held his hands dissatisfiedly and waited for these two guys to explain to himself. Unexpectedly, Douluo took the lead and walked into the forest. Hey! You two! When Douluo found that no one was paying attention to her, he shouted angrily. What's wrong with Yan? Douluo turned around and smiled. This shameless person is Douluo, the titled Douluo? Everyone was shocked. Douluo reacted and coughed twice awkwardly. What are those two people doing? Pointing at the two strangers brought by Douluo, Ning Yulan waved to her and signaled her to come over. This Douluo is completely another version of Ning Rongrong. Douluo put all his love on her and completely spoiled him. Although she had some intentions for her, she was to tie Douluo's anchor and enter the ice and fire and eat it. Ning Yuxuan didn't plan to throw it away. With the idea of cultivating her to be a good wife, she worked hard to adjust her three views through some small stories and actions. The effect was good, but occasionally she would still be proud and irritable. Chapter 54 Experiment. Explain her a little. These two people were people arranged by Ning Yulan to investigate the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect, and the situation was similar to that of Douluo Grandpa. The beast martial soul absorbs the poisonous soul ring, causing the person to be poisoned. It's really hard to find. It took only half a year to find such two people. There is an idea that if these two people experiment first, if it works, Douluo's situation will greatly improve. After getting the answer, Douluo immediately became happy. Ning Yulan was puzzled, so why was this guy angry just now? A look inquired about Douluo. Douluo also snorted coldly, turned his head, and his posture was exactly the same as Douluo's. You don't know, how could I understand? Tisk. It's really troublesome to be arrogant and grandson. A group of people entered the forest. The two guys caught by Douluo were trembling. After Ning Yulan explained, they looked unbelievable. They never thought that such a good thing would fall on them. The dignified poison Douluo and the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect help hunt the soul ring? Experiment? What experiment? This is a great benefactor. Their martial souls are one of the lizards and the other are earth spiders. There is no toxin itself, but it absorbs the soul ring with poisonous soul beasts. After investigation by the deacons of the Kaibao sect and the certification of Douluo, they have been poisoned, but they don't know it themselves. If Ning Yulan didn't find them, he would probably be around the Fourth Ring Road and would be poisoned into the bone marrow and one day he would die. Now both are at level 30, one is 23 and the other is 26. A few hours later. Sixth young master, the soul beast has been caught. Okay. Ning Yulan nodded, bring it here. The guard left immediately and brought the soul-catching team back. 2,000-year-old soul beasts were thrown in front of the two. Quick absorption. Douluo said lightly, and the two of them were shocked and hurriedly started to summon the martial soul to absorb the soul ring. Rumors are that Douluo is eccentric and difficult to get along with, so they don't want to die. The two of them got into the state. Douluo stood aside with his hands behind his back, his expression nervous and expectant. The soul beasts they absorbed were poison-eating lizards and poison-eating stone frogs. These two soul beasts do not have toxins themselves, but they have the ability to swallow, absorb, and digest toxins, and use toxins as nutrients to promote their own growth. Ning Yulan's idea was to digest the toxins in his body by allowing Douluo to attach a soul ring with similar abilities, either convert it into pure energy and feed it back to itself, or directly excrete it from the body. Douluo in the original work should have similar ideas, but Douluo's situation is very dangerous, so he can only first use the toxin soul ring to stabilize the granddaughter's situation. When the toxins are eliminated, just give a few sub-dragon soul rings and pair them with fairy grass. The future will be unlimited and will never be like the original work. I heard that the bodies of the two ancestors and grandchildren were buried by Buddha Tang on the periphery of the ice and fire eyes, and later a circle of highly poisonous and rare green and phosphorus 7-character flowers grew. The gossip is not true or false. According to the adult's style, there is a high probability. Waiting for them to absorb, Douluo did not show any impatience during this period. It seemed that she also understood what the result of these two people would represent. An hour later, the two of them opened their eyes one after another, and they didn't have time to be excited. Douluo's gloomy old face hit his face directly in front of him. What's the effect? How do you feel? To put it quickly, if there is a slight omission, don't you too? Senior. Ning Yulan hurriedly shouted, and he changed himself to negotiate. He pushed the old man next to Douluo and asked the two of them for advice with gentle words. 2. Neither Douluo nor Ning Yulan had any room for resistance. However, a young master with a noble status, so he surrendered his honor and surrendered his dignity, does make people feel comfortable and they feel respected. Tell us about our own feelings. This young man, I do feel a lot more comfortable. But the effect of soul skills is to increase the negative state by 25%, which seems to be less effective than you hope. The Earth Spider Soul Master looked nervous and his heartbeat was very fierce. I wonder if this effect met the requirements of the young master of the 7 treasures glazed sect and the poison Douluo Kun secret. If not, will the two of them kill and silence them? Sighing, Ning Yulan was a little disappointed and looked at the other person, the Lizard Soul Master. If this person doesn't work, Douluo's soul ring will need other options. Douluo clenched his fists with his hands behind him. He didn't want to fail like this. The idea proposed by Ning Yulan may be the one with the least chance of suffering without understanding the immortal grass. It takes effect quickly, without any future problems, and will have a bright future. In my mind, I began to recall whether there were any soul masters whose other beast martial souls absorbed the poison-attributed soul ring, and then I caught a few more. The Lizard Soul Master seemed to feel something was wrong in the atmosphere, and he didn't dare to breathe, and he trembled and described his soul skills effect. I can. Ning Yulan finished listening to him patiently, and his eyes lit up. This idea is right. This guy's soul skill is to absorb and transform the toxins in his body and spray them out through the mouth of the martial soul lizard, which has both part of the physical impact damage and highly toxic corrosion. Ha ha ha. Okay. The old man was excited and shouted excitedly. Grandfather. Douluo felt a little embarrassed and shouted. Ning Yulan was also very excited. Not only might it solve Douluo's problem, but more importantly, it also verified the development route of martial souls, which is worth recording. In a very happy mood, the guards sent the two out of the forest. Douluo happily hugged Douluo, and looked at the figures of the two who were leaving, with his eyes flashing. Do you want to get rid of these two people? Kill people to silence them. After thinking for a moment, I gave up this plan. Anyway, these two guys who were caught casually don't know the specific truth, but just absorbed 2 soul rings, so it doesn't matter. Ning Yulan issued an order, and the team began to move forward with the established soul beast target. Considering the plan after success, some soul beasts have been investigated accordingly. The one chosen by Douluo also has the ability to absorb and digest toxins, but it is a plant-based soul beast. If you choose an animal system, it may stimulate the toxins in Douluo's body to reproduce. The plant system is more secure. A poisonous vine that has been more than 700 years old usually lives in the toxic fog area of swamps. Although it contains the word toxic, it is not poisonous. Usually, the toxic substances in the land are absorbed through the root system to grow. After the toxins are absorbed, they are converted into a certain sweetness and have anesthetic effect, but have high nutritional value. The tempting juice is secreted through the branches and leaves, attracting some animals to get close, anesthetize, and strangle and prey. The ability to digest and absorb toxins can transform the toxins in Douluo's body in the shape of vines, and can also have some enhancement effects on the form of the green phosphorus snake. All of them are used clearly. Chapter 55 Perfection. Wait a minute. After finding the soul beast, Douluo discovered it for more than 700 years. He was unexpectedly refuted directly. Boy, what the hell are you doing? Could it be that you also regard Yanyan as an experimental subject? His expression was unwilling and he looked at Ning Yulin with doubt. The guards around were secretly alert to Douluo. How could Senior think so? Yanyan is the one who wants to be with me for the rest of her life, how could I harm her? A very low voice next to me, whoever wants to be with you for the rest of your life, don't be ashamed. Senior, don't worry, I have already used secret medicine for Yanyan. Have you forgotten that my second soul ring is 1,000 years old? Her current physical fitness is no problem to absorb this soul ring that has been more than 700 years old. If you don't believe it, you can check it. Whale rubber is only suitable for making a fortune in silence. Although Ning Fengzi learned about it, he did not make a big splash, and the secret selection of people did not let people know the truth. Ning Yulin, as a great contributor to discovering the efficacy of whale rubber, has a considerable part of the disposal rights for whale rubber. Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui used all this part of the allocation. Ning Fengzi asked. Just do an experiment and just shirk it away. It was about Douluo, and Douluo naturally didn't believe it. He raised his hand and landed on Douluo's shoulders, poking out his soul power to check. Repeat several times, some doubts about themselves feel. After a long time, he sighed silently. It is worthy of being one of the three sects, and there is such a good thing in history. However, this secret treasure can be taken out for Yanyan to use, and this kid is also good to Yanyan. Although he didn't understand what Douluo was suddenly relieved, Ning Yulin cooperated and smiled. Ahem. I've finished the examination. It's not bad. According to Yanyan's current physique, there is indeed no problem in absorbing the 700-year soul ring. You are not bad. What is it? Douluo didn't understand why. After the verification was over, Douluo took the initiative to uproot the vine and put it in front of Douluo. Yanyan, let's do it. Looking at the vines covered with pus, Douluo felt a little nauseous. This was too ugly. But since it is the soul beast recommended by that guy and his grandfather, there should be no problem. She held an axe with both hands, and the others controlled the branches and leaves of the poison ivy, and she cut it down at the root. After working for a few minutes, a bright yellow halo floated out. I took a breath and wiped off the sweat from my forehead and absorbed it directly. Ning Yulin suddenly thought of something and shouted. Wait a moment. Douluo was so excited that she was choked by saliva that she coughed repeatedly. What? Did you think of other more suitable soul beasts? Douluo looked at Ning Yulin for no reason. Ning Yulin didn't expect that the more suitable soul beast was, but when he saw the soul ring emerge, he suddenly had a wonderful idea. What will happen if you add vitality to this soul ring? Will the skills formed be more in line with the intended effect? Or will it be resurrected into a soul beast? Or become something else? Just as he was about to take action, Ning Yulin paused. Look at the guards around. Sister, please be more coincidental, don't let irrelevant people approach or other soul beasts come. Although they are loyal, they are still on guard against certain aspects. Summoning the martial soul, the second soul ring flashes. Although it is not the first time I have seen this second ring in the 1,000-year period, Douluo can't help but exclaim. He could hardly imagine what kind of mentality this kid absorbed the soul ring at that time. As the young master of the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect, he didn't believe that this kid had never understood the consequences of the soul ring failing to absorb the soul ring beyond level. I silently recited the soul skill in my heart, the purple aperture rhythm, and the glass color light merged into the soul ring. Ning Yulin's expectant eyes were not clear about it, but seeing his reaction, he also looked at the soul ring wrapped in a circle of colorful light fog. After a few breaths, the surface of the soul ring suddenly fluctuated, and it was accidentally turned into a poisonous vine with a scale reduction. It's done. Ning Yulin was very excited when he showed joy on his face. The next moment was to witness the miracle. He pressed Duguyan's shoulder and urged his life. I tell you, when you absorb it later, don't think about anything else in your mind. Just think about one thing, tell yourself that this soul skill absorbs the toxins in my body and converts them into pure energy. Don't think about anything, just think about this. According to the conclusion summarized by his read books, there are generally 3 influencing factors in the formation of soul skills, namely the characteristics of martial souls, the types of soul beasts, and the subconsciousness or personal wishes of the soul master. The green phosphorus snake is poisonous, and Duguyan's body is also poisonous, which satisfies the passive characteristics of this soul beast. Coupled with Duguyan's self-hypnosis, the 3 elements are approaching one, and the soul skills that appear are highly likely to be the desired effect. The 2 people's experimental results have proved some of them. Duguyan shrank for a moment when he saw Ning Yulin's fanciful reaction for the first time. Ning Yulin then restrained himself and let go of his hand. I see. Duguyan took a few deep breaths, emptied her brain, and summoned the martial soul to sit cross-legged. Ning Yulin waved to the pocket-sized poisonous vine, driving it to take the initiative to fall into Duguyan's martial soul. Absorption begins. This way, can we achieve the effect we want? Dugubo was curious when he lowered his voice. Ning Yulin held his hands in his arms and waited for the result. In theory, there are various factors in the formation of a soul skill, such as the race, appearance, and ability of the soul beast, the psychological suggestion and martial soul ability of the soul master. I used the second soul skill to influence the basic composition of this soul ring. With Yanyan's self-suggestion, whether it is successful or not can only be left to the rules of heaven and earth to judge. After such a long period of research, this second soul ring and life attachment can even affect the energy of neither life nor death. Now it seems that it should be a rule-like ability. I don't know if others will still have this ability if they add a higher level of 10,000 years of soul ring. If not, I can't say that my 7 treasure glazed tower martial spirit has to be preserved. Waiting for Duguyan to absorb it, Ning Yulin's thoughts diverged again in boring time. The 7 treasure glazed tower cannot break through the titled Douluo because it only has 7 layers and cannot absorb 9 soul rings, but I have another martial soul. Will the evolution of the glazed tower after the soul power breaks through? Yu Xiaogang one is at level 29 and the other is at level 79. Is there any research value in him? Ignore the others, and the martial soul that is separated from the body, possesses intelligence and can eat things by itself, is the only one in the history of Douluo continent, and has extremely high research value. Unfortunately, no one seemed to care about this at all among the people Yu Xiaogang knew, and he himself didn't think there was anything strange about it. After glanced at Duguyan who had not yet responded, Ning Yulin's thoughts turned back to Qi how to break through the limit on the number of layers of the treasure. Glass tower? Complete the shape with form, and use the source to supplement the source. The weapon and martial soul cannot find the corresponding existence among the soul beasts, and can only find some tools that exist in reality. A flash of inspiration came up, and an idea came out, his heartbeat accelerated and his body temperature increased. Ning Yulin's eyes showed a terrifying look and turned to ask Dugubo. Senior, do you think, can the weapon and martial soul be used to increase the strength of the martial soul by fusing exactly the same instrument? What? What are you talking about? What are I doing? Youthi's idea. If you don't know the answer, Dugubo feels that he will lose weight, but if he answers ambiguously, this kid will try it recklessly, if something goes wrong, wouldn't it become a harm? Turning his head and answered awkwardly. I don't know. Chapter 56 New Vision, Nourishing Souls with Weapons. In fact, Ning Yulan just asked Douluo casually and did not expect his answer. Retract your gaze and make plans for yourself. It seems that there was Ji Jueshan in Huo Yuhao's era who sharpened his martial soul into a sword. It can be seen from this that the rules and external conditions of Douluo continent can affect the internal changes of the martial soul. Choose the right materials, forge a few glass towers, fuse the martial souls in, and slowly absorb the factors that are missing from the martial souls. Even if the things that are directly forged cannot be done, I will give them vitality and then integrate them. Or, a more shocking thought popped up in my mind. Give others the 7 treasures glass tower to life, and then let your martial souls merge and absorb. Just like Otsutsuki on the Naruto moon, it combines countless white eyes to create a reincarnation eye. This method, even a 7 treasure glass tower that is separated from the martial soul and is in the real material world is fused. Going further, fuse the 7 treasure glazed tower into your body and release your soul skill without any advancement. Similar to the expression of the original martial soul. However, due to the rules of heaven and earth, I don't know whether it can be done or not. In the battle between Aizen and Ichigo Kurosaki, basically, people are swords, and swords are people. The martial soul is similar to the Zanpakuра in a sense, and it doesn't make sense. We will have a meeting later and discuss it with you. I have a new direction of expectation in my heart and my whole body is full of fighting spirit. This is different from dealing with the Buddha Tang and the King of Shura, the despicable sea god. It is an objective reason that external harm needs to be eliminated. This is a subjective idea that comes from the original intention and is full of motivation. Douluo's absorption speed is much faster than the previous 2 experimental subjects. About half an hour. Opening her eyes, her grandfather's old face and Ning Yulan's expectant eyes came to her, which scared her so much that she gasped and almost lay on the ground. Ning Yulan pulled his arm and held it in his waist and picked it up. How is it? How effective? Douluo held his breath and did not dare to breathe. I'm afraid that a bit more will affect the result. Some effects, but not too strong. Effect, there is. The stubborn toxins in her body were transformed into pure soul power and driven by her, but according to the result they expected, the intensity was not very high. She demonstrated it, soul skill drive. The green phosphorus snake coiled, circling her in the middle, and a faint poisonous mist spread out from the gaps in the scales. Ning Yulan raised his eyebrows. How do you want to use this transformed soul power? Looking at her nodding, Ning Yulan fell into deep thought. Then Douluo's development space will be quite large in the future, and there is no other intention, just talking about soul skills. Douluo looked up at the sky, almost burst into tears. Finally, he found hope. In the future, the geese would never die if they were poisoned. From the corner of his eyes, Douluo nodded secretly at the abominable boy who was asking about his granddaughter. This kid is indeed a good match. Even if you cannot control the 7 treasures glazed sect in the future, it will at least protect the geese and geese for a lifetime. I don't know about the geese. After achieving the goal, the group began to leave the forest. On the way back, Ning Yulan took the opportunity to raise another topic. Senior, now Yunyan's problem has been solved. If she wants to achieve greater results, in the eyes of the younger generation, in addition to the soul ring of a higher age, she also needs rare herbs to lay the foundation. After her problem is solved, she can still have more powerful power. In this situation, it is time to pull out the fairy grass. As for the senior's problems, we need to consider them separately. But I already have some ideas. So there is no big problem. Douluo didn't think too much and replied casually. I have a medicine garden with many rare herbs in it. I have time to take you to see what you can use in some time. It's okay. A huge rock fell to the ground in Ning Yulan's heart, but at this time he could only wait for Douluo to take the initiative, and he could not show any abnormality. After leaving the forest, the carriage drove towards the Kaibao glazed liquor sect. According to the original contract, Douluo should stay at Kaibao for a while. Douluo pulled his granddaughter to another carriage and had some private matters to tell. Ning Yulan doesn't care either. He will only know if it's important. If it's not important, why waste time to be curious? Meditation, enter space. The others are not here, and there are no comments to pay attention to. Anlan and Qianrongxiu have just entered the kingdom of Haagen-Dazs and are planning to stay for some time. Zhou Suifeng had just crossed the starry forest. Tang Yin and Tianrui did not leave any messages. Have a meeting. The mental power shows two big characters, making it three-dimensional and floating in the middle of the round table. When any of the four people come in, they will be able to discover it as soon as possible. Back go to the 7 treasures glazed pieces and get off the carriage. Looking at Douluo and facing her eyes, Ning Yulan saw her blushing for a moment, then turned her head proudly, like a proud little duck. It's unclear. Douluo went straight to Ning Fengzi, but no one could know what he said. When they appeared again, both of them were full of spring. Zhengzhu Ning really has a good son. Mian Yu was joking, love. In the evening, Ning Yulan knew what they were talking about. Douluo convinced Douluo and decided to make a marriage contract. No wonder Douluo's reaction was like that when he got off the carriage at that time. Although she was not opposed to the engagement, she was nailed together so early, which inevitably made the little girl feel that she had an unsightly shackle on her body. It seems that in recent times, I have to pay attention to the distance between me and Douluo. Finally, Ning Yulan sighed. Hey, fortunately she is not Nalan Yanran, and there is no Soul Heaven Emperor here. I was inexplicably grateful. If Tang San faced the Soul Emperor, I wonder what the scene would be? He. At the engagement banquet, Ning Yulan wanted to go through the motions and it was over. When he thought of dealing with so many people, he felt a headache. It was meaningless not to waste time. But the Kaibao glazed Li clan has great business, and Douluo is famous outside, but he is still a titled Douluo, and no one can fall into the show. As for the targeting of other forces, what else should I worry about besides the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall is originally targeting the other Soul Master sects and families. Ning Fengzi was allowed to do this matter. He was going to have a meeting. If the idea of uniting the instrument and soul could be realized, he would have the confidence and trump card and blatantly told Ning Fengzi that I want to be the next sect leader. With the official status of the young sect leader, many things can be done with ease. Inside the space. When Ning Yulan came in, the other 4 people had arrived. Zhou Suifeng closed his eyes, and his mental power fluctuated significantly. Looking around, there was a blue and silver grassland in the originally monotonous space. Same as outside. The monotonous space embellishes a little vitality, making people feel much more comfortable. This time. So, this. Tell your ideas. Douluo's soul skills are also the idea of using shape to make up for the defects of the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower through external tools. And engagement. He conducted several experiments on the matter of nourishing souls with weapons and found someone to cast many pagodas, but none of them responded. If it is replaced with gems and some rare crystals, the glazed pagoda that is similar to the martial soul, has no effect. Chapter 57 Stable Development. Can his second soul skill still affect the soul ring? The separation of the mass wall that others envy. But at this stage, let Ning Yulan share his soul ring directly, which is not worth the loss. Except for Zhou Suifeng, the other 3 could only continue to wait until the moment they sat and enjoyed their fruits. Several people continued to discuss. This method is good, but it is probably not that easy to create tower-shaped equipment that can be integrated with the 7 treasure glazed tower. Ordinary metal and forging technology will definitely not meet the requirements. With his hands spread, Tianrui leaned back, and the chair turned into a recliner under the influence of mental power. He shook his legs on the table, and the four of them could only see the solace of his shoes. This time I am traveling with Jian Rongxiu, the one I secretly escorted is the demon surrendering Qianjun. If I have time, I will ask them for advice. An Lan spoke. Ning Yulan thought that by using similar methods to make up for the defects, it might be possible. If ordinary metals and forging techniques are not good, then research is extraordinary. Opening his eyes, Zhou Suifeng seemed to have some point. I didn't hear that there are any spiritual forging and melt forging in the third part. The forged armor can be directly contained in the body. If it is the technology and materials, it should be no problem to create a pagoda that integrates with the glazed tower. This matter is most appropriate for Tang Yin to execute. After all, he regards the Haoshan hammer as the main martial soul and is very suitable for forging. I felt that the four of them had nothing to say. Tang Yin had nothing to say. Okay, leave it to me. It's not impossible to make a blacksmith. Although he prefers carpenters to splice various woods to show various works. A blacksmith is okay. But I think I need special metal for this kind of thing. I'll deal with this. Ning Yulan promised, you accumulate the foundation first, and I will mobilize people to collect various special metals or ores. There are not many other things in the seven treasures glazed sect, and the most treasures and money are the most. After the engagement banquet is over, I will take someone to Zhengzhen city for a trip, driving the martial soul, and keeping a lot of scarce ores available. By the way, the engagement banquet. Ahem, let me tell you good news. I can already establish a marriage contract with Duguyan, and I will hold a banquet in more than a month. I expect that within 1 or 2 years, I will be exposed to the ice and fire eyes. You can set off. As soon as these words were said, all four of them showed joy on their faces, and they didn't expect things to develop so quickly. After a moment of happiness, Zhou Suifeng suddenly poured cold water on him. That adult's extrapolation said that Tang San's arrival in Douluo continent was arranged by the Shura God King, this ice and fire eye that is crucial to Tang San. 1 day in the world of God, 1 year on the earth. We don't have the realm of God of killing on us, so we will run away if we take it, even if he has it. What you pay attention to can accurately lock us. Tianrui's voice came from the solace of the feet-facing people. Think about it, this is the same. There is no realm of the killing god on several people. Even if the Shura God King wants to see it, he may not be able to find someone. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Everyone was about to disperse, but Tianrui asked new questions. Now that Jian Rongxiu doesn't plan to play undercover games, there shouldn't be any trouble for the 4 princes of the royal family that day. Which one should I surrender to? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yulan described the information about the 4 princes collected by the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect. The eldest prince Shui Luoquan has a very talented ambition and talent, but he is stingy, and has a stingy style. The second prince Shui Qinghe is a mean talent. The third prince is Shui Tibetan Hai, brave and resourceful, and has a talent for martial soul cultivation. The fourth prince is still young this year, but I'm so young, so I'm arresting Jiudeo. If you want to show your ambitions and get better investment, the third brother is naturally a good choice. But the purpose of the 5 people is to get the Qunhai Qunkan shield. What kind of emperor is not a royal family is not important at all. Let's go to Tiandu Royal Academy first. Anlan made suggestions. Let's see who comes to contact you first and then make a decision. When you have the chance in the future, I will arrange for the people from the Wuhan Palace to make a few contributions and improve your status before making plans. Raise your hand and make an OK gesture, keeping the movements of the solace of your feet facing people, and Tianrui disappeared first. The remaining 4 people, and there were no important matters to discuss, dispersed one after another. Ning Yulan stretched, no sleepiness, and continued to practice. If everything goes well, the third soul ring will be added at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. Lan and Tian Rui's cultivation speed are also similar, and Tang Yin is a little bit worse. Only Zhou Suifeng, who is obviously just a blue-silver grass, has a cultivation speed of more than 4 people. The existence of the shared space is already considered a cheat, but that guy is still cheating. It's really enviable. No, it's disgusting. The Kingdom of Häagen-Dazs. Lan thought that the cold drink products in this place would be particularly outstanding, but they had no special features at all. The name of this kingdom is just because the name of the king family is Häagen-Dazs. He felt bored and Qian Rongxiu had a lot of fun. Although this place is not as big as the Wuhan city, there are some things that the Wuhan city does not have. The backyard of the Martial Spirit Hall of Häagen-Dazs. Hey, stop playing, it's time to practice. No one cares, Qian Rongxiu shows signs of being crazy. Lan urged her to practice so that she would not be difficult to explain to Qian Douluo when she returned to Wuhan city. Oh! Fortunately, although she is proud, she is not arrogant yet. Moreover, she rarely wins the competition between the two, and Lan can still suppress it. Meditation on soul power, and then practice swordsmanship. Qian Douluo's swordsmanship is not low, otherwise he would not have attracted the previous sword Douluo and Chen Xian's father to challenge. By example, Qian Rongxiu naturally masters sword skills. If he does not practice swords, the angel holy sword in the angel inheritance may only be used as a fire stick. However, her current swordsmanship is very rare, and it is difficult to achieve any effect without being close to her, and she cannot even use the sword energy. Otherwise, Lan would not have won so many times. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Lan opened his martial soul and used his first soul skill energy gathering ring to control the flames, condensed into rough hands to confront Qian Rongxiu's sword. Whenever he thought of Tian Rui's soul transforming skills, he gritted his teeth in his envy. Lan was completely unable to determine this kind of soul skill that could only be obtained by chance, so he planned to study it himself. It just so happens that we can also practice soul power control by the way to prepare for condensing the soul core. Soul core is Dugubo's poisonous pill considered a soul core? It seems that it was condensed when it broke through the title Douluo. But according to Huo Yuhao's era, the soul core was breaking through the threshold of level 99. If his poison pill was considered a soul core, how could he waste his time for many years and stagnate at level 91? Tisk. Douluo history is full of incongruity. I was distracted in my mind, but I didn't relax when I practiced with Qian Rongxiu. Don't be so straightforward, try to wrap the sword's edge with your soul power. You try it yourself. This is not a soul guide. After collecting the sword, Qian Rongxiu looked at Lan in confusion. He didn't even know this kind of common sense. Throw the sword to Lan. Holding the hilt of the sword, Lan held it in for a while. Although it could wrap a certain amount of soul power, it would not play much role at all. It was basically just a waste of energy. What's the matter with a soul guide? There is so much information in the Spirit Hall, but I have not found any knowledge about making soul guides. It seems to have been deliberately erased. You can't use that, let's practice something else. When she obtains the soul transforming skills of the Holy Sword, her sword skills will be improved like a rocket. In the middle of the night, I finished my practice of Qi Dharma Yao Mingzi and walked out of the room. Lan bowed to the air. Please show up and see you, 2 seniors. I want to ask for some advice on some things. Chapter 58, The Demon Subduing Qianjun. The answers to him were the occasional chirping of insects and the falling leaves. After waiting for a while, just when Lan thought they would not come out, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the table in the yard, one sitting and the other standing. Boy, what's the matter? For the sake of Qian Douluo and Qian Rongxiu, Qianjun is still willing to give some face to the demon. I heard that the martial souls of the 2 seniors sealed some kind of soul beast. I wonder if I can ask you how it was done. You ask this. The demon subdued laughed. This incident was originally a coincidence. At first, my brothers. The situation of the two of them is probably unreplicable, and the two did not hide it, and they were not worried that Anlan would reveal it to outsiders and tell it in a casual manner. When the two of them were hunting the seventh soul ring, by chance, they met two evil-destroying holy dragons. Use martial soul fusion skills, fight several times, and get it down with great effort. After the battle, the two of them absorbed the soul ring and were exhausted, and they didn't know the specific reason. After the absorption, the two of them did not notice anything strange. Later, they challenged Douluo and activated their true body with all their strength, and found that the two soul beasts were sealed in the martial soul. So sloppy? A situation as rare as Luo Sanbao's intelligent martial soul, I just ignore it / I would like to ask the two of them for details about the situation at that time, but who can still remember so clearly in the past so many years? With such a vague answer, how can we go back to the process and study our own solution? Is it because the two of them are special in martial spirits, but they didn't discover it themselves? Or are those two soul beasts extraordinary? Martial soul fusion technique? Exhausted state? There are many possible reasons. After secretly taking a look at the two of them, Anlan wanted to experience the process of releasing the sealed soul beast in person, but they were honored and could he, a little Karami hid, let them cooperate with the research. What is martial soul? How can we easily study it? Forget it, it's not me who wants to study the martial soul seal soul beast. Transfer it to Ning Yulan and let him consider it himself. His martial soul does not need this way to make up for the shortcomings. Two seniors, I wonder if I have this honor. If you see the process of releasing the sealed soul beast with your own eyes, you may be able to see a clue or two. The two looked at each other, and if they didn't agree, if this kid went to blow the wind beside Jian Rongxiu and asked Jian Rongxiu to come over and say that both sides would not look good at that time. Take a look, there is no problem. But now everyone is in the branch of the Haagen-Dazs royal city, so it is difficult to do it. I can only wait until I leave here and go to the wilderness and find a secluded and deserted place to perform. That younger brother, thank you in advance. He bowed with his fists and looked up again, and the two of them had disappeared. Anlan sighed silently. It's true that it's better to rely on the big tree to enjoy the cool air. If it were only for Qian Sunji's face, I'm afraid neither of these two people would miss me. If Jian Rongxiu had not been guided, Qian Douluo would not help standing on the platform. It's getting late, go to bed. Nodding City. Tang Yin thought about it and probably should have set off for Tiandu City in advance. Whether it is studying the forging technology of spiritual forging or waiting for time to harvest the fairy grass, it is not cost-effective to stay in Nodding City. He felt more and more that Tang Yuehua was useless except as a vase. He thought about it carefully and found that apart from that layer of filter, Tang Yuehua seemed to have no other attracting him. Moreover, during the period when he was an apprentice in the blacksmith shop, when he came back from get-off work, he would occasionally appear that this woman was not as interesting as the iron ingot. Watching the iron ingot turn into various shapes under the hammer and exert its strength, there will be a strange sense of satisfaction. And Tang Yuehua, she can't even cook. He decided to show off with Tang Yuehua. At dinner that day, Tang Yuehua raised her hand to clean up the dishes, and Tang Yin called out, "Sister Yuehua, let's clean up later. I have a question, I hope you can answer me. Do you have someone you like?" Such words. Tang Yuehua was stunned for a moment and felt strange. Although the appearance of a soul master cannot be measured directly by appearance, it will promote physical development when absorbing the soul ring. However, Tang Yin is now fully committed, and he is a little short of 10 years old. Just looking at the appearance, it is just a teenager in the 14th five-year plan. Ask her this kind of question. It feels really wonderful. I think she is in her 20s and will be liked by a child. She suddenly remembered herself. It was also when I was a kid, I fell in love with it. When I thought of that person, my mood became inexplicably depressed. I forgot to answer Tang Yin's question. Okay, I get it. Tang Yin asked and answered questions and his voice awakened Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth and suddenly didn't know how to tell Tang Yin that she was always in love when she was young, and the years passed by were empty. If it is not right, it would be another mistake to let this child waste his life like himself. Xiao Yin, I'm not cut. I don't know many girls. When you go more and see more girls in the future, you will know that you deserve better. At that time, if you look back, I'm just an ordinary woman. But thank you Xiao Yin for your love. You can continue to call me sister. Nodding, Tang Yin exhaled. Asking this question is actually a decision made by a brain. Say goodbye to the previous self who was full of yellow waste, and then, lift the iron with all your strength. I understand. Sister Yuehua, pack up your things. We will set off tomorrow and head to Tiandu City. I thought of a way to contact the sect. The sect master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect has been saying that the three sects are in harmony. If you ask him for help, you will definitely contact the sect master and the others. Old man Tang should have been so angry that Tang Xiao almost succeeded to the throne. But Tang Yuehua didn't know, so he could only be so vague first. She looked happy. Very good. Ning Fengzi had seen her several times and she felt that she was a good person. It should help. On the other side, Silv City, some small courtyard. Zhu Zuyun looked at Zhou Suifeng with a suffocational face, and the other party looked sarcastic. That's it? The eldest lady of the Duke's mansion? At the same age, I have 3 rings, you are only level 13. Weak chicken. Don't stand there, keep going. Under the eaves, Zhu Zuyu pushed Zhu Zuking's cradle and watched Zhou Suifeng abuse his elder sister. He couldn't help at all and couldn't bear to see it, so he had to turn his head. The abuse of Zhu Zuyun is not like Zhou Suifeng once encountered in the Zhu family. But every day, Zhu Zuyun was pulled over and beaten when she woke up. No, it was to exercise her skills. After entering the kingdom of Silves, Zhou Suifeng suddenly realized that something was wrong with him. After thinking about it, I packed the 3 sisters and took them away, which was not in line with my own style of conduct. He began to reflect, from the first time he entered the shared space and reunites with 4 other people to the end of revenge on the Zhu family. The answer was found. The problem is actually very simple, just like that guy Tang Yin always thought he liked Tang Yuehua, and Zhou Suifeng was actually very greedy for cats of all sizes. However, everything he experienced as a slave distorted the thoughts behind it. There are also Ning Yulan and Anlan, who speak very well in the space, and only treat Duguyan and Qian Rongxiu as tools to climb up in their words, but in fact, they are probably the only ones who know what they think in their hearts. After thinking through all this, Zhou Suifeng felt very discord. He felt that he should become a Sigma man who indulged in mountains and rivers, free and careless. Chapter 59 Twist, Thirsty Hot. But the one who poisoned the Duke's mansion completely broke into pieces. Has I been so twisted in my previous life? Recalling his previous life, Zhou Suifeng suddenly realized that it seemed to be a little bit. Most of the time, I don't speak directly, and I'm guessing it all. Whether it is a happy or an unhappy thing, it is never expressed directly. Others guessed it and were happy. I didn't guess, and I was sulking. Twist and become a seaman. After recognizing himself, he was not happy. Every day when he got up and saw the 3 sisters, he felt a little irritable. Zhu Zuking is still a little baby who can't speak. Zhu Zuyu is only 4 years old, so she can only find Zhu Zuyun to lose her temper. So, Zhu Zuyun saw hell. In the morning, I washed and ate, then beaten and then was treated. Lunch, beating, treatment. Dinner, beating, treatment. Sleep. New ideas? New knowledge? It's still early, take your time. Zhou Suifeng has many ways to treat her. The first soul skill of blue silver grass was originally just to grow rapidly, but he developed a gameplay method to intercept the growth energy and input it into other targets' bodies. The other is the second soul skill of the 7 treasure glazed tower, Life Edition. Excessive vitality can not only cure Zhu Zuyun's body, but also greatly improve her reaction ability and thinking speed within the duration. Lying on the ground with no force, Zhu Zuyun didn't want to move at all. The next moment, a blue and silver grass leaf wrapped around her ankles. After more than a dozen breaths, she immediately regained her vitality. Or why don't you beat me to death? Zhou Suifeng didn't say anything, but just looked at Zhu Zuyu. Zhu Zuyu's head shrank and she showed a nervous smile. Zhu Zuyun took a deep breath, put on her posture again, and gritted her teeth. Come on! Come on me! An hour later, she lay on the ground again and fell asleep this time. After the treatment for her, she still didn't wake up. Squatting in front of her, Zhou Suifeng squeezed his face hard. It seems that it's really reached its limit. Murmur. His treatment could not restore Zhu Zuyun's energy consumed. He stood up, was silent for a few seconds, summoned a few pieces of blue-silver grass, and threw it into the bathtub in the room with the man. The next morning, after washing up, I performed routine homework on the Qingdi God card. Although I don't know if Lord Qingdi can receive the incense here, worshipping is what he said when he awakened his martial soul, and he must do it as soon as he says it. The cold and shaking feeling awakened Zhu Zuyun again. Carriage? We've left Sylve City? She sat up suddenly and saw Zhu Zuqing sitting aside, lying on the cushion and sleeping soundly. She breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, are you okay? Zhu Zuyu asked in a low voice. I can't die yet. Did he say where to go next? I moved my shoulders and felt nothing was wrong. Zhu Zuyun turned around and looked at the deadly annoying bastard was sitting outside to catch a car. Zhu Zuyuneng shook her head, not sure about the answer she asked. When you wake up, come out. Zhou Suifeng's voice came, and Zhu Zuyun gritted her teeth and moved over. He glanced at her face with deep hatred. After all, he is just a girl now, not a time traveler like 5 people. On the surface, he is an old monster inside. Don't be so bitter and deep. The world is beautiful. Let's go and see it happily and learn more about me. If you were like you would have been so angry. Trying to release a smile, asking whispering. Then where are we going now? Tiandu City. Pulling the reins of the carriage, Zhou Suifeng shook the map with one hand and looked at it, sure that he was not wrong. The Tiandu Empire's control over the kingdoms within the territory is not as strong as the Xingluo Empire. Maybe the Xingluo Empire has almost penetrated. It is safer to go to Tiandu City. If you say something, I can let you go back. With your age it is not a problem to defeat your 2 sisters and become the Princess Xingluo and even the future queen. That's it, but if Zhu Zuyun really said she wanted to go back, Zhou Suifeng would kill her immediately. All of them have been brought out, that is his own kitten. A disobedient kitten can only. Perhaps, Zhu Zuyun noticed Zhou Suifeng's murderous aura, or perhaps, she didn't want to continue the fate of the Zhu family women. Without an answer, he kept his stiff movements and knelt next to Zhou Suifeng. After rushing for a while, Zhou Suifeng suddenly released the reins. Practice cross-legged. The carriage was given vitality by him, but in fact it was not controlled by anyone. Sitting outside is just good air. Zhu Zuyun tilted his head and looked at Zhou Suifeng with his eyes closed. Only by killing him, Zhu Yu and Zuqing and I can gain true freedom? But if it is found by the people from the Xingluo Empire? The battle between heaven and man in his heart. With my current level, I can't pose any threat to this guy at all. I will only consider it after I get 2 more, no, maybe 3 soul rings. But he is already 2 soul rings ahead of me. When I wait for my soul sect, wouldn't he be the soul emperor, or even the soul saint. Another voice in my mind. If this kind of talent can make him feel at ease with me and completely rely on him, it seems good. If she sacrifices her body for the tiger, she will not have to sacrifice her two sisters. If I can be the only of this guy, Zuyuzuking can also be truly free. A few days later. Evening. Zhou Suifeng stopped the carriage and kept rushing to make people nervous and exhausted. Stop and camp. Release the blue-silver grass and send a few grassmen to hunt into the woods. Although some dry food was prepared in the storage soul guide, it would be more comfortable to make some warm things naturally when you have time. When the fire was raised, Zhou Suifeng suddenly realized something. Prepare some dishes in advance and store them in the storage soul guide? Let's try the next city. Zhu Zuyun suddenly said in a low voice. To want to take a shower. Zhou Suifeng looked her up and down and shook his head. When you wake up the Zhu family's true talent before playing this kind of thing. The real talent of the Zhu family? What talent? What hidden potential does my martial soul have? She couldn't understand for a moment what Zhou Suifeng's talent was. Is this pretending to be stupid, or do you really don't understand? Too lazy to think too much, Zhou Suifeng made a few straw men again, went to fetch some water, and made blue-silver straw into a bathtub, and asked her to wash it on the carriage. He glanced at the quail and wanted to shrink himself into a ball of zhuzuyu. It seems that her cultivation talent is not very good, otherwise the third brother who was originally partnered with Dai Mubai should have been this third brother, not the fourth brother Zhu Zuking. There is something you can experiment with. Zhu Zuking's meridians have not grown yet. You can try the results of other people's soul power helping to baptize the body on Zhuzuyu. I don't know if she can improve her martial soul qualifications. Give me Zhu Zuking, and you can wash it too. She seemed to have not expected Zhou Suifeng to suddenly speak to her and was shocked. Subconsciously hugged the little Zhu Zuking even tighter, and then he reacted and handed the person out nervously. Zhou Suifeng made her another bathtub and bath water. She got on the carriage and turned around one step at a time, hoping that when she and her sister were taking a shower, the little sister would not be eaten by this terrible person. Zhu Zuking. The little man stared at his big black and white eyes and looked down at his giant. Suddenly, Zhou Suifeng's eyes trembled, and 2 hunting grass men were killed. So hot, so hot. Chapter 60 Encounter. Is this feeling, who is fighting? Zhou Suifeng has not developed the ability to share vision with grass men, and can only perform diffusion perception through the blue-silver grass on their bodies. The feedback before disappearing was torn apart in an instant. If someone fought, the opponent's level would definitely exceed his 3 soul rings. Do you want to leave early? It shouldn't be necessary. It's safe to follow the distance between the 2 straw men. Moreover, based on the feedback before they disappeared, the other parties seemed to have not noticed that there were 2 abnormal living organisms at all. A few finger-sized grass men quietly released and drifted in that direction with the wind. If you find someone approaching here, you will retreat immediately. He looked down and continued to look at Zhu Zuking. His baby's fat face looked very good. Zhou Suifeng slowly stretched out his sinful fingers. On the other side of the dense forest, Qunjun, the demon subduing Qunjun, was demonic spirits to Enlan and Qianrongxiu. The main thing is Qianrongxiu. Originally, the 2 of them were only planning to deal with Enlan, but Qianrongxiu was also very interested when she learned about it. The 2 had to be a little serious. There are not many opportunities, Enlan is tense and observes carefully. Damn it! The level difference is too much, and nothing can be seen? Qianrongxiu suddenly shouted. It's too fast, slow down. This little ancestor? The 2 of them glanced at Enlan and looked at each other, and had to control the speed to the slowest. Release, retract, lasting for several minutes. Enlan thought something, why does it feel more like parasitic when it is said to be a seal? No, it seems that parasiticism is not right, it feels like the spirit in Xiangxia novels. I felt some mental fluctuations. Soul's soul. A noun suddenly popped up in my mind. The evil-breaking holy dragon in the two people's martial souls is more like this one's Tate. But the soul of Huo Yuhao's era should be based on the undead contract. I didn't expect that the demon-slaying Qianjun accidentally found an incomplete soul. Tisk, we five without Electrolux and the relevant knowledge of the undead contract, it is difficult to create a complete soul. I can only wait until everything is stable before doing research. Thank you for your advice from the two seniors. I have prepared something. If I don't dislike it, I can taste it. He paused for no reason, and glanced from the corner of his eyes at Qian Rongxiu's side, at the entrance of the woods in the distance. This is Zhou Suifeng's mental fluctuation, why is he here? The five people are very familiar with each other's mental power. To a very subtle level, only the other four people who came from the same source could feel it. The energy around them has been disturbed by the demonstration just now by the demon Qianjun. They are not very meticulous people and have not paid much attention. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the two continued to hide in the dark. Qian Rongxiu turned to look at Anlan, humming proudly, with a very obvious meaning, if I hadn't been this lady, could you see their martial souls? Thank you Miss Shuet. Anlan understood it, and then bowed to her with exaggerated movements. Thank you Miss Shuet. I am so grateful to you in Xiaming's five. You are like the scattered sun in the nine heavens, illuminating me. Hearing that he got goosebumps, Qian Rongxiu pinched Anlan's neck. Enough is enough. Turning around and swaying, throwing the person on his back, Anlan walked towards the carriage with Qian Rongxiu on his back. This carriage is something carefully prepared by the branch hall, and there is no need for a tent at all. In the middle of the night, Anlan entered the space. But he didn't notice Zhou Suifeng's figure, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Can't that guy didn't sense my position? What the hell? Leave a message at Zhou Suifeng's location and exit the space. Zhou Suifeng saw Anlan's message at noon on the third day. Once again, she trained Zhu Ziyun to the point of losing strength. Although she only had one soul ring now, she had to start with the baby to become stronger. The matter of using soul power to cleanse Zhu Ziyu's meridians has not begun. The wild environment is unstable, and any interference may be wasted. Not everyone who is willing to cooperate with the experiment is always available. It turned out to be them. Seeing the message, Zhou Suifeng knew who the person who destroyed the grass man without any resistance in an instant. But then there was some suspicion. At that time, the straight line distance between the two sides was only more than 1,000 meters. Two super Douluo of level 96 were so weak? I can't sense it after 1,000 meters? Maybe they deliberately controlled the movement. In addition to inquiries, Anlan also left their movement route, and Zhou Suifeng remembered it silently. With Qianjun subduing demons following him, it is best not to meet the two. It seems that I can only go around for a while. Walk forward and you will enter the Principality of Mozak, one of the principalities of the Tiandu Empire. If the movement route remains unchanged, the two will meet at the junction of the two kingdoms. To walk a long way, Zhou Suifeng relaxed his exercises on Zhu Ziyun, allowing her to relax for a few days. In a trance, Zhu Ziyun actually felt flattered. However, without meeting Anlan, he met Tang Yin. A few days later, without paying attention, he took a detour into the Faisano province. When they entered the city, the two of them felt a sense of emotion and looked back in the crowd. Confirmed the look. Tang Yin, you little slut. You said you are a Sigma man. What are the three in the car? Zhou Suifeng, I am an alpha man now. After looking at each other, the two of them walked to the other side, not talking, not communicating, and pretending not to know each other. The space party was all the time. Tang Yin didn't speak, looked at Zhou Suifeng coldly with a sinister smile. When the three of them couldn't help but ask what happened, Tang Yin slapped the table and stood up. This thing with thick eyebrows and big eyes betrayed the organization. The three of them learned that Zhou Suifeng had taken away the three sisters of the Zhu family, with different expressions. Tianrui's reaction was the most violent. "You are so charming, this is agreed that Sigma will last forever, and the mountain is full of guests. Why did you still take the mountain halfway down? Damn it!" Zhou Suifeng was frightened. "When did I say this in my special code?" After the joke, it returned to normal. Ning Yulan was very strange. "Why did you take the three of them away? Without the netherworld white tiger, the individual netherworld spirit cat has average potential. It's nothing, I just don't want to waste it." The four of them were speechless. "Very good, strong, honest, and convincing explanation." An Lan knocked on the table and asked about the question he left a message to Ning Yulan a few days ago, and how was the investigation? Sunset Forest, the origin of the name of sunset. After becoming a disciple of Kyungsunji, he had enough status to enter the upper library of the 1,000 Years of Secret collection of the Wuhan Hall. But the contents were vast. There were not many contents about the Sunset Forest. There were only some records of the extinct species of soul beasts that had been rumored to be extinct. Regarding the name of sunset, he only found a specious record in the storm records of the mainland. The ancestors witnessed the sun falling from the sky, so they named it the Sunset Forest. Chapter 61 Sunset. I don't know when it was the content. Leave a message and ask Ning Yulan to help collect it below our other information. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect has been entrenched in Kaibao City for many years, and there may be some information different from the Martial Soul Hall. I found some ancient texts in a bad book that was about to be broken. After translation, the general meaning was: the ancient ancestors looked at the sky. One day, they suddenly saw the scorching sun falling from the sky, and there was a cry inside, which made the heaven and earth sad, falling into the earth, and the world was lost. Birds and beasts were lying on the ground then, lush forests and trees rose up from the ground, which was called the setting Sunday. This kind of story, it is a strange adventure prepared for the five of us. But then Ning Yulan poured cold water on the four of them. According to Ning Fengzi's identification, the ancient book has been more than 5,000 years. Maybe it was the ancient people here who saw the scene when the Ice and Fire Dragon King fell and recorded it. Isn't it just the Ice and Fire eyes? It's really disappointing, so I can't let my brothers have fun for a few minutes. With an unhappy expression, Tianrui patted the table. Literally mention your current information. I'm going to go to Tiandu Royal Academy in a few days. He had already understood the admission requirements. In recent years, the Tiandu royal family has no talent that can be shown, and the third prince Shuizhanghai can barely be considered one. Even if there are any outstanding members of other nobles, they cannot be completely used by the royal family. If they are vigorously trained, it will intensify the weakening of the royal family's majesty. Royal College has long relaxed its admission requirements and is recommended by aristocrats to enroll, and civilians can also be admitted after being evaluated. However, after entering the school, the latter will either be reported to the family by the children of knowledgeable and thoughtful nobles and recruited them in advance, or after seeing the aristocratic and extravagant children, they will become more and more indifferent. Occasionally, those who have a calm vision, realistic ideas, and work hard to practice, are excluded because they are incompatible with everyone. The three education commissions are high on weekdays and cannot see such campus bullying. Of course, if it is such a shocking genius, it is definitely not like this. Unfortunately, Tianrui is such a person. After the new year, I am only 10 years old. A genius who is 10 years old and 2 rings will definitely be trained as a treasure. But the origin is not easy to explain. If it's hard to explain, then I won't explain it. Who would send a seed player of this level to come out to cover the undercover, except the Spirit Hall? Tang Yin spread his hands, showing no one's love, and gave his own opinions. Zhou Suifeng asked another question. You won't go to Shiwo Academy? Yes. If you go to Shihua, what should you do if you don't have the Qunhai Qunkan shield? Tianrui was a little moved, but the sea god must not let go of his heart. What is that thing? The treasure of the Tiandu royal family in the country. Think about it, under what circumstances did Tang San get that thing? He saved Shui Yi's life and saved the building from falling. Now Qian Rongxiu is not undercover. It is difficult to get that thing by relying on the royal family alone. It is better to grab it quickly. His face was distorted, and Tianrui clenched his fists and wanted to vent, but he couldn't. Hell! Then we've talked so many chapters before, and now we're like this, don't we look like a pen? Just be stupid. Zhou Suifeng leaned back, in such a place where food interception can be shocked by heaven, the pen is already very smart. Hey hey hey! Ning Yulin was dissatisfied, just forget it if you say a few words of self-deprecation. Don't really become a bad pen. Otherwise, you will be defeated by other evil pens with rich experience. The four of them were lying around, and Enlan was pondering. He felt that whether it was the Tiando Guo plan or the later soul hunting operation, Bibi Dong would probably implement it, and he would expose himself in a very rough way, leaving many traces of the spirit hall so that the spirit hall would be attacked by groups. Let her do whatever she wants, then we will make things right? It feels not going well. Tang Yin seemed to realize it later at this time and looked at Tianrui strangely. What are you doing with Shiwo? Huau. Tianrui is serious. Study. Tang Yin replied with a yes shit, you expression, every time I move, I'm so horny. Everyone should be careful, I will implement the immortal grass as soon as possible. I will practice each of them during this period. It is the most important thing to work hard to improve the level now. When we can withstand the 10,000-year soul ring, it is the time for us to take off. After the chat was over, everyone left. Before leaving, Enlan asked Zhou Suifeng about the progress of using paper to practice soul power control. Zhou, no, it's too difficult and can't be done. It's too difficult to use paper directly from the beginning. And, you can't even have such soft soul power as Lan Yinko. Can't this method work? Zhou, maybe it's not that it doesn't work, but that you and I have fallen into a misunderstanding. Different soul power of different natures should require different practice methods. The soul power properties of the golden feathered phoenix bird, high temperature, burning, explosion, maybe you can try it by holding an object in your hand and burning it, forging. Also, can't your first soul skill be able to condense some rougher tools? Isn't it okay to try to condense other objects? It makes sense. 2 months. Zhou Suifeng, Enlan, and Tang Yin arrived at Tiandu City one after another. The end of the year passed quietly. January 26-32. In 2 years, everyone's cultivation was very smooth. The qualification of innate soul power plus the wonderful skills of Qi method, Enlan and Tianrui also have a ability similar to the energy gathering ring to assist in the cultivation, and have broken through level 30 successively. Tang Yin was behind them for more than half a month and also broke through 30. Ning Yulin's speed was a little slow, only at level 29. Although he changed the soul skill nature of his 7 treasure glazed tower, the speed of martial soul cultivation is still an auxiliary system. If there is no energy, the most wonderful method is probably only at the 26 or 7 levels now. The 5 people were very close, but they still didn't meet and were still only in the space. There was nothing else to do, and Tang Yin wanted to use the hands of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect to send Tang Yuehua back to the current Haoshan sect. He himself, he doesn't plan to go back. The Haoshan sect, which has been closed, has no room for development at all. Wave outside and develop faster. The engagement banquet between Duguyan and I will be held soon. You can come back when the banquet is over. At that time, the 7 treasures glazed pieces will have a wide banquet for guests. If there are too many people to notice, no one can guarantee that everyone will keep silent. Maybe there will be fences who want to take advantage of both sides. Originally, Ning Yulin wanted to convince Ning Fengzi to invite some real friends in a small range, but then he thought about it carefully. In fact, there was no need to hide the fact that Douluo joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect. He joined Kai Bao, and it seemed that Kai Bao had an additional ban, but the actual threat did not increase much. After all, he is just a goalkeeper with a ban. Apart from the Spirit Hall, for other forces, whether it is the separate Douluo or Kai Bao, it is already powerful enough. There is no difference between them whether the two sides are united or not. Your Highness, do you think we are going to attend? Qian Rongxiu arrived at Tiandu city and naturally moved into the Martial Soul Temple. Her identity is kept secret and Saras doesn't know, but Enlan's identity is now known to everyone in the Wuhan Hall. Bishop Saras of Platinum came to ask Enlan for his advice with the invitation from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It seems that Enlan has no real power except for the identity of a former Pope disciple, but the current Pope is his senior sister. Moreover, there is a large worshipper behind him who stands up to the stage and goes to the heaven to speak directly, which is more difficult than those with real power. Chapter 62 Engagement. Now is not the time to break up with the major sects. You still have to do such a shameful thing. However, you can just attend by yourself. Try not to disclose the news about my coming here. If Qian Daoliu hadn't requested that every time he arrived at a sub-district hall, he would have to leave location information, so he would have been too lazy to deal with these sub-district halls. I understand. In addition, what do you think about the gift? The bishop doesn't have to be so restrained. The two major capital temples, the Pope, will not be the same as the Pope. I am just a junior. Your Highness is so serious. Since this is the case, I will not disturb you. You will do your own thing. After getting Enlan's answer, Saras quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he has been famous for a long time, this is the first time he meets him. He thought that the other party would be a young and successful person, and he would be a slut who is arrogant and arrogant. He pointed at him, but he did not expect that he would be a genius who was aging before he was old, wrong, and young and mature. This is right. If it were an ordinary little devil, how could he be accepted as a disciple by the former Pope? However, since he had to do something about face, he had to prepare a gift for Ning Fengzi and Douluo. After Salas left, Qian Rongxiu walked out from behind the door. This old man is too scrupulous. Can he be a platinum bishop? On the surface, I am standing behind the current Pope and the senior worshipper. It would be strange if he is not afraid of that. Your hair faded, come here and I will dye it for you. Qian Rongxiu has not absorbed the angel suit soul bone with disguise ability. In order to conceal her identity, Enlan dyed her hair black shortly after leaving the spirit hall. After more than 2 hours, my hair was dyed again. What hairstyle do you want today? Well, Qian Rongxiu sat in front of the dressing mirror and looked at Enlan in the mirror, female hero. Okay, received. The heroic and neat high ponytail was tied up, and a hairpin with silver crumbs. Beautiful and generous, heroic. Walk. Turning around and grabbing Enlan's palm, Qian Rongxiu rushed out with great enthusiasm. Go to the soul fighting arena to see. Are there any strange martial souls? Enlan was not interested in the battle at the soul fighting arena. If he wanted to increase his combat experience, he would take the Pope's Order and the Elder Order and have any opponents he wanted in the Wuhan city. Run slowly. The engagement banquet was held. There were many people coming, and basically all those who received the invitation came, including the royal family and the big families in Tiandu city. There are still some that have no invitations and come uninvited. With Ning Fengzi's style of character, he did not forcefully drive him away. Looking at the people coming and going and drinking, Ning Yulin looked unhappy. After Ning Fengzi announced his engagement, he and Duguyan were no longer the protagonists. The theme of this banquet also became a fame and fortune market for all parties to win over their relationship. That's why I'm too lazy to deal with these things and am so annoyed. But in life, few people can completely ignore human relationships. Duguyan's face was wilted. It seemed that she was very disliked by such occasions. Our scene is over, should we go out and play? Let's go. Duguyan suffocated half a cup of juice in one mouthful, and was choked with no image. I am already impatient. The two of them put down their cups, walked out along the edge of the corner of the wall. But Ning Yuxuan caught him right away. Brother? I hope to cut my axles with a handsome body. He felt that the boss seemed a little angry. But not. There aren't many guests in the hall that care about it at all. The original position of the protagonist was just because the two of them wanted to run out to play. This is a bit too energetic. Ning Yuxuan stared at Ning Yulan with regret. He glanced at Duguyan and whispered as Xiao Lao Lu. Xiao Lu, why are you so ignorant? It's rare to see these people gather together at ordinary times and have a good relationship now. If you take charge of the sect in the future. It turns out that I wasn't angry with me. After blinking, Ning Yuxuan saw what the source of the boss's angry. Still Ning Fengzi. In Ning Yuxuan's opinion, Xiao Lao Lu brought Dugu Bo's help, and also developed a way to change the limit of martial souls for the sect. He discovered the effect of using whale rubber. As a result, what did Ning Fengzi's reward give? Brother, I can't be anxious about this. He patted Ning Yuxuan on the shoulder and pulled Duguyan to continue running out. What I gave is not good now, that's the proof, the better one is still behind. Don't stare at the position of the heir of the sect leader all day long. I'm lucky to lose my life when I got it, and I'm not young anymore. I'm engaged to the little brother. You plan to be a bachelor. Really, don't worry your mother. Ning Yuxuan. Seeing the two children running out of the banquet, he could only shake his head. Returned to the crowd that made Ning Yuxuan feel irritable. What? I just said that guy Xiaoliu won't listen to you. The third brother responded to the compliments around him, and saw Ning Yuxuan returning empty-handed, and curled his lips. Even things like breaking the martial soul can be done, which shows that Xiao Lu is a very opinionated person and cannot be easily convinced by others. The two ran out of the banquet and were stopped again. Grandfather. This time it was Dugu Bo except for Ning Fengzi's announcement. This guy stood up as Elder Duguyan, and soon disappeared. Ning Yulan thought he had left. Touching Duguyan's little head, Dugu Bo stared at Ning Yulan viciously. From now on, if one day I am not here, Yanyan will not be alone? Boy, if I let me know in the future that if you let Yanyan suffer any grievance, I will never let you go. What did you say at the senior? I will do my best to not let Yanyan suffer a grievance. His face was stern, and Dugu Bo's eyes were gloomy. You still call me senior? Yes, it's time to change your words. Grandfather. The mermaids and dragons are mixed today, and they are harmonious on the surface, but no one knows what they are thinking. Don't run around. After saying that, he wanted to continue to hide his god, but Duguyan hugged the man and refused to let go. Engagement today is a happy event. But Duguyan felt very nervous, frightened, and even scared inexplicably. Although Ning Yulan noticed that she was in a bad mood and tried her best to accompany her, she still felt insecure. Dugu Bo felt a little distressed when he saw it. But he felt that his granddaughter would have to accept it sooner or later. If one day he could no longer control the poison on his body, then all she could rely on was this bad guy who looked very unhappy. It's too noisy here. Former grandpa would better take us to Dugu house. Okay. Dugu Bo responded and the three of them disappeared quickly. When he arrived at Dugu's house and returned to the familiar environment where he grew up, Duguyan relaxed and quickly recovered his energy. Watching her running around in the yard, Dugu Bo kept talking, and the content he said made Ning Yulan feel trembling. You kid, are you for the things in my medicine garden? A cold back made Ning Yulan pretended not to understand. What are grandpa talking about? What? Chapter 63 Sweat. Snort. Standing next to Ning Yulan with his hands behind his back, Dugu Bo snorted coldly. Although my strength is a titled Douluo, it's just that. It's incomparable to your 7 treasures glazed grape sect. Yanyan is lacking in body, and the innate soul power level is not very high. Think about it carefully, in front of the 7 treasures glazed grape sect, there is no profit in front of the 7 treasures glazed grape sect, and I have never had any interaction with the 7 treasures glazed grape sect before. When you came to the door, I felt something was wrong. The reason I promised you first was just to see if it could solve the problem of Yanyan. Now, I have already settled my worries. I am too lazy to tell you how you know my medicine garden, but I am not blind. Although I don't know much, I still know some of the abilities of them. All poisons do not invade Yuxiang Kiluo. Although he doesn't know the name, he can see any toxins around the flowers without any trace, and he can feel a fatal threat every time he gets close. He can guess some of them. Also, the golden flower that is extremely similar to the dead perverted martial soul of Hohuiguan. Ning Yulan was shocked. As sure, it's not easy for this old guy to become a banned account. Tisk. That seems that Ning Fengzi's sensuality probably had noticed my abnormality for a long time, but he didn't make any statement. After thinking for a moment, he bowed to Douluo. Grandpa has a wise eye. Although I was seen through, there was nothing to panic. Since Douluo chose to speak out in private, he was saying that there is room for negotiation on this matter. I deliberately paused to give Douluo time to speak. However, Ning Yulan didn't speak, and Douluo didn't continue, just looked down at the pretending reserved little ghost. It seems that whoever speaks first will lose. After a long time, Ning Yulan chose to admit defeat. Grandpa wants to ask for instructions. Ha! Small slip head. 2 conditions. If you agree, the things inside will follow. I will not ask if you use it. 1. There must be a piece of geese and geese. 2. On the second day, Douluo's face was serious and his expression was horrifying. Almost word by word. I want you to swear with your martial soul and protect Yanyan from now on, and you will be safe and smooth for the rest of your life. No matter what you want to do, you must not let her be hurt. Don't worry. Ning Yulan responded solemnly, even if I die, I won't let her have any trouble. Since you have said everything, there is no need to hide it. Ning Yulan smiled shyly. When do you think you will take me over and have a look? Ahem, Yanyan's problem is just a hole now. The sooner you solve it, the sooner you feel relieved, right? Wait. I'll notify you when I have time. Sneered, Douluo left with a smile. Ning Yulan's smile slowly disappeared and rubbed his face. Sure enough, he still can't underestimate anyone. No one who can stand out from all living beings is simple. Back to Douluo's room and guarded her. Having just signed an engagement, I had to pay more attention to cultivating my feelings to ensure that the first person she saw when she woke up was herself, and slowly replaced Douluo as the object of her sense of security. Only then will there be no worries. Sitting beside the bed, I recalled the information about the immortal herbs that Enlan got from Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi. There should be no mistakes. When I go to the double pot, I will look at it. If there is a gap, I can only find a way out from Tang San. The 5 people speculated that in the Douluo history before Tang San appeared, someone should have used immortal herbs and knew the real effect of the medicine. Only by passing it down, these records were found. It was not clear whether the experience of Douluo seniors was more detailed, or the content on the Tang San Xiantian Bao record was more detailed. The master of sect, the 6th young master and Miss Douluo were taken away by Douluo Mian. After the banquet, the 2 children disappeared, and Ning Fengzi asked. I felt relieved when I learned the answer. Fengzi. What are you planning this little 6? The 2 sword bones did not like this noisy occasion and did not show up during the banquet. If you attend, you can imagine what scenario will happen. Not everyone has self-knowledge. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no idiot who thinks they are lucky and can win the favor of 2 banned accounts. After the guests dispersed, all the people in the sect left. After quieting down, the two of them appeared from the place of cultivation. Standing together, the comparison between the two is very obvious. Chen Xin has silver hair and white eyebrows, fairy-like and trait-like bones, sharp and free. Gurong has wide shoulders, giving people the feeling of a giant. When she doesn't speak, she feels like a child-eating demon. The person who asked Ning Fengzi was Chen Xin. He knew a lot about Ning Yulan from Gurong. Although Gurong said it very subjectively, Chen Xin could naturally concise useful information from Gurong's nonsense. Ning Fengzi sighed first. Look at it again. This child is too thoughtful. Although he doesn't know what he is planning to do with Douluo, at a young age, he directly uses his major life events as bargaining chips. If he really lets him take charge of the sect, he will not be sure whether it is good or bad. This kind of personality, in theory, is a very excellent candidate for the next sect leader. He will not be influenced by emotions and will only consider the gains and losses, so that he can better take charge of the sect. However, this style of appearance when a child does not make people feel happy, but is afraid. If one day, the Kai Bao sect becomes an obstacle to his progress, will it also be used as a bargaining chip, trade, or give up without hesitation? Then if you don't keep it with you, and teach it carefully, why do you let him do it yourself? Gurong has always been too lazy to think about such things. When she uses her brain, she usually finds a genius who does not belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect, and considers whether to kill the other party or arrest him. This method doesn't work, he's too independent. Let's take a look. Maybe when the child gets a few years older, there may be changes. Shaking his head, if he had discovered Ning Yulan earlier, it might be okay to take him with him to train him, but it would have been too late now. Is it true, because the child's mother passed away too early? After guessing a possible reason, Ning Fengzi sighed silently. A few days later, the storm of the engagement banquet completely disappeared, and Ning Yulan and Duguyan returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I met Tang Yin and Tang Yuehua who wanted to come to find Ning Fengzi and help find the location of Haoshan sect. He took them directly into the sect. On the way, 2 servants were assigned to arrange a side hall for them to wait first. Tang Yin, you kid, better give me a hurry. Ning Yulan, yo? This is my territory. Is this attitude inappropriate? Tang Yin, you are making a mistake. Ning Yulan, let's wait. Then he took Duguyan away. Sister Yuehua, wait a moment. The two were taken into the side hall, and Tang Yin sat casually near the door, leisurely and calmly. Tang Yuehua was very nervous, wondering if Ning Fengzi had any news about the Haoshan sect in his hands. Chapter 64 Please help from Sect Master Ning. Ning Fengzi was not found in the main hall of the sect leader, and there was no one inside. Where is my father? Asked the servant next to him and learned about Ning Fengzi's whereabouts. But it was Ning Rongrong. Although this little witch has not grown up and has not awakened the innate level 9 soul power, as the only girl of this generation, her favor is unreasonable. Found Ning Fengzi, but saw the sword bones fighting for the next right to embrace Ning Rongrong. As a father, Ning Fengzi could only look at him from the side. Watch. Feeling that the two men approached, the two old men were a little more restrained and maintained their majesty of worshipping the elders. Father, 2 worshippers. Ning Yulan bowed and saluted, while Duguyan shouted. Uncle Ning, 2 seniors. Logically speaking, it's time to change your words. But she couldn't get through. Although she had lived in the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect for a long time, unlike Ning Yulan, she could just call Dugubo as simply as she did. She had no psychological burden, no moral integrity, and was silly. Nodded slightly, the gentle voice of the wind was gentle. Yan is back. Father, when we came back, we met 2 people who called themselves Haoshan sect at the door. Do you want to meet me? Haoshan sect? Sensitive words touched Ning Fengzi's nerves. It was only more than a year since the incident between Tang Hao and Kyung Sunji. What did the people from Haoshan sect come to do at this time? Suddenly, the words he often spoke in his ears. The three sects have the same energy and are connected. Some cold sweat began to appear for no reason. Could it be that the people of Haoshan sect wanted to pull Kai Bao to work with the Wuhan Hall together? Who is the person coming? Do you have a name? In memory, Ning Yulan looks strange. One man and one woman, the woman calls herself Tang Yuehua, and the man is about the same age as me. Tang Yuehua? Why is it her? Ning Fengzi became even more strange. He turned around and wanted to ask which one of the two sword bones would go with him. The ancient Banyan is the first to win the lead. Old sword man, I have a bad temper. I can't say a few words to those who are playing hammers in Haoshan sect. You can follow Fengzi. Snatch Ning Rongrong and run away. It was jaw-dropping, and Duguyan felt that this scene looked familiar inexplicably. Chen Xin pretended that nothing happened, stood coldly with his hands behind his back, and glanced at Ning Yulan. Let's go. Partial Hall. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, Tang Yuehua subconsciously stood up, and Tang Yin had to stand up. After all, I am still here to ask for help, and I can't get any rewards. Miss Yuehua, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's been a good thing recently. After observing the two quietly, Ning Fengzi found that they were a little tired, but their mental state was pretty good. It seems that visiting the door is not a big deal. It's barely good, it's been a long time since I've been there, Master Ning. Before the future, Tang Yuehua was still a little nervous, but now she looked calm and generous. Chen Xin showed up and saw that he was not an important figure in Haoshan sect, so he nodded casually and left directly. Ning Yulan originally wanted to take Duguyan away, but he received Ning Fengzi's eyes and stayed. Turning his head and looking at Duguyan. Do you want to go out or here? There is no fun to go out. The sect and the Kai Bao city outside have already been almost familiar with it. She was still a little curious about the matter of Haoshan sect. He shook his head with Ning Yulan. This one is. After seeing Tang Yuehua, Ning Fengzi's eyes fell on Tang Yin. Although Tang Yuehua has no strength, according to his understanding, as the sister of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, he has a special status within the sect. Could it be a genius child who can follow her? My younger generation, Tang Yin, have met Master Ning. Introducing himself, Tang Yin was neither humble nor arrogant, so he said one sentence, without too much content. Hiss! This kid! Ning Fengzi felt inexplicably like a little girl in Tang Yin. And subconsciously looked back at Ning Yulan who was looking at Tang Yuehua. Illusion? After the greetings, Tang Yuehua expressed his intention. Zhengzhu Ning, in the battle between the Wuhan Palace and my Haoshan sect, someone else dispersed the evacuation team of the young disciples of our sect, so I was separated from my elder brother and the others and lost contact with the section. I wonder if you know the current location of our sect. I'm sorry, Miss Yuehua, I really don't know much about this. However, you can stay for a few days and wait for me to investigate first. Then please contact Sect Master Ning. How many levels are you now? After playing in Tiandu City for a few days, Lan felt that it was meaningless. Qian Rongxue was still very excited and asked her about her current soul power level. 36, it's almost 37. Tisk. This guy is the son of destiny of this era, God chases and feeds him. The first awakening is the innate 20, and then absorbs 2 soul rings. With the soul power directly increased by 2 soul rings, he directly broke through 30 in more than a year. Now it seems that next year, you will reach level 40 at the age of 11. Lan felt that the speed was a little slow, maybe Qiandaoliu had other considerations. Soul ring, the senior of the great envoy has planned it, right? Grandpa said, I don't have to worry about breaking through and adding a soul ring immediately. I can stabilize it for 10 days and half a month first, and it's not too late to accumulate soul power. Douluo seemed very cautious and strived to have a very solid foundation for each soul ring of his granddaughter. I think it should be to prepare for the god examination. That's okay. Lan actually wanted her to challenge the fourth ring of Wanyan, use whale rubber for her, and then go back to absorb an angel suit soul bone. There should be no problem, but Douluo probably won't agree. Although the second ring of the 1,000-year-old exceeds the limit, it is actually just a shiny sight. But the fourth ring of the 10,000-year-old is beyond the scope. If the soul is shaken, a big thing will happen if you are not careful. But the dignified Gajavan martial soul is just following the crowd, and I feel it is a good time. Although after becoming a god, the soul ring soul skills are not very useful. But if the soul ring has a high H, it may be able to improve the quality of the lower divine ring accordingly. After thinking for a while, Lan gave up this plan. Douluo absolutely cannot agree to this matter unless Lan practices first to prove that it is feasible to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring in advance. If I absorb the immortal herbs now, can I achieve the 3 rings of 10,000 years? A silent sigh made Rongxiu absorb the idea that she could only give up temporarily. Zhou Suifeng used the funds provided by Ning Yulan to purchase a small courtyard for temporary resettlement, and the first thing he did was to find several nurses for Zhu Zuqing. It's not that true that I always feed her animal milk. In addition, Zhu Zuyun's hell came again. This time, some cultural courses were added. She didn't complain anymore, and made up her mind to practice hard. When one day she surpassed Zhou Suifeng, she would let him lick the soles of her feet. After finishing everything, Zhou Suifeng calculated his soul power. If he didn't use the blue-silver grass to devour the energy of other plant-based soul beasts, it would take quite some time to practice by himself alone. It's time to experiment with soul power cleaning other people's meridians. He waved to Zhu Zuyu and signaled her to come over. Mengqing Shang Chuan Ke is still young, come to me if you have anything to do. Zhu Zuyun was very nervous when she blocked Zhu Zuyu behind her, and she looked fierce and cowardly. It is better to have a control group that has awakened martial souls as a control group, so the difference in results can be observed more intuitively. Zhu Zuyu is also the martial soul of the netherworld spirit cat, right? Chapter 65 Research, Soul Power Refines Meridians. After thinking about it, he nodded to Zhu Zuyun. Okay, you can go with me. Zhu Zuyun. The heart suddenly burst, and I was afraid, but I still comforted Zhu Zuyu who was trembling with fear. Don't worry, I have my sister here. Pull Zhu Yu and follow Zhou Suifeng into the room. Take off the clothes. You. Switch to that one. Ignoring Zhu Zuyun's reaction and asked the sisters to change into bath clothes, Zhou Suifeng was about to start directly. After changing his clothes, Zhu Zuyun held a dead face, her eyes were full of pride and her voice was empty. I'll come first. You should lie down and don't move first. Lying on the massage table prepared by Zhou Suifeng in advance, Zhu Zuyun felt his hands wandering on him and couldn't help but close his eyes. After a long time, he found that Zhou Suifeng seemed to be just touching and then opened his eyes in confusion. What are you doing? Seeing Zhou Suifeng half closed his eyes, his left hand stopped at his danshan position. There were many blue and silver grass-colored thin silks in his hand, which were thinner than his hair, and he could not see any single one without paying attention. The blue-silver filaments are the medium for Zhou Suifeng to release his soul power, which allows for more subtle manipulation. If you don't use martial souls, just release your soul power in Zhu Zuyun's body, that is a killing person, not an experiment. The first time you do it, you have to first understand the direction of Zhu Zuyun's meridians. Maintaining the same position and controlling the blue-silver filaments, Zhu Zuyun fell asleep on the massage table for more than 2 hours, and Zhou Suifeng roughly understood her meridians. The soul power is not consumed much, but the mental power is always at the critical point. As the blue-silver filaments sense Zhu Zuyun's meridians, it consumes too much, making me feel dizzy and want to sleep. Sitting quietly for a while, I recovered a little. Zhu Zuyu sat upright in the corner of the room, curious and scared during the process. This girl can only talk about it tomorrow. Standing on the massage table, Zhou Suifeng shook his head. It was obvious that his mental power was consumed a lot, so why did he feel a little weak in his waist and legs? He waved his hand to Zhu Zuyu. You're fine today, go and have fun. He looked at Zhou Suifeng timidly, then looked at Zhu Zuyun who was asleep, and plucked up the courage to ask in a low voice. Sister, what's wrong with her? He walked out shakingly, accidentally hitting the door frame, and a good head was heard. Zhou Suifeng took a breath, his physical fitness needs to be improved. You will know tomorrow. Walking into the yard and sitting down, releasing the blue-silver grass martial spirit, quickly practice and quickly recover from the resonance of the surrounding blue-silver grass. I don't know when my blue-silver field will be fully formed. I hope I can absorb the fairy grass. In addition to perception, Tang San's blue-silver field can also directly extract the power of the blue-silver grass and turn it into his own use. Zhou Suifeng can only resonate slightly now to expand his perception range. His kind should be called the Blue-Silver Emperor realm. Tisk. Blue-Silver Emperor, Soul Bone. In the evening, Zhu Zuyun woke up and felt that she was so comfortable sleeping. She opened her eyes in a daze and tried to get up, but she seemed to have no bones and her whole body was sore and soft. My heart was shaking. Sister, are you okay? Seeing Zhu Zuyun wake up, Zhu Zuyu, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly approached and asked with concern. It seems, it's okay. The whole body lacks strength because the muscles are too relaxed. Just now, the body received the signal from Zhu Zuyun's brain again and recovered quickly. She briefly checked her body, and it seemed that nothing had changed. When she asked Zhu Zuyu, she couldn't tell what Zhou Suifeng had done. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's go for a meal. The two sisters left the room and went to take a look at Zhu Zuking first. This little girl is chubby and very nutritious. There was no problem, the two of them went to have a meal. Zhou Suifeng had already eaten for a while. Seeing the two of them coming, they raised their eyes and had no other reaction. After eating and drinking, there was no one around. Zhu Zuyun wanted to know, Zhou Suifeng was at the end. She did something while she was asleep, but she didn't dare to speak. She could imagine what Zhou Suifeng would say as soon as he opened his mouth. Has my attitude over the past few days made you feel illusioned? Don't forget your identity. What's more, being said a few words does not hurt or itchy, but it still makes people feel frustrated. It's better not to ask. The strength is not as strong as others, so I will suffer. A few days later, Ning Fengzi investigated the outpost of Haoshan sect, a small village. There are so many people in Haoshan sect, including living supplies, building new mountain gates, etc., and there are many demands for various resources. Although I tried my best to hide it, there was nothing else in the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect and there was a lot of business. Ning Fengzi did not find the location of the Xinshan Gate. According to the report, the Haoshan sect members stationed in the village were very vigilant and almost panic. Miss Yuehua, a small village 300 miles east of Tiandu City may be the contact point of your sect. Do I need me to send some people to send you to? After receiving the news, he immediately informed Tang Yuehua. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was self-proclaimed, and the Haoshan sect sealed the mountain. Then the three sects were only 7 treasures left to support the storefront. If one day the Martial Soul Hall suddenly attacked, the 7 treasures might not be able to hold on. Through Tang Yuehua, we may be able to reach a new cooperation with Haoshan sect. The 3 sects have the same spirit. Jpg. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your help. When Yuehua returns to Haoshan sect, I will definitely ask my elder brother to thank you very much. With the salutes, Tang Yuehua couldn't wait to return to Haoshan sect. With Haoshan sect here, she is a young lady, without Haoshan sect, she is just an ordinary woman. Without the strength, she dare not imagine what she would encounter. Thanks to Tang Yin along the way, although he only had the cultivation level of 2 rings, he also solved a lot of trouble. Zhengzhu Ning, since this is the case, Yuehua will say goodbye. Tang Yin also stood up and clasped his fists. Turn around and walk out with Tang Yuehua. Passing by Kai Bao Square, he looked at Ning Yulin with a look and left the Kai Bao glazed sect. Although Tang Yuehua did not agree to Ning Fengzi's escort, Ning Fengzi still gave him a carriage. Watching the two of them leave, Ning Yulin turned around and continued to train Douluo. Okay, the rest time is up. Continue. If she converts all the toxins in her body as soon as possible, she will be free earlier. Okay, I know. Her face was unhappy, but Douluo didn't have any attacks either. She was clear about who was good to her. Well, the transformation speed that can be improved by a century-old soul ring is too low, so you still have to find one with higher abilities in the same capacity? Do you want her to be the second ring of 1,000 years? It seems that it is not impossible. On the surface, the two of them have to rely on the 3 major bands. If others want to know the secret of absorbing the soul ring beyond their age, they have to consider it. However, people always have their own time, and Douluo cannot always follow him and do nothing. This matter still needs to be discussed in the long run. In the bottom stage, suitability is more important than year. If you cannot find a suitable soul beast, consider the year improvement. He has arranged for people to continue searching, and the soul beast that is not poisonous but can swallow and absorb toxins. Douluo also arranged some people to conduct them simultaneously. Chapter 66. Let's go. When will the old man open the double pot to me? Thinking of Douluo's reaction at that time, Ning Yulin looked speechless. Although Douluo saw through it, he didn't want to show too urgently. The more anxious he was, the more flaws he would reveal. Now I am just engaged. When I get married and take down Douluo, I am afraid that the old man will be completely relieved. But by then, the daylily will be cold. Do you want them to go to the sunset forest to look for it first? Anlan brought Jian Rongxiu with her, and Qianjun, the demon subduing Qianjun, followed her in the dark. It was not suitable. Tang Yin said that he would come out when he sent Tang Yuehua back, and Tian Rui and Zhou Suifeng. Tang Yin urged the carriage hard to rush to the small village at the outpost of Haoshan sect. If you send Tang Yuehua over, he will not return to Haoshan sect. It will be difficult to come out at that time. I have been trapped in the Haoshan sect and my strength will be difficult to improve, which will drag the other 4 people down. The 5 people have 5 martial souls, and each martial soul is an opportunity to test the soul ring ratio effect. There was something hidden in his heart, and he was too lazy to talk and chat with Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua was also distracted. He didn't know what happened to the Haoshan sect now, and he didn't pay attention to Tang Yin's movements. I left Kai Bao in the morning and saw the traces of the small village at noon. Stop! Don't enter if you are idle ahead. Please take a detour. Before they got close, 2 strong men in short sweatshirts suddenly jumped out of the grass. Why don't you shout Dimasha? Without further ado, he summoned the martial souls and threw a hammer at them. Haoshan hammer? My own? Which one are you from? The 2 of them looked at Tang Yin's face, but the Haoshan hammer's martial soul could not be faked. Are you, Tang Jin and Tang Tai? Hearing someone talking, Tang Yuehua opened the small window of the carriage and looked at the 2 blockers, and was a little surprised. So it's Sister Yuehua. The 2 of them were actually familiar with Tang Yuehua, and it seemed that they were from Tang Hao's generation. It would be great to find you. This is Tang Yin, thanks to him during this period. Since they were not outsiders, the 2 of them made way out. He personally led the way and led the carriage into the village. Tang Yin saw an acquaintance who took him and others to hunt Soul Stang Kun in the ring. Sister Yuehua, since I have arrived at the place, I will say goodbye. Tang Yuehua was unexpectedly expected. Don't you go back to the sect. I won't go back. Tang Yin shook his head. In the past, life in the sect was boring enough, and the sect would have to close the mountains next time. That is even more boring. I want to go out and explore. But the Wuhan Palace is now facing the people of Haoshan sect. Sister Yuehua, let's just come here. He raised his hand and interrupted Tang Yuehua's unfinished words. Tang Yin jumped out of the carriage, left the village entrance and turned around and ran into the woods, disappearing without a trace. Tang Jin and Tang Tai didn't have time to stop them. It's because of me that he doesn't want to stay in the sect? Tang Yuehua looked gloomy and had random thoughts. Sister Yuehua, that kid. The two of them looked at Tang Yuehua in confusion. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth and couldn't say anything that they could go to get Tang Yin back. She was in a complicated mood and sighed. How are my father and elder brother? The old sect master has fallen a few days ago, and brother Xiao has become the new sect master. What? My father is dead. Running unrestrainedly in the woods, like a flexible dog in the mountains. The strong wind blew towards him, and Tang Yin only felt his whole body relaxed. Of course, it was not because of Tang Yuehua that I left the Haoshan sect. This was not a vulgar reality that I could not make even a friend. I came out for the fairy grass and soul ring. I also have to help Ning Yulin study the art of Luo Shi's spiritual forging. I can't do anything in the Haoshan sect, and Tang Yuehua doesn't let me play it. Come out, there are more young little sisters. Our face is like a Buddha who is a man of Tang. Back at Tiandu City, Tang Yin wandered on the streets. There are 3 kittens in Zhou Suifeng, so it's hard to get over. An Lan is in the temple of the martial soul, and Ning Yulin still has to deal with Duguyan. I can only go to find that guy Tianrui. Only Tianrui is now alone. Facing Tang Yin who came to him, Tianrui said intimidatingly, but he did not drive anyone away. Come in. Tianrui lives alone, and does not prepare anything too luxurious, only some simple necessities for daily life. In addition, there are many stoves of different sizes and shapes. He is now majoring in the golden feathered Luan bird martial spirit, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex is not easy to expose, and he has prepared a rough mimetic environment. There are some empty rooms, you can clean them up yourself. Tang Yin temporarily lived here. A few days later, Ning Yulin secretly sent someone a storage soul guide to Tang Yin. Inside are some strange metals collected by the whale glue glazed sect, as well as supporting forging furnaces and other things. This guy catches someone and treats it as a cow and horse. He really deserves to be the young master. He cursed and honestly sorted out everything in his hands, but the ironclad was not a good place. Although Tianrui chose the location for peace, it was already remote. But I am still in the city. If it attracts the attention of some curious guy, many more troubles will occur. I had to pack up and leave Tianrui's residence. In a small village outside Tiandu City, stay and act as a blacksmith. Can you also study the soul guide? How is the soul guide made 10,000 years later? Formation engraving, materials? It also has something to do with array patterns, right? If we can disassemble this storage soul guide intact and study the structure inside, it might be fine. But the most urgent task is to help Ning Yulin study the technique of spiritual forging and forge a spiritual tower that can blend with the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower. Even if you take the fairy grass later, it can still come in handy. If Ning Yulin's idea is successful, this external object can make up for the limit of the 7 treasure glazed tower. It will become his only bargaining chip to control the 7 treasure glazed sect, and even all the weapons and martial souls will cause a huge storm. Space meeting. It has been very quiet recently and there is nothing worth discussing. Ning Yulin said something. When you go to add the soul ring, you can try to find the ice and fire Lianji eyes. When Douluo comes to find me again, I don't know when. Lan, Tang Yin, and Tian Rui have been breaking through level 30 for several days, and a new soul ring is needed. Lan still remembers the artifact's soul transforming skills. Although it has achieved great results through the energy gathering ring of the first soul ring, it is still not as strong as the direct artifact soul transforming skills. Tang Yin has nothing to say, the power-based soul beast is better if it has a different bloodline. As for Tian Rui, after the transformation of the golden feathered Luan, the first soul skill has some instrumental effects, and can ignore the target's energy and physical defense. The second soul skill is the energy shield, which weakens 50% of the damage and damages 20%. The third soul skill is preferably an amplification soul skill. Yes, it is actually not very important. The real soul ring choice of the 5 people has to wait until they can withstand the 10,000-year soul ring before it begins. Now, it is just a matter of exploring the soul ring ratio. Chapter 67, Sunset Forest Tian, Tang, and 3 rings. I have been slamming the iron for more than 10 days, but I can't even touch any spiritual forging or not. With the characteristics of the Haoshan hammer, Tang Yinzi achieved 100 forging purification, but further down, it seemed that something was missing. I don't know if it is the limit of materials, the limit of technology, or the influence of the environment. It's time to go out. I made an appointment to hunt soul beasts with Tian Rui. The 2 of them use martial soul fusion skills to deal with stronger soul beasts. This paragraph time is the second priority, and it is mainly about digesting whale glue. Familiar with the improvements brought by whale rubber. According to Master Yu's theory, the limit of the third ring is 1760, but Tang Yin estimated that it would be no problem for him to absorb it for 3,000 years. Do you want it? Asked Tian Rui or Zhou Suifeng. Borrow 2 soul bones to absorb it. The 2 of them had harvested several soul bones in the Stardow forest before. Although the years are a little lower, it feels very good to use them to improve your physical fitness and to undertake a higher life. After the soul ring is absorbed, cut off the hands and feet that absorb the soul bones, and let Ning Yulan or Zhou Suifeng use the second soul skill of the 7 treasure glazed tower to connect it. Perfect. I was ready to move. But then another question came to mind. It should be fine if the 2 of them get broken limbs, but peeling off the soul bones seems to have a level of soul loss. Tang Hao stripped off the inherited soul bones of Haoshan sect on his body and lost a lot of soul power. It seems that I can go back to repair it, right? Discuss with others. Leave a message in the space and wait for others to gather. You guys always have wonderful ideas. Let me test whether I can take back the broken limb. This idea was the same as Zhou Suifeng's idea at that time that he said to break the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower and then absorb the soul ring. It was shocking and fearless. But if it can really speed up the 5-person practice time, it would be a good idea. As for the pain of the broken limbs, it doesn't matter if you take an anesthetic. About a week later, Ning Yulan gave others the experimental results. With the strength of his second soul skill at present, his broken limb belongs to his own, which is perfect. However, if it is something that does not belong to the person's body, although it can be connected, it will still fall off after the duration of the soul skill ends, and it will cause severe pain to the object. I don't know if the strength of 10,000 years or 10,000 years can be transformed into a permanent effect, or wait for the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower to transform into a 9 level. Is that anesthetic effective? It really won't hurt. It was obviously Tang Yin himself who proposed this idea, but now he is starting to worry again. Afraid of pain? If you can't do it, forget it. Absorbing Hyage periods, then peeling off your soul bones, upgrading, and then falling. It's better to practice ourselves if we go back and forth. Lan has read so much information in the Wuhan Hall, and she feels that this method is not very safe. Even in the Wuhan Palace, there is no comprehensive physical data about the soul bones after being absorbed or peeled off for so many years. No one knows what is more or less in the body at that time. Finally, Tang Yin decided to look at the soul beast he found before making a decision. He and Tianrui packed up their things and went straight to the Sunset Forest. Lan should also add a new soul ring and choose a different location from the two of them to enter the Sunset Forest. Zhou Suifeng was very moved by Tang Yin's thoughts, but now he has a long time to go before the next soul ring. In addition to practicing, she is also trying to use the power of the blue-silver grass soul to open up Zhu Zuyu's meridians in advance. In a few months, it will be the time for her to awaken her martial soul and verify the results. Waiting for the fairy grass. The three of them divided into two sides and entered the Sunset Forest. Tang Yin is looking for a power-based soul beast. At present, his soul ring has a 14% increase in the first soul skill and a 14% increase in strength with a 15% increase in strength, and a 20% increase in strength, ignoring defense, penetrating 20% of the third soul skill. He can be strong attack, defense, and amplitude. Tianrui's words suddenly had a whim and wanted to find a sacred soul beast, the flame and sun attributes of the golden feathered phoenix bird, which were not far from the light. Adding a sacred soul ring may get an additional bonus. Lan, if it was just Qian Rongxiu, he would like to experiment with other operations, but Qianjun subdued the demon and followed him, and he would still honestly look for the birds with flame attributes. The first and second soul skills are all increased, and the third one should also have a simple attack ability, or the most desired soul transforming skills. When the fourth one is to find a pure increase. Of course, if you encounter a powerful soul beast with a bloodline that defies the heavens, regardless of the attack or the amplitude, it is most important to improve the martial soul bloodline. Unfortunately, this golden feathered phoenix martial soul belongs to a mutant species. There is a phoenix martial soul in the soul master world, but most wind attributes, occasionally light or water attributes appear, and flame attributes are very rare. There are only a few times in the records of the martial soul hall. I don't know if there is any on the continent opposite. There is also a dragon martial soul on the Sun and Moon continent, called Zhuang and other dragons. Not low quality. Hey! Do you want to die if you are distracted in this kind of place? The previous 3 times I added the soul ring, Qian Daoliu found it directly and then captured it for Qian Rongxiu. Now she and Lan entered the Sunset Forest, feeling a little excited and full of fighting spirit. But the basic IQ is online and I am very vigilant. Turning back, I found that Lan was not in a state, wandering around. Because you are here, I feel relieved. Qian Rongxiu was inexplicably moved and couldn't speak. She snorted coldly and put her hands on her hips, then you can follow me well. Be distracted again and be careful of your ears. In another direction, Tianrui and Tang Yin were moving very fast. First look for power-based soul beasts for Tang Yin, there are many in the forest. Lions, tigers, bears, apes, cows, etc. are everywhere. Shortly after entering the range of the 1,000-year-old soul beasts, I encountered many soul beasts suitable for the Haoshan hammer. But since you have some choices, then carefully choose the better one. I wandered around for several days. Finally Lokoni giant rhinoceros breaking rock. It also has strong strength and defense. But it was over 5,000 years old. Tang Yin turned his head to look at Tianrui. Tianrui took out a soul bone, a 1,000-year-old right arm bone, which came from an ape soul beast, barely considered a power system. He harvested when he was mingling in the soul hunting team in the Star-Do forest. One of the highest pieces, there are 2,000-year-old pieces, a skull, a storm, and a storm demon wolf's left leg bone, and 300-year-old soul bones, which are not worth mentioning. Are you sure you want to do this? Tianrui was still a little hesitant. Tang Yin is not like Zhou Suifeng before, with deep hatred, nor does he mean that he is restricted by his martial soul attributes like Ning Yuan, so why bother to be so desperate? Take a deep breath, press the soul bone on your right arm, and Tang Yin directly absorbed it. We are essentially the same. If we don't try it while we are at peace now, are we still waiting for the things above to come down before fighting? The famous Erlang Shen once said that if you don't work hard when it's time to work hard, you always feel that it's almost the same, but at the critical moment, that's just a little short of that. Tianrui no longer stopped it. Originally, Tang Yin wanted to absorb all the soul bones in various parts and then directly challenge the 10,000-year-old soul beast. But let's not talk about whether the two can fight or not. The soul of the 10,000 years soul ring is shaking and cannot bet. Moreover, if there are too many absorbed parts, if the soul power is lost too much and the body is permanently damaged, wouldn't it be more cost-effective? 68 Chapter 68 The Three Rings 2. 68. The absorption process lasts for more than 10 minutes. Tang Yin obtained the skill of a demon ape attack. The effect is very average, increasing the strength by 20%, and the arm is wrapped in the aura of the demon ape, and its defense ability is doubled. The physical fitness improvement is within expectations. You can be prepared to do it. Nodded to Tianrui and used the martial soul fusion technique to solve this soul beast. If the two are alone, this giant rock-breaking rhinoceros, which has been more than 5,000 years old, may not be able to deal with it. Direct martial soul fusion skills, quick battle and quick decision. Golden feathered Luan bird and Haoshan hammer. The other martial souls, two people do not have soul rings, and they are not as powerful as the two martial souls that have added soul rings. Get close quietly, shorten the distance with the giant rhinoceros and merge quickly. Other people's martial soul fusion skills require a certain amount of time to run in and train, but the 5 people are in the same mind and shake it very short before casting. The 2 men disappeared, and a huge dark red bird burning with black and red flames appeared. There were several feathers at the tail, and at the corners of their eyes and eyebrows, there were also several short color feathers different from the feathers in their bodies. They flapped their wings and flew with a wingspan of more than 5 meters. Rushing towards the giant rhino, in a short distance, countless burning flames fell to the ground, instantly igniting the sea of fire. Set fire to the mountain and sit through the prison. Although there is no law on arson here, once the flame spreads, it will cause excessive damage to the environment and cause a riot of soul beasts. It will be inconvenient to find other soul beasts next. Control ability, absorbs the surrounding flames, turns into flame breathing, and attacks the giant rhinoceros. The giant rhino lowered its head, digging its front feet on the ground, and a dark light appeared on its surface, and then it actively rushed towards the pillar of fire. It directly knocked the pillar of fire into Mars all over the sky, and only a few wisps of blue smoke emerged from its body. Tang Yin was surprised in the space where the martial soul fusion was integrated. This is still a soul beast that can use the power of the earth to strengthen itself. This kind of ability is rare even among earth-attributed soul beasts. Fortunately, it has not exceeded 10,000 years. The flame beam just now was just the 2 of them driving the fusion of skill power, absorbing the burning flames around them to release them, and the intensity was not high. The flame of the fusion technique itself is even more powerful. Dark red flame approaches black. The temperature is extremely high and it has excellent penetration. Bypassing the collision of the giant rhino, the 2 control the fusion technique. Flying into the air, condensing energy and spitting out a slender flame at the giant rhinoceros. The giant rhinoceros was not afraid at all, so he wanted to use the same trick again. After a stalemate for a second, the black and red fire thread penetrated its skin, penetrated deep into the body, and shot out from the abdomen. Seeing this, the 2 increased the output power. Before the giant rhino could wail at the end of his life, the second half of the body quickly emitted a strong fleshy fragrance, and the organs were deteriorated. Death. Although it is not considered a flash sale, it is also considered a crushing game. Fusion is lifted. The 2 men recovered and fell from midair, and their legs became weak and they knelt on the ground. In order to fight quickly, the two of them maintained the maximum power output, and their physical strength and soul power were consumed too much in a short period of time, and their meridians were now suffering from a vague pain. The deep purple soul ring rises. Tianrui suddenly felt that this soul ring could also absorb it. Can the soul beast defeated in the state of martial soul fusion skills be absorbed by both sides? The limitation of soul ring absorption is that only the killer can absorb it, and this seems not impossible. Can you absorb the soul ring by maintaining the state of martial soul fusion? There have been many people who have had martial soul fusion skills throughout history, and I don't know if anyone has tried it. But it is obviously not a suitable time for experimentation now. Tang Yin recovered some of his strength, and Tianrui protected the Dharma and directly began to absorb the soul ring. The soul ring fell on the Haoshan hammer, and within a few seconds, Tang Yin suddenly showed pain on his face. Although absorbing the 1,000-year-old soul bone improved physical fitness, the meridians in the body were not yet proficient in the soul power that exceeded the current level. When they went up, there was an illusion that they were tearing pieces in their bodies. But the physical condition has been strengthened, and the illusion is just an illusion. There was no real tear. After several minutes of torture, the meridians became proficient in the current intensity, were successfully absorbed and accommodated, and were introduced into the danshan. Next, the soul ring energy is assimilated by its own energy and completely becomes the Haoshan hammer. The shape of the product requires water grinding, so you can't hurry up. Seeing that Tang Yin was in state, Tianrui went over and pulled the body of the giant rhinoceros, but no soul bone was found. Can we only burst out our soul bones when we form teams with others? Thinking of what happened before again makes people mutter. When you need the 10,000-year soul beast in the future, find someone else to team up and try to see if the soul bones can be exploded. It was not until night before Tang Yin absorbed it, and realized the soul skill information, and wasted a few more minutes. The main effect of this third soul skill is defense. Using soul power to resonate with the earth, a layer of protective energy is formed on the surface of the body, and the defense effect is excellent. Secondary effect: increase the power of waving the Haoshan hammer. The body protection energy can also be used on the Haoshan hammer, which can continuously increase the weight of the hammer until he can't bear it. Of course, the increased speed is a problem. After getting up and trying it, Tang Yin found that this soul skill could still accumulate energy. The longer you stand on the ground, the more the strength of the body protection energy and the weight of the hammer can increase until Tang Yin himself cannot bear it. The only disadvantage is that the feet cannot leave the ground during the charging process, otherwise it will be interrupted. The effect is good. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, and then waited to find Zhou Suifeng to verify how much soul power would be lost if he stripped the soul bone. Absorbing soul bones and adding a soul ring that exceeds the age limit, he judged that the soul power at this time should be very close to level 35. Save more than half a year of practice time. Let's rest for a night, wait until I get back to my state, and then find a soul beast that suits me. Tianrui waved his hand, climbed onto a thick tree trunk, and rested. Tang Yin's soul absorption ring has filled his previous weak state, but he has not fully recovered. Nodding, Tang Yin also climbed onto the other side, practicing while vigilating. On Anlan's side, he found a suitable soul beast earlier than Tang Yin and Tianrui. A flame sky lark that had been more than 2,000 years old, obtained a half-controlled and half-attack soul skill. Release a flame storm to attack, with a stun effect. Unfortunately, it was not forced stun, the effect was barely strong, and Anlan was not very satisfied. The soul power has not been greatly improved, more than level 31, but less than level 32. He also began to look forward to the result on Tang Yin, what will happen after peeling off the soul bones, and whether the sequelae will be serious. There was no attempt to find the ice and fire eyes, and it was very troublesome to find the place in secret. He pulled Jian Rongxiu, who was not very willing, and left the sunset forest. Are there so few soul beasts with sacred attributes? Because of Tianrui's sudden whim, the two of them were almost in the sunset forest for a month, but they still didn't find any sacred soul beasts. Tang Yin was almost losing patience. He did nothing for such a long time, and wasted. Okay. If you can't find it, Tianrui also plans to give up. When you have time and strength, look carefully. Chapter 69 3 Ring 3. Things in the world are wonderful and cannot be told to others. The two of them walked back, intending to hunt down a fire attribute soul beast he had met before, but they ran into a soul beast with sacred attributes, but the year was a little low, and it might only be more than 1,500 years. The colorful light-glazed peacock is said to have the bloodline of the phoenix. Very rare. As a matter of luck, I can't stop it. Take action. For a mere 1,000-year-old soul beast, there is no need for two people to perform martial soul fusion skills. They each looked at the martial souls and rushed up. Tianrui exploded his first soul skill, and shot out several fire feathers from a distance, inserted around the peacock, forming a bird cage. Tang Yin rushed forward with great strides and activated his third soul skill. Every time he landed, he would cause a slight earth movement. The Haoshan hammer quickly showed a deep luster and was majestic. Before the two were approaching, a glazed light flashed out, and the fire feather cage launched by Tianrui melted silently and instantly. The peacock immediately flew into the air and fled to the distance. Damn it! Purification! Tianrui was shocked. Normally, although the soul beasts of the peacock clan can fly, their flight speed is not fast. But this colorful glass peacock disappeared from the sight of the two people almost instantly under the light. Chasing. It is rare to meet a soul beast with alien bloodlines, so you must not let it go. Although everyone shares that the Hyge soul ring will cover the soul skills, the bloodline enhancement will not be cancelled, and only those with high strength will cover the soul with low strength. It means that if Tianrui successfully absorbs the bloodline of this soul beast, it can also cover other people after sharing it later. The two of them could only use the martial soul fusion technique again. This time, it was the fusion of two golden feathered phoenix birds. A red fire line was drawn in the air, and he caught up with him in the direction of the peacock's escape. I hope this guy won't run to the area where the 10,000-year-old soul beasts appear. Otherwise, I could only give up. Fortunately, it did not escape deep into the forest. I don't know if it's because of its high spiritual intelligence or its survival instinct to avoid misfortune, but I know that it's not safe to go to the range of the soul beast that has been in the 10,000 years and will be eaten. A chase. The two sides were in a stalemate, the distance was neither far nor close. Suddenly, the peacock seemed to have noticed some danger, and it was about to turn around and fly in another direction. But this kind of life and death pursuit will determine the outcome if it is delayed for a second. The two of them burst out their soul power and instantly accelerated. The golden feathered Luan bird plus version spit out a flame, burning through one of its wings. The peacock drew an arc in the air and fell in a panic. Without a wing, it cannot maintain balance to fly. When it landed, it was afraid that it would have any hidden powers. Tianrui ended it without saying a word. Then quickly suck receive. Of course, it was because of Tang Yin, who was guarding the Dharma, who was wondering why the peacock braked for no reason just now, turned around and looked around. But nothing was discovered. Behind the bushes, the breath was like a javelin, and the dark green figure hidden behind the tree was quietly watching the two. Martial soul fusion technique? Interesting. It is obviously just a 1,000-year-old soul beast, but the absorption time is beyond expectations. It took more than an hour before Tianrui opened his eyes. Tang Yin said curiously. What does it feel? It seems like it's a little changed, but I can't say it. Summoned the martial soul without possession and remained in a phantom state. Tianrui found that a light fluorescence appeared on the surface of the feathers, which was different from the scorching heat of the sun and the high temperature of the flame light. It felt very peaceful when it went up. The soul skill effect is very strong. Within the duration, it makes me completely immune to negative states and has an ablation effect on energy attacks. It can also fly, and the flight speed is super fast. At this stage, it is almost the same as teleportation. Is that true? What's wrong with me, Kong Kong? Soon? How fast is it? As soon as he snapped his fingers, the 1000-year soul ring that had just been absorbed reappeared, and Tianrui spread his wings. The golden feathered phoenix was originally orange-eared wings, and there was a hint of gold inexplicably, but if you didn't pay attention, you couldn't find it. Look! As soon as he raised his chin, Tang Yin only saw his wings move and disappeared in place. Bang! Tianrui actually bumped into a tree more than 10 meters away. Hey, hey, hey! Tang Yin looked inexplicably and complained, "This is the first time I have seen a soul master who hit a tree. There is no way, the speed is too fast, my reaction speed is a little unsatisfactory, and I feel that if I increase the speed again, my body will dissolve on the spot." No, burn? It seems that it is not right. Was it chopped up by the air? It feels not appropriate. In short, if I can bear it, it can be faster. He said a few words to himself, but in the end he was too lazy to think carefully and waved his hand. Let's go home and study it. Is this a soul skill that a 1000-year-old soul beast can provide? Isn't it too exaggerated? What's the exaggeration about this? Don't you think that invincible golden body is even more exaggerated? It's known as the invincible defense under God. What else can you say in this world? There is no reason to say. In words, there are more than just the strange things about soul skills. As the two of them talked, they gradually walked away. The dark green javelin behind the bushes hesitated for a moment, without any movement. The two had no grudges with him, nor did they offend him, nor did they have a hostile position on both sides, so why both sides commit murder? The martial soul fusion technique is rare. Tell that kid, let him worry. The dark green clothes stood like javelins, and of course there would be no one else except Douluo. He wanted to recruit 2 people. If possible, he would leave some helpers for Douluo that Ning Yulan didn't know. But judging from the age of the two, he was not young anymore, and it was impossible to mature at this age, and he didn't know the details and character of the two, so he was too lazy to investigate. I still told Ning Yulan to let that brat take action, whether it was to recruit or get rid of it. Let him worry. In the current realm of the two, they had no sense of Douluo's existence at all. Tianrui has not yet developed the ability of electromagnetic induction, nor does it have the prototype blue-silver field like Zhou Suifeng. At present, the most important means of perception is still relying on the 5 senses. Return to the initial course of action and take a break. I beat 2 rabbits for dinner and ignited a bonfire. We're going to continue looking for a double pot. After searching everywhere, Tang Yin was already impatient. Forget it, let's go. That kind of place should not be in the range where the 1000-year-old soul beasts appear. Either let Zhou Suifeng rely on the blue-silver grass to find it, or you can only wait for that guy Ning Yulan. Tianrui yawned after turning the wooden stick so that the rabbit would not roast the batter. It is difficult to find the location of the ice and fire eyes alone, and it will be even more troublesome if you encounter Douluo during the search process. It's better to leave early and do something else. After eating and drinking, the two of them rested and left the forest tomorrow. Although the night was not a big deal for the two, they were too lazy to waste their energy and be wary of some night hunters that might appear, and it was easier to move during the day. Chapter 70 Soul Bone Leaking Experiment. Douluo's movement speed is naturally much faster than the two of them. While the two were still roasting rabbits, he had already left the sunset forest. After going back to Douluo's house, he saw that Douluo was not there, so he knew where Ning Yulan was. After the engagement, the agreement between the two parties that took turns to live was invalid, and the two children wanted to go wherever they wanted. After Ning Yulan heard his words, he looked confused. No, Can you encounter this? Fortunately I didn't take action. I didn't expect my grandfather to meet two people who use martial soul fusion skills. I know. This kind of talent cannot be let go, so I will arrange someone to investigate immediately. Hurry up and finish it. Don't let this old man care about it. After saying that, he looked at Douluo expectantly, hoping that the old man could say what he wanted to hear. But the old man seemed to have had a fight with him, and his playful eyes were pretending to be confused. What are you doing when you look at me like this? Lao Deng. Be careful, I will take Douluo this and that in the future, and that and this one? From the sunset forest came out and the two returned to their residences. Tang Yin left a message in the space and asked Zhou Suifeng to come to him and help with the surgery to remove the soul bones. He was not easy to come to the door, and there were outsiders there. Ning Yulin's side is full of people and eyes, and there are people who follow him when he comes out, which is not suitable. Knowing their actions, Zhou Suifeng had been waiting for a long time, paying attention to the information and messages in the space 3 times a day. When you see the latest news, take action immediately. I'll go out, stay here and don't run around. After giving Zhu Zuyun a sentence, he set out directly. Before leaving, he stood at the door and looked back at Zhu Zuyun. You can do it too. Let's take them away while I'm away. I will never go to find you. Leave her a strange smile and quickly leave. Zhu Zuyun was crazy and stamped her feet in anger. Seeing Zhou Suifeng go out, she did have the idea of taking the opportunity to take her 2 sisters away. But even if you successfully escape, where can you go? If the people from Xingluo Empire find out and catch them back, they will continue the bloody and cruel competition between sisters. Even if the loser fails to die after abolishing his soul power, he will become a canary imprisoned in the palace. That's worse than death. It was not discovered by the people of Xingluo Empire, but instead bumped into a certain noble slave-catching team and was caught back as an auction house to train women, which was even more miserable. She knew that because of the existence of the Spirit Hall, the conflict between the 2 empires was mediated. The Tiandu Empire had been peaceful for a long time and had long forgotten the struggles during the founding of the country. The Tiandu nobles were far more corrupt than the Xingluo Empire, who prepared for battle and made achievements. Although the nobles of the Xingluo Empire also have all kinds of dirty things. The heavenly man who claims to be above ordinary people has different ideologies. In their opinion, this is their right, neither sin nor evil. Sighed and locked the door firmly. Zhu Zuyun decided to stay for a while. After leaving Tiandu City, Zhou Suifeng summoned the blue-silver grass martial soul, activated the 2nd soul skill, and split out countless blue-silver filaments to weave it into a flying bird. Switched to the 7 treasure glazed tower to give it vitality. He raised his foot and stepped on the blue-silver bird and flew directly to the place where Tang Yin was. The object given vitality by the 2nd soul skill of the glass tower fully abides by the orders of the master of the martial soul. Although the village where Tang Yin lives is not big, it is close to Tiandu City and has a large population. In order to avoid the irrelevant villagers from noticed that Tang Yin left the village for a distance in advance and the two met in the woods nearby. Connect the blue-silver grass to alert the surroundings. Zhou Suifeng took out the tools prepared in advance. Find someone to customize various sharp blades similar to scalpels in advance to cut off the arms faster and better. This. Looking at those things, Tang Yin swallowed. It really won't hurt, right? Don't worry, I move very quickly and will not let you devils flaws and enjoy the heart. He clamped the sharp blade with his fingers and scratched the air twice. Zhou Suifeng looked at Tang Yin calmly. When things have come to this point, do you still want to retreat and retreat? Crossed his hands and pinched the bones, making a crunch. Tang Yin grinned and raised his arm that absorbed the soul bones. Come. Zhou Suifeng suddenly threw away the knife in his hand and threw out a small bottle, which had not been used up in the Zhu family before. Tang Yin was so stuffy that he blinked, and after a few breaths, he lay down in front of him, kicked his legs and softened. Squat down, summoned the blue-silver grass martial soul, drilled into Tang Yin's arm with thin silk, and directly gave birth to the soul-descending bone. It is sharper than a scalpel, convenient and saves time. Which hand is coming? By the way, it's the right arm. A rough job like digging soul bone is much easier than a delicate job like developing the meridians of the two sisters. After detecting the location of the soul bone, it did not peel it off directly. Through the thin filaments, I felt the state of the soul bone in the soul master's body. This kind of energy state is not easy to deal with. Only then did I realize that what I just thought would not work. If I did not let my right arm leave Tang Yin's body and disconnect the soul power connection. Although the soul bones are attached to the soul master's arm, they are always in an energy state. They are entangled with the soul master's soul power and are inseparable from each other. It is impossible to peel them off directly. This form? If there are enough samples, it may be able to artificially create soul bones. But you probably have to collect massive amounts of data, and you also have to master the technology of energy substantive. Energy is substantive soul core? Why did you go back again? Shaking his head, Zhou Suifeng withdrew his attention, controlled the thin filaments, and began to separate Tang Yin's right arm. Leave his right arm intact and without wear. Temporarily seal the wound with blue-silver filaments. Switch to the martial soul of the glazed tower, but cannot directly attach vitality. You must wait for the energy to condense into soul bones again. The time was not long, and Zhou Suifeng felt the appearance of the soul bone in a few minutes. He quickly stripped it and then broke Tang Yin's limbs. The life reaction of the section is still very vivid, but some qi and blood are slightly lost. It was more than half an hour later to straighten out the broken blood vessels, meridians, etc. Tang Yin woke up. How? Meditation, sensing the current soul power. His face was not very happy. I lost more than 3 levels, and I am only about 31 now. I'm afraid the peeled soul bone is not the main reason. What's more important is the loss of qi and blood during the process of falling off the broken limb. Zhou Suifeng raised a possibility and then said, "Don't make a fool of yourself during this period, practice as soon as possible to see how long can you repair the lost soul power. Let Ning Yulan prepare some nourishing medicinal materials, it should there are no major sequelae. If we can just refill the space that was not satisfied with the bucket like we did after we awakened our martial soul, the speed of recultivation should not be too slow. If it goes well, the path of absorbing soul bones to improve physical fitness and forcibly absorbing high-aged soul rings can continue. Before absorbing the fairy grass, everyone can improve their foundation." Chapter 71 The Real Thing. After a brief meeting, Zhou Suifeng left directly and took the soul bone away. If Tang Yin's situation was good afterwards, then this soul bone could continue to do experiments for others. Tiandu City. Your Majesty, now Poison Douluo has joined the 7 treasure glazed 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 g. In addition, although the location of Haoshan sect is not clear, it is certain that it is within the territory of my Tiandu Empire. If we can win it over, no matter whether it is facing the Spirit Hall or the Xingluo Empire, my Tiandu will be as stable as Mount Tai. After the meeting of the small dynasty, the ministers dispersed, and Xuexing came to find Shuiye alone and said something like the previous one. Shuiye sighed. How could he not know the importance of the three major sects, but he has sent out signals of friendship over the years. Blue Lightning completely ignored it. Kai Bao politely returned, although he kept his face, he did not get the insight he wanted. Maybe, we can marry Ning Feng like Douluo. It's like thinking about something on a snowy night. He glanced at Swexing. You mean Ning Fengzi's daughter? No, no. Xuexing's face changed and he hurriedly refuted. He didn't know if Ning Fengzi had any eyeliners in the palace. If this was heard in Ning Fengzi's ears and knew that the emperor had the idea of his daughter, it would be terrible. He said hurriedly. I mean, Xueke. Ning Fengzi's sixth son is engaged to Douluo's granddaughter. With Xueke's age, Ning Fengzi's 5 sons are about the same. Xue Ye shook his head. Let me talk about it, let me consider it. Like Ning Fengzi's favor of Ning Rongrong. Xueke is one of the few, or even the only princesses, and Xue Ye also loves her a lot, so she still feels a little reluctant to take it out as a bargaining chip. Looking at Xue Ye's face and feeling his attitude, Xuexing shook his head and left disappointed. He is indeed old, and he has no previous character at all. Xue did not agree, and he himself did not dare to cross the emperor to contact Ning Fengzi, so he could only suppress his own thoughts. After sitting for a while, Xue Ye also got up and left, and Xuexing's words just now were still lingering in her mind. Marriage is not good. Then, why are you a disciple? 4 princes choose one to worship Ning Fengzi as your disciple. With Ning Fengzi's character, you should not directly refuse. Only with superficial relationships can you continue to develop. Who should I choose? The figures of the 4 princes flashed in their minds. The boss has a high eye and low hand, and is narrow-minded, so he will not accomplish any big deal. The 4th brother couldn't sit still when he was young. The 2nd and 3rd brother are more suitable. The last time I sent someone over there, I hinted that Ning Fengzi did not explicitly refuse. The 3rd brother is not good. He is brave and resourceful, and he will be the best candidate to take over the empire in the future. Maybe he can lead Tiandu to recreate the scenery of the founding of the country. It seems that only King He is the most suitable. After the 3 of them added the 3rd soul ring, the activities between the 5 people entered a calm period again. Ning Yulin always felt that he could not be too urgent about the things in the double pot. Dugubo held the air and wanted to see when this kid would give in. Seeing that he could not handle the fairy grass in a short time, it was difficult for the demon Qunjun and the others to explore the sunset forest, and Lan took Qian Rongxiu away from Tiandu city and headed to the next tourist location. Tian Rui packed up his things and set off for Shuo Academy. After practicing, Tang Yin lifted iron all day long and was preparing to wait for another half a year to see. If he couldn't get the fairy grass, he would go to Zhengzhen city to further study the forging technique. Zhou Suifeng lives a very simple life every day. He practices, catches Zhu Zuyun and trains her. At night, each of the 2 sisters had an hour of meridian refinement, and Zhu Zuyu was about to awaken her martial soul. Develop your own soul skills in your spare time, and the 3rd soul skill can absorb water elements to restore the ability, and maybe you can develop active skills. In this way, 2 months passed in peace. Space party. Tian Rui's legs were raised on the table, very stern. I have successfully entered the Shuo Academy and they are very welcome to me. How can the 3-ring soul lord, who is no more than 12 years old, still have the kind of powerful beast martial soul, not welcome it? Did they say you say nothing, let you participate in the Soul Master competition? An Lan asked. Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master College Elite Competition, once every 5 years. The 5 people have experienced one class during their cultivation journey, but there are no talents worth paying attention to. In more than a year, another Soul Master competition will be held. 2634. I just joined. They may have this meaning but have no expression yet. But Tian Rui curled his lips and spread his hands, it is impossible to test the comprehensive strength of a soul master in a game on the ring. There is no meaning to participate at all. Exposing our information too early, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Even if you want to participate, you will participate in the last session of Tang Buddha and his team. With the momentum of thunder and the invincible attitude of the world, the 5 people were declared. By the way, I'll get some little fangirls. Tang Yin said something good news. I have successfully broken through Qinyu. Trapped by Bei Zhao, he originally planned to learn from other blacksmith shops to see if there are any techniques that can be learned from. But suddenly there was a whim, and a miracle was produced with great force, and the soul-opening skill increased the weight of the Haoshan hammer, carrying soul power, and breaking through to 1,000 forks. But I still have no idea about spiritual forging. Spirit forging, I can't think of how to make a piece of cold metal produce spirituality. When he was talking, his expression was a little subtle and strange. The first piece of metal that had been completed forged in thousands of times felt a little less obvious change, but he was not sure and still did not intend to explain it to the 4 of them for the time being. When lightning strikes. Tianrui suddenly had a whim. You see, in most fantasy worlds, when strange things in heaven and earth or creatures that are contrary to ordinary people's understanding appear, there will be thunder tribulation. If not, blood sacrifice, Ouyuizagan Zhang Mo Yet and others. It's worth trying. Tang Yin nodded to indicate that he received it. Is there any news about the Xingluo Empire? Zhou Suifeng asked, and the targets were Enlan and Ning Yulan. Enlan shook his head, and he was still swaying around outside with Jian Rongxiu, without paying attention. Ning Yulan said something. The Dai family found several people from the Zhu family's side, but they didn't seem to have any talent. In addition, they didn't seem to find that the 3 Zhu Zuyun sisters were still alive. Zhou Suifeng nodded. This is normal. In the Duke's mansion, he left no clues except for the aura of the blue-silver grass, unless the Dai family has the ability to trace back time, otherwise he would definitely not be able to discover it. I'm already level 30, so I'm going to add the 3rd soul ring. After hunting the soul beast, I'll talk to Dugubo about the double pot. Holding up on the table, Ning Yulan's figure gradually faded and disappeared. You can't waste your 5 more time just because of a mere old man. Get the fairy grass quickly so that you can continue with other things. Chapter 72 Preparation. After receiving Ning Yulan's approval, everyone's mentality calmed down a little. Enlan wanted to send Jian Rongxiu back to Wuhan City and find a reason to come back later. If you have any fairy grass suitable for her after using it for 5 of you, then bring one. But then I thought about it. If there is a secret that only 2 of us know, it will make our relationship closer. Tianrui sighed. How long has it been safe and he has to run back again? The location of the Shiwo Academy is not close to the Sunset Forest. After the meeting, Zhou Suifeng took the 2 sisters into the massage room and expanded his meridians one after another. After explanation, let them go to rest. Continue to practice in the massage room. The Qi method is wonderful and mastered for so long, but none of the 5 people have reached the last chapter of cultivating immortals. According to the normal world of immortal cultivation, this speed is very normal. But this world is not a normal world of cultivating immortals. Forget it, even if you can't practice that level for the time being, just the guidance of the first 3 articles, it's the guidance of the pony and the silence of forgiveness. Although it is a bit of a remnant. Ascension and immortality are one of the enduring pursuits of mankind throughout history. Although I haven't continued to devour the energy of the plant-based soul beast during this period, I have reached level 34. If I use the immortal grass, I should directly break through to 40. A sentence to myself. It's time to consider the 4th soul ring. According to Tang Yin's results, if you absorb the soul bones and then peel them off, the speed of recultivating the soul power will require about 2/3 of the normal practice time. It is a little slower than when everyone just woke up and refilled the missing level 8 soul power, but it is also much faster than normal practice. With the help of Ning Yulin's various tonic medicinal herbs and the growth energy of his own blue-silver grass, there will be no sequelae. To this day, Zhou Suifeng has become proficient in converting the growth effect of the first soul skill into healing ability. Not to mention, there is also the second soul skill of the 7 treasure glazed tower. The first soul skill grows, the second soul skill splits, the third soul skill entangles, and the water-absorbing element regeneration. At present, the strength is enough, so, the fourth soul ring. Do you want to find a blue-silver grass that is 10,000 years old? Continue to supplement the origin of the blue-silver grass. No, Lan Yinhuang Emperor is still alive, and there is also Tang San, a half-grass man. No matter how I improve the origin of Lan Yinhuang Emperor, I cannot break through to the level of Lan Yinhuang Emperor, unless I swallow Tang San's bloodline. What I need to do is to let the blue-silver grass reach a level beyond the blue-silver emperor. What soul beast can play this role in the blue-silver grass? The alien plant-based soul beasts are much harder to find than the alien bloodline animal soul beasts. There seems to be a 10,000 demon king among the ferocious beasts. He has eaten an unknown immortal grass, and its original body is a demonic demon tree. But if you look for it, it may be it eating me, not me eating it. If I cannot make the blue-silver grass evolve through the soul ring, can I drive evolution myself? An idea came out in my mind, but it was very hazy and had no clear veins. Lan sent Jian Rongxiu back to Wuhan City. She originally planned to take her out secretly and go to the Sunset Forest together, but after careful consideration, she gave up this idea. It's hard to say that during this trip, everyone needs to merge all 5 people. This is the biggest secret of the 5 people. Before the decisive power, even around you the women closest to them cannot be known. As for Douluo, I will check it out later. He probably won't have any too dangerous thoughts when he is holding Douluo in his hand. Moreover, if you don't have a good 5-person fusion skill, it won't be too big of a problem to master Douluo. Yu Xiaogang and his 3% fusion skills are enough to make their legends circulated everywhere in the mainland. Even if these 5-person fusion skills cannot go against the will of heaven, it is still a myth level, right? Ning Yulin's time to obtain the third soul ring was much longer than everyone expected. After obtaining the first soul ring attached with the water attribute, Ning Yulin set the root of the 5 elements for the subsequent soul rings. The third soul ring should be earth attribute. There are many souls with earth attributes, but not many soul beasts that can actively use earth element power. If you directly search for those soul beasts related to the earth attribute to absorb, you will most likely only obtain strength attachments, or defense attachments. In order to make it more accurate to attach a high-edge soul ring to cover it in the future, this soul ring needs to be carefully searched. I searched for this soul ring for more than 4 months. The Gobi Desert, the Sunset Forest, and the stars. We found nearly 20 soul beasts related to earth attributes one after another. We fought one after another, but we did not feel the fluctuations of earth elements on them. Finally, in the Star Doe Forest, a soul beast that looked like a pangolin was found. Successfully obtained the ability to attach earth elements. After obtaining this soul skill, Ning Yulin immediately conducted an experiment. Although he had no metallicity and fire attributes, water, wood and earth could also complete another cycle. The specific effect he couldn't explain it clearly. He felt that the vitality of the second soul skill seemed to have been strengthened a lot, but after leaving the soul skill, he could not transform into a real life. Intuitively speaking, it seems that the CD is consumed less and the power is increased. All 3 skills are following the guards of the 7 treasures glazed sect around him. Seeing that the ancestor finally found the soul beast he wanted, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Never seen any soul masters so patiently looking for a specific soul ring. In the past, the young masters and ladies tried their luck and hunted whatever they appeared. If they were like this every time, they would be exhausted. The purpose is achieved, you can return. Ning Yulin put away his martial soul and issued an order. Although the guards were higher than him, no one dared to complain. Following up one after another. After returning to Kaibao, he rested overnight and went straight to Duguyan. During the 4 months she wasted, Tianrui and Anlan had arrived in Tiandu city again. And Zhou Suifeng's double cultivation speed had increased by 2 levels of soul power. Time has been spent in vain. Yan Yan, have Grandpa come back these days? Fueled by Ning Yulan, Duguyan also entered a state of diligent cultivation, but her soul power level did not improve quickly, and the main purpose was to transform and reduce toxins in her body through the ability of the first soul ring. Over the long period of time, the soul power has only been improved by only 1 level. Although Ning Yulan wanted her to circulate and absorb the energy converted from toxins, it could be absorbed after Dugubo's examination, but under the influence of toxins, it would become highly toxic again. If you want to do this, you have to worry after the toxins in her body are eliminated by more than 50%. Grandpa is at home. Seeing Ning Yulan, Duguyan's eyes flashed with joy. This time he went there for more than 4 months, and Duguyan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when he was not around. He stood up and immediately returned to the proud young lady. What soul skills have you obtained after going there for so long? Chapter 73 Lao Deng, you won, I didn't lose. Although I want to get the fairy grass as soon as possible, I just stop seeing Duguyan's reaction. 1 year of protection, 3 years of pain, 7 years of itch, and 10 years of appointment. The 2 of them are almost in the first stage now, and they have to pay attention to her in every aspect and cannot ignore it. I finally live up to this trip. Naturally, they grabbed her palm and walked towards the backyard. My soul skills have been enhanced. Let you try it later, and it will make you feel more comfortable than before. Really? Both of them are still young, and there is no ambiguity in these words. Back garden. I saw Dugubo sitting in the pavilion, closing his eyes to rest. Hearing his granddaughter approaching, he opened his eyes, but unexpectedly saw the annoying brat, snorted coldly, and closed his eyes again. When he came closer, he pulled Duguyan to sit down next to him. Ning Yulan sighed. Grandpa, you won. Please take me there. Humph. Seeing Ning Yulan surrender, Dugubo laughed proudly, squid? And swamp again. Duguyan suddenly spoke, which made him silent. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Wouldn't you just give it to him if you want anything, Yulan? Dugubo, my heart hurts so much. He glared at Ning Yulan fiercely. You kid, haven't you forgotten the conditions at that time? This is nature. Humph. Come with me. He stood up, held Ning Yulan with one hand and grabbed Duguyan with the other. Dugubo ran at lightning and entered the sunset forest not long afterwards. Ning Yulan tried hard to remember the movement route and reached the poisonous miasma. Hold your breath for the time being, I will deal with the poisonous miasma. Put the 2 on the ground. Dugubo began to deal with the poisonous miasma. Although he could fly directly from the air with the 2 of them, he had to scare the brat no matter how hard he was, so that he could see his ability as poison Douluo. He pinched his hand, then waved his arms, and the poisonous miasma spread to both sides, and a path that reached the depths appeared. How about it? My grandfather is so powerful. There are very few people in the world who can resist his poison. Dugubo couldn't help but feel proud when he heard the voice of his granddaughter admiring him later. But at the same time, I also sighed in my heart that few people could block his poison, but most of them could kill him. Awesome! Ning Yulan's voice came, and Dugubo frowned. You little brat, you know that every family has a great career, and such a heartless voice is too underestimated by me. Through the poisonous miasma, I came to a mountain wall. No grass grows, it is extremely smooth, and there is no place where people can climb. Dugubo wants to make things difficult for this little brat anymore. The place has arrived, and it depends on how you can get up. The result was Duguyan. Grandpa, why are you standing there? Take us up. Yan Yan, you. Forget it. Douluo sighed silently and grabbed the two of them again, rising and falling. A few minutes. Ning Yulan finally saw those things that can make people go against the will of heaven and change their fate. That red and blue spring water, many rare treasures shining with brilliance. The misty hot air and sulfur breath make people feel a little tight of their chest for a while. Resisting her restless mood, Ning Yulan quickly adapted to the environment here, turned around and gave Douluo a vitality extension, allowing her to adapt quickly. The things are all here, kid, I won't interfere with what to do next, but don't forget your assurance to me. Ning Yulan didn't say anything, thinking about the suitable Douluo. 8-petaled fairy orchids can strengthen the foundation and cultivate the essence to remove impurities, which seems to be good. The poison in Douluo's body should be considered as the category of impurities. There is also the earth dragon gourd. The thing has the word dragon, but it is a treasure with earth attributes. It is hard to tell whether it is good or bad for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. If it is given to Douluo, the probability of the evolution of the green phosphorus snake exceeding 80%. The remaining starfall jade bead grass that can absorb and convert energy may be useful, and the 9th grade purple Ji is similar. After eliminating the toxins, the biphosphon snake martial soul really has no advantage in facing other powerful martial souls. Ning Yulan couldn't say which one worked best for her. She told Douluo about the results he had guessed and asked him to decide. Douluo is very interested in the earth dragon, golden gourd. If the green phosphorus snake can evolve into a dragon with earth attribute, it is also a top among the martial souls. But Yan Yan's personality is not steady enough. If she really gets the power of the earth dragon, it may be counterproductive. Just the one who strengthens the foundation and cultivates the essence to remove impurities, and then find a way from the soul ring in the future. After careful consideration, Douluo decided to choose 8-piece immortal orchid. First, he didn't know whether Ning Yulan was saying true or not, although this stinky brat would probably not harm his granddaughter. Secondly, based on his experience, what limitations may be there for this kind of thing. It is better to choose one with no obvious attributes. Third, compared to the unknown, it is better to choose to lay a solid foundation for the so-called evolution into a earth dragon. Only when the foundation is laid can a tall building be built. The two of them spoke, but Douluo did not express any comments at all. When this place comes in, the rich energy makes people feel a little uncomfortable. After getting used to it, the magnificent and fantastic scenery begins to attract people. While the two were communicating, she was playing with flowers and attracting butterflies. There are butterflies in this place. Just as I was about to go over and dig up the 8-petaled fairy orchid for Douluo, I noticed her movements and found that there was a butterfly in this place. Logically speaking, it is extremely difficult to have other animals in the environment of the ice and fire Lianjian, except for the rare treasures of immortal grass. This butterfly is not an alien beast, right? But the soul power fluctuation seems to be not strong. Digged up the fairy grass and handed it to Douluo, explained the way to take it, watched her take it and absorb it. Ning Yulan stared at the butterfly, thought for a moment, and grabbed it. After careful observation, it is not a different bloodline butterfly. Maybe it's because the environment here looks very different from the butterflies outside. There is no need to kill it, see if there is any soul ring or something. After guarding Douluo for a while, I felt that there was nothing wrong. Douluo walked over. I thought you guys could wait for a year or two. He had long seen that Ning Yulan was soft on the outside and hard on the inside, with a light and light on the surface, but in fact he was hidden. I originally thought I would be stalemate with him for a year or two, but I didn't expect to give up in such a short time. It seems a little urgent. I'm not waiting for time, old Deng, Grandpa. The matter of Haoshan sect, the Wuhan Palace has sent a signal to the mainland. It won't be stable for too long. Looking at Douluo's figure, Ning Yulan sighed. It's not a pity that the 8-petaled fairy orchid was It's just a pity that I and others have not learned how to refine the immortal herbs into pills. Although Lan looked for Ju Douluo and asked Yang Wudi to teach some knowledge of refining medicine, he could not handle the treasures of the level of the immortal grass. In order to maximize the effect, you can only follow the original method and swallow it whole. If you can open up the different dimension channel, go to Dupo or other worlds of cultivation and learn to refine alchemy. What's the point of being young and worried all day long? You should have fun at your age. There's a man who falls. As he said that, he paused for no reason and Douluo coughed. There are also 2 of you 7 treasures glazed sex sword bones, we old guys are holding on. Chapter 74 finally arrived. He waved his hand, but Ning Yulan didn't reply. Thinking about how to let the other 4 people come in without being discovered by Douluo. I don't know when this old man will leave. What will happen if he lets him know the existence of the other 4 people? No. This is our biggest secret. No one can say it until there is enough self-protection. When Douluo absorbs it, find an excuse to stay here first. This waited for 2 hours. Douluo and Ning Yulan watched Douluo's hair turn into normal hair color little by little. At the same time, a lot of turbid air exhales from the mouth and nose and dissipates in the air. Isn't it actually a way to directly excrete dirt on the surface of the body? This fairy grass is really domineering. After underestimating, Ning Yulan went over to greet him. How is it? How do you feel? Douluo clenched her fist, spread her palms, and moved her body. Absorbing the fairy grass made her body develop a little more. She looked like she was completely a girl and had left the little lowly stage. My body feels so relaxed. So comfortable. Ning Yulan raised his hand and grabbed her palm. He was about to release his soul power to investigate the situation in her body, but he couldn't help but pinched it several times. It was so soft, it felt like there was no bone. And this waste, has completely turned into a waste sperm. Although his physical functions are not allowed, Ning Yulan was very impulsive. Stop the restless thoughts and carefully investigate the situation inside her. It lasts for more than 10 minutes. Then he nodded to Douluo. It's very good. The remaining poison in Yanyan's body has been completely cleared. As long as the poison-attributed soul ring is no longer added in the future, there is no need to worry about poisoning. Her physique is already very pure. Douluo swallowed his saliva, unable to believe Ning Yulan's words, so he also checked it. I almost cried and finally solved a problem. Maybe, I can still see Yanyan's children? The old man's thoughts changed very quickly. Yanyan, release your martial soul and see. Ning Yulan was a little curious about whether her martial soul would have changed. Wait a moment. She replied, then closed her eyes slightly and yelled softly. Summoned a martial soul, without possession. Ning Yulan and Douluo approached and observed. The small green phosphorus snake generally looks no different from before. The scales are still green in color, but it was a low dark color before, which makes people feel dangerous and uncomfortable at first glance. It's bright green now, and it feels more energetic. Apart from these, no external changes can be seen. There are still some toxins, but the ability of the martial soul itself is completely transformed by soul power and will not produce the sequelae of poisoning. Of course, its power is not as good as before. She used her first soul skill. Originally, she absorbed the toxins in her body and converted them into energy and excreted them, but now her body is no longer poisonous, and it becomes absorbing energy and converting energy. Some of the effects of Onlin and Tianrui's energy gathering are similar to the effects of energy gathering. It's just that the power is a bit unmatched, but on the other hand, she completely surpassed the two of them. Her control over the energy after conversion is very high. Although it is not 100%, it is still 80 or 90. With a little practice, you can easily develop some self-created soul skills. Then, Douluo discovered something surprising. My soul power, I have improved my level 5 soul power. Now it's level 16. She was very excited. If this continues, she will be able to add the second soul ring soon and further catch up with Ning Yulin's speed. Ning Yulin is obviously only 1 year older than her, but she is 2 soul rings ahead of her, and she feels a little inferior. But it never showed it, Douluo and Ning Yulin had no idea. Now, she feels that she is okay. It shouldn't be necessary that she can add a soul ring until next year. Conservatively estimated that by the time she reaches the age of the plot, she should at least be more than 1 soul ring. If you put in a lot of effort, it is not impossible for both. The problems on Yanyan were finally solved, and she finally lived up to her responsibilities. Turning around, Ning Yulin bowed to Douluo. As for your problem, I have been thinking about it, there is only one way at present. Everyone knows how to use the poison skills of Buddha Tang. Yang Wudi's technical level cannot help Douluo's poison. For the time being, he can only use the original soul bone method. Moreover, Tang Yin's idea also gave another route. With Ning Yulin here, Douluo can constantly change his soul bones. Force the toxin into the soul bone and change it to another one when it reaches its limit. After that, I will help you find a 100,000-year-old soul bone, so you can rest assured. 100,000 years of soul bone? It's not a small tone. You can keep that thing for yourself. I don't have to worry about it. Grandfather. Douluo was coquettish. Okay, Grandpa just won't say it. The granddaughter's problem was completely solved, and Douluo's heart fell to the ground, and there was no longer any worries. His own problems, as he said, do not need 2 children to worry about. Give Ning Yulin a look. According to the previous agreement between the two, Douluo's receipt also solved the hidden dangers on his body. He just asked Ning Yulin how to use the rest. Then let's go back. Listening to Ning Yulin's words, Douluo surprised. Just go back like this? Is it ugly? Don't make one for yourself? How could I not? Just go back and prepare for it first. You kid, you probably don't want me and Yanyan to see your secret, right? The sound of the squid became a thread. Douluo stared at Ning Yulin unhappily, and the sound transmission penetrated into his ears. This old man is still so keen, Ning Yulin smiled without saying a word. Douluo frowned. He was not interested in Ning Yulin's secret, but you can't even know about Yanyan. However, Ning Yulin could not transmit voices, so he could only continue to smile. He snorted coldly. He was in a good mood now and was too lazy to care about it. Yanyan, let's go and let this brat stay here by himself. Looking back at Ning Yulin, Douluo didn't understand why, and he had provoked his grandfather. Ning Yulin spread his hands. Grandpa. Douluo grabbed Douluo's arm. There is no food or drink here, how can you keep him here? Yanyan. You should be more careful. Douluo's words are very serious. I'm guarding against us. We're almost a family, and we're still hiding it. It's not a good thing. Look, you're better off as a bad guy than this guy. I'll hide it from you now, maybe I'll hide more things from you in the future. The voice is not small, so I clearly told Ning Yulin. Douluo asked a question, which made him silent. Grandpa, do you know everything about you if you dare to say grandma? This. Douluo is speechless. She snorted lightly, exactly the same as Douluo's actions not long ago. I believe in him. If I don't know something, then I won't know. Chapter 75. 5 people gathered. Facing Douluo, Douluo turned her face and blinked playfully with Ning Yulin, saying, wait until I go back, I will settle the score with you. Ning Yulin was very satisfied with giving her a thumbs up. Douluo is both sad and relieved. The sad granddaughter has become the shape of someone else, and I am pleased that there may be no problems with the relationship between the two in the future. In the end, he took Douluo away from the Binghuo Lianjian and threw it to Ning Yulin, and would come in a few days. It may be the next day, or it may be 10 days and half a month. Before leaving, he glared at Ning Yulin with great dissatisfaction. The original good mood disappeared. After the grandparents and grandchildren left, Ning Yulin retreated into the shadow corner of the mountain wall, meditated, entered the space, and left a message to notify the other 4 people. The time for departure is here. The 4 of them have been paying attention to Ning Yulin's movements during this period. They set off immediately as soon as they saw the message. Enter the sunset forest from different directions. Under the guidance of Josua Feng Lanyan's perception, he felt the vicinity of the poisonous miasma without any danger. Then the martial soul merged and entered the ice and fire eyes from the air. The 5 people met officially in the real world for the first time, looking at each other and didn't speak at the first time. Although everyone's faces look different, everyone feels inexplicably looking at the other 4. Strange silence. There is not much time, hurry up and take action. Ning Yulin took out the tools and handed them to the 4 people. He himself, the tulip. Onlin, coxcomb, phoenix sunflower. Tang Yin, strange chrysanthemum. Tianruhi has many choices, but it can be said that he doesn't have them. Now he is majoring in the golden feathered luan, but the coxcomb and phoenix sun are chosen by Enlan. Another fire apricot and jiaosu, which is related to fire attributes, will only poison people to death. Even if you take the star anise black ice grass together, it will not have the greatest effect. Finally, he chose a rare treasure called Xingluo Lingzu. This thing has the ability to absorb the essence of stars and moons at night, which may be very helpful for the cultivation of the wonderful skills of Qi Dharma. The rest is not much worse for him to get the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Josua Feng, the black jade divine bamboo. With this thing, the strength of the blue-silver grass martial soul will be increased to the peak, and there is no need to consider any other abilities in the future. Just constantly superimpose your life attributes. As for the same as Tang San, ice and fire immunity, after everyone has absorbed it, let's see who will absorb the 2 ice and fire fairy grasses. As for the lovesickness and heartbreaking redness, the thing is ominous, and the story is so sad and beautiful. But when you get that thing, something that makes people heartbroken will definitely happen, Tang San and Xiao Wu, Huo Yuhao and. Besides, the 5 people couldn't take them down, so keep them for the time being. The remaining ones are the divine jade bones, which are the 3 more heavyweights, such as the dark water dew and the sweet fragrance and the silk and silk immortals. I will consider it later. Each of them made out fairy grass and searched for a place to absorb it. Ning Yulin found some rock cracks around the mountain walls, small caves, and the like. But they didn't go, so the few people chose to absorb it nearby. During the digestion process, it can also absorb some energy dissipated by the ice and fire eyes. Even if Douluo is really peeping in secret, it doesn't matter. He discovered that he would not kill directly, as everyone talked about it. In the middle of the night, the moon hangs in the sky. The 5 talents have been absorbed one after another. The improvement was great, but unexpectedly, there was no feeling too excited. The result was already under the 5 people's calculations. Josua Feng undoubtedly reached level 40, and he felt that his soul power was very abundant. After obtaining the soul ring, his level should have a small increase. The transformation of the blue-silver grass martial soul also made him very satisfied. Without using any soul skills, a few blue and silver grasses woven together have the power to penetrate the golden cracked stone. Self-created soul skill blue-silver overlord gun.jpg. The promotion of the rest of the people, Enlan, Tang Yin, and Tian Rui, were all around level 38. Ning Yulin is at level 36, and his martial soul naturally transforms into a 9-treasure glazed tower. Of course, not only the current major's martial souls have changed, but the other 4 martial souls of each have also been improved, but the attributes are not consistent, which is not very obvious. Who will come to those 2 plants? The main solution is that the only remaining ice and fire alchemy body is the ice and fire. Why should I do it? Zhou Suifeng looked at the four people and asked tentatively. The four of them thought for a moment, but had no other thoughts. Next, Zhou Suifeng has to continue to play jungle to let him absorb the best. Ning Yulan had to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, and Enlan had to return to the Wuhan Hall. Tianrui entered Shiwo Academy, and Tang Yin had to lift the iron. Get up and walk towards the spring. Suddenly, Zhou Suifeng had another wonderful idea. Or, enter the state of martial soul fusion and try to see if we can absorb it together. Previously, Tianrui and Tang Yin used martial soul fusion skills to kill soul beasts, and it seemed that both of them could use the soul rings that emerged. Maybe this fairy grass is okay too? It shouldn't work. Enlan retorted. The soul ring is the rule of cultivation. Although the martial soul fusion technique can make our bodies disappear, the state it appears is not a real flesh and blood body after all. It is unlikely to absorb the fairy grass to do such things, right? When it should be reckless. Zhou Suifeng was determined and refused to four people. You can tell if you try it or not. Come. Sooner or later, you have to try the fusion of the 5-person martial souls, it's okay here. They stood up one after another and walked towards the other side of the valley away from the immortal grass. After all, I don't know what scenario will happen if the 5-person fusion is too big. If the energy storm is too big and affects the fairy grass, I will regret it. The 5 people got into the temporarily opened cave and covered the entrance, trying to avoid excessive movement and being noticed by the soul beast outside. Several people looked at each other. At the same time, summon the martial soul and release the soul power to echo each other. Push it in the middle. 2 soul curse were unconsciously spit out of the 5 people. The stars gather the soul and combine the 5 spirits, and the universe turns the beginning of everything. The 5 people turned into 5 light columns, the lights touched each other, their bodies disappeared, and they merged into a larger light column. The energy cyclone rolled up the gravel dust in the cave, making the shadows wide, and gradually formed a small storm. The mountain does not completely block the existence of the light column. Through the mountains, the light soared into the sky, but was blocked by an invisible barrier in the valley. Turns into colorful rays and scatters in the valleys. As the burial place of the 2 dragon kings, the ice and fire Lianji has formed a special geographical environment and has its own cycle. The 5-player fusion technique looks extraordinary, but its current level cannot break through the limitations of the Dragon King's power, let alone just a small part of it floating out. The light spreads and then gathers again. The energy storm subsides, and the movements and stillness take a break. The glimmer of light flew up and down, and a humanoid creature walked out of the light. The result of the fusion technique is not a hammer, a grass, nor a tower, or a bird or a dragon, which is completely beyond the expectations of the 5. But a person, shrouded in a faint light. The 5-person self is Zhou Suifeng in the previous life. Zhou Suifeng, who majored in the martial soul of the blue-silver grass, used his previous life's name. A faint light covered his whole body, making him look like he had become a light person. If he was bigger, he could be called a giant of light. Standing in place for a few minutes, he silently merged the 5 people's separate memories. Walk out of the cave and take a deep breath. I was knocked into a pool of ketchup. I didn't expect that I could still travel to this Douluo and split into 5 people. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter. A few seconds later, I felt bored and stopped abruptly. If you have a big update, try it next month. Chapter 76 Fusion and Upgrade, Power Up. Walk towards the red and blue spring water. Use tools to pick the fiery apricot and star anise black ice grass, stuff them into the mouth, and then jump into the spring water. Enlan's guesses that the special state of the fusion technique is unlikely to absorb the medicinal effects of the fairy herbs. But now, Zhou Suifeng, the original ID, is in a delicate balance between energy and flesh and blood, and absorbs 2 fairy grasses, and there is no problem at all. The feeling of the 2 heavens inside and outside the body, the alternation of cold and heat is so wonderful. Sai Gao Ni is very good at iron duck. Hand drilling into temples. The cycle of ice and fire, an indescribable feeling, rushed straight to the forehead. Floating and sinking in the middle of the spring water. More than 3 hours. The general absorption is over, and the remaining medicinal power will slowly merge in the subsequent cultivation process. After jumping out of the spring, I moved my muscles and bones. He summoned all martial souls one after another, all of them were like commanders, without any lingeringness. Even freely combined. Use the fusion technology states of Tutan fusion, Threeton fusion, etc. As for the fusion of all martial souls, the light surrounding the self is directly displayed. It has become a pure power, and is not bound by any form. A kind of feeling of mastering the world and seeing the true meaning of the world. Many things that the 5 people have never made breakthroughs have gained a lot of insights. There has never been a beginning. The last paragraph of the Qi method is the best tip to guide the new key points. Possible prescriptions and materials for Xian Shui Dan. The manifestation of spiritual forging. Magnetic beginners of field rotation, etc. I will turn everything around. Raising his right hand towards the sky, the light gathered in his palm, emitting supreme light, as if he had grabbed the sun. He clenched his fists violently and the light exploded. However, nothing happened. In addition to a beautiful meteor shower broke out. It seems just an illusion. Come and pretend nothing happened. Anyway, there are no audiences, so it's not embarrassing. Walk away a little, summoned the 5 known blue-silver grass, inserted it into the ground, explored down, and tried to see if you could find the 2 dragon kings buried their bones. But now, the blue-silver grass has been improved to only a position of about 500 meters. Further down, there is a lot of pressure. It is not the pressure caused by rock soil extrusion. I put all my energy into full force and burst out all my energy, all concentrated on the 5 known blue-silver grass, and went down 100 meters deep again, and the total position was above 700 meters, reaching the limit. Retrieve the blue-silver grass, adjust your breathing slightly, and extend it on the ground, but it is more than 3 times the distance. Is that the dragon's power? The place where the Dragon King buried his bones is indeed extraordinary. He jumped up gently, and the light turned into a breeze, holding his erect to the highest point of the valley. Looking out at the forest. The forest is slowly and the shadows are swaying. Meditation on the hill until sunrise, looking up for a moment, feeling the flow of energy in the body, extremely unreal, it's really boring. Suddenly he cursed. It's still me who split up. What's the point of choosing a little girl movie? Bibi Dong, A Yin, Tang Yue Hua is much less interesting. After saying this, the glimmer of light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths, the body disappeared and the 5 people reappeared. The effect of the ice and fire fairy grass is evenly distributed to the 5 people. Falling back to the valley, looking at each other, all silently speaking. The atmosphere is solemn. Because the 5 people feel that if the ID does not abolish the fusion state and disappears, the 5 of them may never appear again. You guys say, why did he choose to disappear by himself? Tang Yin scratched his head and made a sound to break the silence. Zhou Suifeng was playing with the blue-silver grass, and it seemed that he was not concerned about the fact that everyone might have disappeared forever just now, and said lightly. We embarked on a new life, and he felt that he had become a past tense. What's hard to understand? In my previous life, I was often a free and easy person. I felt that it was not my own and I was too lazy to care. If you are already dead, then die. There is no need to start over in a failed life. Anyway, 5 lives have been continued in this world. Manual funny. After a little silence, several people skipped this solemn topic. Take action separately and dig out some herbs that you can use. Although those rare treasures of the fairy herb level cannot be refined, there is no problem with using some other herbs carefully cultivated by Douluo and medicinal materials that are not as good as the fairy herb level. Zhou Suifeng poached the Yuxiang Kiluo immortal product to prevent poison. After all, I don't know if the jungler will encounter any highly toxic environment. They each filled some ice and fire spring water, which was a good thing. Use it directly can be used as a weapon to hunt soul beasts. Diluted can also be used to help practice. This thing is the energy of the two dragon kings penetrates upward from the bone-buried land, combined with the solution formed by spring water. It is essentially a high-purity energy crystal. After packing up, the four of them left reluctantly. After taking the immortal herbs, this is also a good place to help speed up your cultivation. But now we still have to guard against Douluo. Apart from Ning Yulan, the other four people cannot stay here to practice openly. Before leaving, the four of them stared at Ning Yulan in unison. Do you remember the inspiration we have when we merge? Go back and study the Xian Shui pill carefully. If you can't do it, the Suan Jin pill, the Suan Mu pill, the Suan Huo pill, the Suan Mu 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 pill, and the like, get it out as soon as possible. Ning Yulan was under great pressure and nodded with difficulty. Xian Shui Dan may have no effect on the 5 people who have taken the fairy grass, but it is a good bargaining chip to attract subordinates. Lan can be used to cultivate his own faction in the spirit hall, and Ning Yulan can be used to control the sect. Spiritual forging, based on the ID in the fusion state just now, the state of controlling the heaven and earth, is calculated and used to make up for the defects, and the probability of success is very high. After taking a last look at the energy-rich Mandarin Duck Pot Valley, the 4 of them left. Ning Yulan continued to practice, waiting for Douluo to receive. The 4 left the valley, but did not leave the forest. Zhou Suifeng has broken through level 40 and needs to add a soul ring. The target is naturally a 10,000-year-old soul beast. But he may not be able to deal with the 10,000-year-old soul beast by himself, so he may not be able to catch it, taking advantage of the large number of people. Use fusion skills to fight quickly. What goal? Zhou Suifeng sensed the movements around through the blue-silver grass. After the improvement of the black jade divine bamboo fairy grass, not only did the strength of the martial soul soar, but it was also completely awakened, but it was still much worse than the blue-silver emperor realm. The person who asked about it was Lan and asked Zhou Suifeng about his predetermined goal. Now the strength of the blue-silver grass has reached a certain limit. Unless it is a treasure above the immortal grass, it cannot be increased. It should be mainly increased vitality. At the end, Zhou Suifeng added. Don't be too pure as long as the main attribute is life. Soul beasts with pure life attributes generally have strong healing abilities and are unique among soul beasts. Most soul beasts will not attack such soul beasts. The most obvious example is the jade swan. After pondering for a moment, Lan thought of a good choice. How about the evergreen lotus? Most of the plant soul beasts that are selected in the auxiliary system have the ability to purify. In addition to their outstanding vitality, they also have the ability to purify. Since they are strong enough, in addition to pursuing vitality, the resistance to negative states must also be taken seriously. Can Zhou Suifeng was too lazy to think of other soul beasts. Control the blue and silver grass around and find the pool. The plant-based soul beast, the green lotus, usually lives near the waters. Tang Yin and Tianrui just looked at the scenery quietly without interrupting. The 2 of them just output pendants, and there is no need to speak. Chapter 77, The 10,000-Year Green Lotus, the 4th Soul Ring of Blue-Silver Grass. The goals are clear and the direction is clear. It took less time to find a evergreen lotus. This blue-silver field is really useful. Tianrui sighed, and Tang Yin squatted by the pool, stretched out his hand and pulled the spring water twice. The water quality is really good. The fish and shrimps that can be seen in the naked eye swim around, feeling contented and look very plump. Stop playing, prepare to do it. Zhou Suifeng greeted him. Although this evergreen green lotus is not the kind of jade swan, it may be similar to the immortal grass for the soul beast in this pool. The purification effect of green lotus is very obvious in improving water quality. The four people merged, 4 times the golden feathered phoenix. After being promoted by the coxcomb phoenix acre, it is no longer what it was. The body is longer and looks very coordinated. There were several long feathers at the tail, and flames were burning at the corners of the eyes and eyebrows every moment. The originally golden red feathers turned into a faint bright yellow color. The same thing, spitting out fire. The evergreen green lotus felt the fatal threat and swayed hard, and waves appeared on the surrounding water surface. While breathing, several black shadows jumped out of the pool, rolling up waves to resist the flames. However, it has no effect at all. The flame penetrated the water wave without any hindrance, and the water vapor did not form, and the water wave disappeared directly. Several soul beasts that jumped out all turned into coke and fell back into the tan, with several yellow and purple soul rings rising. The four people communicated in the martial soul space. Has it actually increased to this intensity? When our soul ring is raised later, won't it be invincible in the world? Don't put the flag on it. Without the help of the soul beast in the pool, Wanyan Qinglian herself has no unnecessary attack methods. Being easily taken down. Zhou Suifeng absorbed it, and the process was not turbulent. The impact of the remnant soul has some impact, but not much. Silently recite the mantra of purifying the mind, he will let him be strong, and the breeze will blow on the hills. After resisting for several rounds, the remaining spirit of Qinglian turned into Zhou Suifeng's nutrients. The effect of soul skills is somewhat unexpected. An auxiliary soul skill. The name Zhou Suifeng simply named it Blue Silver Green Lotus. After using the soul skill, a lotus with blue-silver grass leaves will bloom, and a field will be released with the lotus as the center, and the resistance to all negative effects within the field will be increased by 50%. If Zhou Suifeng takes the initiative to control it, it can drive the lotus petals to hurt people. The life improvement of the blue-silver grass martial soul is just the norm. The remaining medicinal power of the immortal herb, coupled with the over-year life of the 10,000 years of the soul ring, pushed Zhou Suifeng's soul power to level 44 in one fell swoop. Hey! At most 2 years, I can reach level 50, and then I can officially start the high-year coverage plan. Experimental soul skills, breath adjustment is over. Zhou Suifeng looked at the three of them with a serious expression. You should practice as soon as possible. After all, I have added 2 soul rings to the 7 treasure glazed tower. If I directly choose the martial soul with 10,000-year soul ring as the first soul ring, the pressure may be very high. Except for Zhou Suifeng, who added a soul ring to the second martial soul, the other 4 of them were just cultivating a martial soul. The plan to cover the soul ring for Hyges is not suitable for the first time starting with Zhou Suifeng, but it is his fastest cultivation speed. Or what if you die once? Tianrui's words were amazing. I don't know if it was serious or funny. Before I was resurrected, the soul ring of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared, but the improvement after adding the soul ring is still there. At that time, you only need to recultivate your soul power and add it again, right? All 3 refuted his suggestion. Taking the initiative to seek death is completely different from having to die. The most important thing is that now everyone doesn't know if the resurrection from the dead will have any consequences for the 5 people. If you can live without death, try not to die. The goal of this trip was successfully achieved, and the 4 of them quickly left the forest and dispersed. When we gather together next time, we may not have to worry about other existences. It's been 5 or 6 days, and that kid should have finished what he wants to do, right? Dugubo was about to get up and bring the person back. I originally planned to hang it for a few more days, but Duguyan couldn't help it. I intentionally or unintentionally always say something like I don't know how Yulin is now. He rushed to the valley and quietly looked at the top of the mountain for a while. Seeing that Ning Yulan had no extra movements, he was just practicing, Douluo was relieved. I didn't take the initiative to spy on your secrets. If a stinky brat dares to lose his temper with Yanyan, I will have to do it every time. Jumped down, landed next to Ning Yulan, and deliberately made some noise to let the other party notice. Boy! Is it over? Can you leave? Seeing the changes around the spring clearly, Douluo will be, he cursed inwardly, is this kid a pig? After eating so much it's not right, maybe it's just put it away. It's over long ago. He quickly got up and Ning Yulan patted the soil on his body. This time I go back, I can have a partial showdown with Ning Fengzi. I will take the position of the young sect leader as soon as possible, and many things will be more convenient. Turning around and seeing Douluo's unhappy expression, he didn't know where he got offended this old man again. The posture is slightly lowered. I'm done with my work, please take me back. He snorted again. Is this old man unhappy with Douluo version? Why do you do this all day long? It's inexplicable. After Douluo finished humming, he picked up Ning Yulan and appeared in front of Douluo at lightning speed. You are back? How about you? Have you got what you want? Although at the beginning, Douluo was mainly used. But now, her elbows are so deeply stolen by her, and it is not too late to take it seriously. Look! Summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower and shared the joy with her. 9th pagoda. That's great, the 9th level, then you can cultivate to the same level as Grandpa. She performed even more excitedly than Ning Yulan herself. Douluo was stunned at first, and then relieved, so that's the secret to let the 7 treasure glazed tower break through the 9th floor? Indeed, no one else can know. However, since this kid has broken through the 9th level, Ning Fengzi sighed ha ha ha. Thinking of this kid's twin martial soul hiding his father's name, there is a rift between the father and son. Douluo felt itchy in his heart, and he felt that there would be a good show to watch in the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect. Tentative inquiry. Your tower has broken through the 9th floor, won't you tell your father? Why do you feel that this old man has bad intentions? After staring at him for a few glances, Ning Yulan nodded. It's time to tell my father. Yanyan, I have to go back. Are you with me? Douluo wants to practice with all his strength and break through level 20 as soon as possible. Douluo said with a smile. You guys go back together, Yanyan, don't rush to practice. Sometimes it is better to improve the state of diligence. If the geese don't go over, it's hard for him to go over to watch the show. Looking at Grandpa with suspicious eyes, Douluo also felt that he seemed to have some bad intentions. Douluo was calm and composed, and the 2 little kids couldn't tell anything at all. No, I want to practice. Douluo. Chapter 78, I am in charge of the sect, so my father can go there with confidence. Douluo and Ning Yulan returned to the 7 treasure glazed sect. What happened next should be a good thing. Ning Yulan thinks it is worthwhile to be together. Back to the sect, there was no fatigue at all. Go directly to find Ning Fengzi. I didn't go to the sect lobby, so I went to Ning Rongrong to find it, and I found it right. Sure enough, he hugged Ning Rongrong and wandered around. Father. When he walked closer and stood still, Ning Yulan looked a little cold. The 2 grandparents and grandchildren did not follow and rested in the sect master's lobby. I want to tell my father something. Ning Fengzi was a little curious about this little old man who had something to do so directly. Turn your head. What's the matter? The first thing is that my martial soul has broken through the 9th level. Summon the martial soul and increase the input soul power slightly so that Ning Fengzi can see clearly. The bright 9 floors. Ning Fengzi was stunned, silent, joyful, and excited. Unexpectedly, the surprise came so suddenly. Get closer, observe carefully, count from bottom to top, 9 floors. This tower? Ning Fengzi suddenly realized that Ning Yulin's glass tower seemed a little different from other glass towers. The name of the 7 treasures glazed tower in this way shows that the body of the instrument is like glass, even if it is reflected by colorful light, it is as fragile as glass. But Ning Yulin's martial soul has a condensed light but not dispersed, and its texture is moist and strong, which has a sense of jade, although jade is not much harder than glass. Okay. That's great. Although excited, Ning Fengzi's years of cultivation would not be able to test it easily, so he raised his hand and landed on Ning Yulin's shoulder. Can you tell me how you broke through? Can others break through the same? Eyes look anticipated. I'm afraid it won't work. I used a treasure of heaven and earth. If I want to obtain it again, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for hundreds of years. It has been said to be lighter for hundreds of years. Ning Yulin felt that if he did not interfere, the fairy grass in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji would have to grow again, at least for more than 1,000 years. It's okay. It's a good thing that you successfully break through. The next generation may be able to inherit the 9 treasures, which can be regarded as fulfilling the long-cherished wishes of the ancestors of the sect. Ning Fengzi was a little disappointed when his expectations failed, but generally speaking, he was still happy. If he released a 9 treasure, there might be more. This matter is very important to the sect, it is a great joy. You want to? He raised his hand, as if he was about to touch Ning Yulin's head. Ning Yulin frowned slightly and took a small step back. Father, I haven't finished talking yet. There is one more thing, I have other martial souls. Blue silver grass, summon. As for why the second martial soul was blue silver grass, he was too lazy to explain, so he asked Ning Fengzi to investigate himself. This. Ning Feng was stunned and could not speak for a moment. After reacting, I felt that the luck of the sky finally arrived at the 7 treasures glazed sect. The twin martial souls have a bright future, but this blue-silver grass seems to have no development prospects. Seeing him silent, Ning Yulin was too lazy to wait for him to digest, the last thing. Father, I want to be the young sect leader, are these enough? What do you think? Young sect leader? This position is both important and not that important. Ning Fengzi frowned. As long as he is still there, the so-called young sect leader will not have much power at all, unless he is dead. This little 6, shouldn't it be like? My back was inexplicably cold. Shaking his head, probably not. Cough Yulin, young master Meng Shang. Isn't this nonsense? After looking at him, Ning Yulin said lightly. Brother has been struggling with this matter in his heart. If my father agrees, he can also untie his knot. In addition, I also have some things I want to do, which are generally beneficial to the sect. Finally, I have the confidence to lead the sect to a height that my ancestors have not reached. Of course, it would not be the level of destruction of the Yunlin sect, he. I probably won't accept disciples, right? Ning Yulin secretly shook his head. Young sect master, it's okay. I'll hold a sect meeting tomorrow. It doesn't matter at all, just a young sect leader. Moreover, I found this and said it directly in front of me. If I don't agree, I'm afraid I will be even more centrifugal. With his eyes turned, Ning Fengzi handed Ning Rongrong over. You come to Rongrong. I'll prepare. After taking the little girl, Ning Yulin watched him walk away. My eyes were calm, and I only remembered to cultivate my feelings at this time. Is it too late? Retracted his gaze and met the little girl's clear black and white eyes. An impulse inexplicably arose in my heart, and I really wanted to kill this cute little thing. He slowly raised his hand and slowly landed towards the little girl's face. A handful of. Pull out the fingers that stuffed her into her mouth. They are almost 2 years old and still eat their fingers. The little girl was very stubborn and raised her hand to stuff it into her mouth. But he couldn't stop Ning Yulin's domineeringness, and then he cried. The maid next to him hurriedly reached out to take it over. No need, it's not a bad thing for a child to cry. I have to let this little girl feel the sinister heart in advance so that I will not be unable to find myself after leaving the sect. The next day, there was no trouble at the sect meeting. Douluo, as her fiancé, has already been included in the Ning family genealogy and has her place. After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, Ning Yulin stood up with his hands on the table and released the 9 treasure glazed tower. Who agrees and who object? Who dares to object with Ning Fengzi and Sword Bone, and Douluo, who represents Douluo? After the sect meeting ended, the royal family came to the door for no reason. Zhengzhu Ning, come this time. Shui Qinghe, apprentice to his disciple. The other 4 people went home. Zhou Suifeng returned to the yard. First, I took a look at Zhu Zuyun. It has been more than a year since I left the Xingluo Empire. Under the experiment of soul power cleaning meridians, the increase in soul power is much faster than the original cultivation speed, but now it is only level 15. At this cultivation speed, she should not be able to reach level 45 when she reached Tang San's Soul Master competition. It seems that the original cultivation, the Zhu family or the royal family, should provide some auxiliary cultivation. Speaking of which, I have taken so many things from the Zhu family, but I have never had time to organize them properly. I don't know if there is anything that works for the 5 people. This Zhu Zuyun, do you want to help her improve her cultivation speed? If you practice quickly, you can add soul rings earlier to accelerate physical development, and then, unless there is God's favor, this little cat will not be able to make a comeback. After thinking a little, Zhou Suifeng changed some ideas. Seeing that his eyes had changed, Zhu Zuyun was very nervous, not sure whether it had changed or worse. Seeing Zhou Suifeng walking into the room, Zhu Zuyun was stunned. Wait a minute, won't you do it today? She feels quite comfortable every time. Blue-silver filaments penetrate deep into the body to massage the meridians. Zhou Suifeng glanced at her strangely. Today I will give your sister a good rest, and tomorrow I will awaken her martial soul. Awakening the martial soul? Zhu Zuyun's mood suddenly became complicated. She thought that Zhou Suifeng would not let her 2 sisters awaken her martial souls so as to control her. But now, what is the idea? Sitting blankly, worried about gains and losses. The next day, Zhou Suifeng prepared everything and called the 2 sisters to the front, preparing to awaken Zhu Zuyu's martial soul. As for Zhu Zuqing, she can only crawl, so she doesn't have to consider her for the time being. Recalling all the operation processes silently, the blind God King, a great soul master, can awaken people's martial souls. There is no reason why a level 44 soul sect cannot do it. The awakening stone, Ning Yulin has what he has in his hands, has already sent it. While pondering, he was thinking, if Zhu Zuyun was asked to preside over the whole process, with the same bloodline and martial soul, would there be some new changes? However, Zhu Zuyun's current soul power level is too poor, and he may not be able to withstand the awakening process. Forget it, I'll do it. Throw out the awakening stone and surrounded Zhu Zuyu in the middle at an equal distance. As Zhou Suifeng's soul power flew up, the black stone gradually shone and formed a line, looking like a soul ring. Zhu Zuyu was very nervous and trembled slightly with her eyes closed. Zhu Zuyun whispered comforting beside him. As the halo turned faster and faster, Zhu Zuyu felt something squirting out of her body and unconsciously let out a cat's cry. The awakening stone fell to the ground. Zhou Suifeng casually put her into the soul guide and went forward to check her condition state. Chapter 79 Zhu Zuyu, Innate Level 5. Pat her on the shoulder. Relax and let me check. After taking a few consecutive breaths, Zhu Zuyu's body relaxed. Zhou Suifeng explored the blue-silver filaments for a few minutes. Nodded. Yes. The meridians are tough and there is no abnormality, and the soul power circulation speed is good. However, this level. It doesn't feel very tall. He took out the crystal ball, turned his head and said to Zhu Zuyun again. You come and teach her to remove the possession of the martial soul. He was too lazy to talk about such a small matter. When Zhu Zuyu became proficient in summoning martial souls in possession, she handed over the soul power crystal ball and asked her to test her soul power. Isn't this crystal ball a good material to add forging? I have to leave a message to that guy Tang Yin later. I hope the output of this crystal is not controlled by the spirit hall. Although you can get goods by looking for an land like that, it is always a problem. Level 5. Her test results are innate level 5. Zhou Suifeng frowned and helped her open up her meridians in advance. It would take a year to go. Only in this way can one awaken the innate level 5 soul power. Is her qualifications too poor, or is this method not working? No hurry, there is Zhu Zuqing. When Zuqing was 3 years old, she also opened up her meridians. She has become more representative since she was a child. Let's get level 5, just practice hard. When packing up his things, Zhou Suifeng planned to go out for a walk. Anyway, what he cared about wasn't the cultivation talent of these two cats. Suddenly, he remembered something again and turned to Zhu Zuyu. Summon your martial soul and I'll see, don't possess it. Zhou Suifeng's sudden movement made her nervous again, and she was at a loss for a moment. It took a moment to successfully summon the martial soul. This cat. At first glance, it looks exactly the same as Zhu Zuyun's netherworld spirit cat. But when I approached my eyes, the martial soul fur color was a little blue and silver grass green, and the body was slightly larger than the normal spirit cat. Is it influenced by my blue-silver grass soul power? Did this color give birth to the attributes of life? Or water attribute? Unfortunately, it is not too obvious. I am afraid that the result can only be seen after adding the first soul ring. If this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to artificially create mutated martial souls? We have to find more people to experiment. In contemplation, I walked out of the quiet room. Zhou Suifeng left, and the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, Don't worry, your level may be just right. Touching Zhu Zuyu's hair, Zhu Zuyun felt a little lucky. She felt that if the second sister had a high innate level, maybe that guy would do it directly and would not keep the person. At this level, it is neither up nor down, and there is a possibility of cultivation, but the probability of becoming a strong man is not high, so people won't worry too much. I don't know how far he will let me practice. After comforting Zhu Zuyu, she began to worry about herself again. I don't know which level Zhou Suifeng allows to practice. A few days later, Zhou Suifeng gave Zhu Zuyu a meditation idea. Combining the experience of Qi method Yamiya's Hizi and Zhu family meditation methods, things summarized. It cannot be compared with the internal strength of Xian Tian Gong, but it should be able to improve the speed of cultivation a little bit. An Lan returned to the Wuhan Hall and found Jian Rongxiu very unhappy and hid alone in the garden and sulked. After inquiring, I found out why she was angry. When the two were out playing around, Bibi Dong collected a disciple of the innate level 9 soul power, the spirit fox martial soul, and directly informed the martial soul hall. She ran to observe secretly and found that Bibi Dong seemed to treat the girl with the attitude she had never seen before. She was very angry and very sad. However, Jian Daoliu didn't speak for this matter, and An Lan didn't talk much. Too much talk is like seeking death. I can only find a way to divert her attention. I got something amazing when I went out this time. Did I get something amazing, did I? In no mood. Well. After his eyes turned, An Lan said again. Then, how about we go and beat that guy, Hulina? During the childhood stage, this is the fastest and easiest way to vent your breath. Walk. Originally, Jian Rongxiu should have been undercover at this time, waiting for an opportunity to replace Xue Qinghe. By the time I knew that Hulina and became Bibi Dong's disciple, I might have been lurking for a long time. At that time, after many dirty baptisms such as royal nobles, I went deeper and deeper on the path of paranoidness. In order to recruit Tang San and the two jujube ghosts, I probably wouldn't care about Hulina's existence when I found out. But now, I am still just a happy expression and still have some innocent girls, or lowly. So, Hulina, who was still immersed in joy, was beaten inexplicably and went all in front of her face. Her cute head full of collagen turned into a pig's head. But at a young age, she grew up in the Wuhan Hall with her brother after losing her parents, and she had long been well aware of human relationship accidents. I realized that I was just a little ugly on the surface and there was no actual injury. He didn't make any statement, but asked Xiaoyu to help ask for leave, and silently recovered his injuries before appearing again. Bibi Dong knew about this and his reaction was mediocre. She didn't care about Jian Rongxiu's feelings, nor did Shites her reaction. He will accept Hulina as his disciple, but he will meet his eyes. After accepting it, I felt that this child might be worth raising. Used to win over the younger generation and use it as a benchmark for the younger generation in the Wuhan Hall. The old men in the worship hall will not easily put Jian Rongxiu on the surface. Ignore Jian Rongxiu, but there is another person who is more suitable to be the benchmark for the younger generation of the Wuhan Palace than Hulina, her dear junior brother. But I never expected that the dignified Haoshan sect would be so weak. What kind of cultivation is he now? When Bibi Dong thought of Enlan, he felt unhappy and didn't know what kind of cultivation Enlan was at this moment. After taking over the position of Pope, she slowly took power. After investigation, she found that the data recorded that Enlan's innate soul power was 2 levels innate. She felt that she was lying, and it was a lie full of flaws. Although Enlan herself said that she had 2 level soul power innately, she didn't believe it at all. So the 2 powerful martial souls will only have 2 innate levels? I wanted to get rid of Enlan, but I couldn't find the right reason or opportunity. Evil energy flashed in his eyes. Even if you are a genius, you will not surpass that evil seed. I don't care about that evil seed, so what if you have twin martial souls like me? Sooner or later, fall into the abyss with the spirit hall. After beating Hulina, Jian Rongxiu did feel a lot of anger. And domineeringly expressed. Since she doesn't like me so much, then I don't want to like her anymore. From now on, I, Jian Rongxiu, have no mother, only grandpa. Enlan had a little more mouth. What about me? You. He turned around and stroked his long hair and said loudly, I will never forget you, my lady's follower. After? It seems that Miss Jian Rongxiu has forgotten her position. It just so happens that the conditions for this month have not yet decided the winner. Come on, give it a try. The martial soul after the immortal grass was strengthened, and Lan was majestic. Jian Rongxiu was dull and felt the hot breath coming to her face, with a faint breath of light. And it seemed as if she was facing an angel martial soul without an angel appearance. Know what's going on with you? Chapter 80. The older generation's ideas are usually difficult for young people to understand. Without saying anything, Enlan provoked. Stretch your hand and hook your fingers. Come here. Before evolution, Enlan was able to drag Jian Rongxiu to a powerless end with the recovery speed of soul power far exceeding the soul master of the same level. Now, the 2 of them are in the 3rd ring, and Jian Rongxiu has no advantage. That is, with the innate negative resistance of the angel martial soul, it is immune to Enlan's martial soul's burning ability and new stun ability. Otherwise, it may not be able to fight for several rounds. This time I discussed with Jian Rongxiu, I can also carefully test the ability of the golden feathered Luan bird after evolution. In addition to the original sun attributes and flame attributes, there is a trace of light. But it is not clear whether it is the natural change that arises after the purifying martial soul of the chicken phoenix Aoi, or the effect of using the 5-person fusion with the other 4. The result of the fusion of 5 people seems to be completely different from the martial soul fusion technique recognized by the Soul Master world. Although the intensity of the light attribute accounts for a small proportion compared to the other two, it cannot be ignored. This small point seems to have played an epic reinforcement role. The purifying resistance to the angel martial soul is greatly improved. Although it is not directly immune, it is almost 60 to 70% of the reduction. Secondly, the effect bonus on soul skills is also considerable. The basic form of action has not changed much, but the specific effect is very obvious. The energy gathering ring of the first soul skill has improved the efficiency of energy conversion, and the energy control level after conversion has also been greatly improved. Simply put, controlling the energy condensation entity is stronger and clearer. The original increase ratio almost doubled on the original basis, but now it increases the flame intensity and its own speed by 40%. The second soul skill, Sun Flame Wings, has increased its attack power and damage exemption to about 35%. The Flame Storm of the third soul skill, the stun effect increases the procedure for forced judgment. As long as the target mental power within the release range is lower than Enlan, you will be forced to stun for 3 seconds. After learning about Enlan's current soul power level, Qianrongxue was even more enjoyable. What did you do when you go out? Why did you directly level my soul power level? Qianrongxue was only about level 38 at this time. If you are serious about practicing, the fourth soul ring should be added now. I'll tell you when the opportunity is right. Now, it's time to discuss what the enzyme is. Explain. The loss is not the same as the formation. Qianrongxue's tone is not at all, as if she is the winner. I'm not afraid at all. Oh, so arrogant. Then. Enlan thought of a good idea. Before the next competition, you can't talk about me anymore, but you want to talk about how others are doing. Simply put, let Qianrongxue get caught. You. I understand, I understand. Every word is paused. Qianrongxue gritted her teeth. Yes, keep going. She was deeply shocked and decided to practice hard and go to retreat. In the next month, she tried not to talk to Enlan, and she kept doing it. Thinking about the scene, Qianrongxue was covered in goosebumps. She ran to practice by herself. Enlan thought about it and went to find Douluo. The road was smooth and there was no stop. We successfully entered the Temple of Angels. I've seen a great offering. Douluo seems to always be the same action and the same line. With his back to Enlan, I couldn't hear the 2 words of ups and downs. What's the matter? Although I don't know why Xiaoxu and her senior sister are, isn't it good for you to keep hiding this way? The longer the time, the deeper the knot in Xiaoxu's heart, the later she knows, the greater the impact it may have on her. As for his personal suggestions, it is better to make it clear in advance now. After that, she will be mentally prepared for the exam. I have my own concerns about this. This old man, could he think of getting rid of Bibi Dong while waiting for Qianrongxue to become an adult? Then I found out that he might not be able to do anything to Bibi Dong, who already has the inheritance of the divine position. Old man Qian's thoughts are a bit difficult to understand. But Enlan's position and current identity are destined to be too much. If Qianrongxue is cultivated into the path of a heartless and insane true god, it will feel strange. If it really becomes like that, will Qianrongxue still Qianrongxue? If you think about it in another direction, if this is really possible, after Qianrongxue inherits the divine position, he should take the angel god to a new level, right? Since that's the case, I'll say goodbye. There are also some small things. Enlan plans to train a few people and ask someone to study Lingxuan and Xian Shui Dan. But there is no need to explain this kind of thing to him in detail. With Qianrongxue here, Enlan is still a former Pope disciple on the surface, and the current Pope junior brother, and has very high authority. But he thought about it and decided to break through level 40 as soon as possible. Now that we start to cultivate our own faction, we are easily stuck by Bibi Dong. After all, she occupies the position of the Pope and will not interfere with some trivial matters. Tianrui returned to Shuo Academy, without showing off the mountain or showing off, or pretending to be his usual appearance. Through the combined state of the 5 people, he had a vague understanding of the rotation of the magnetic field he was thinking about, so he planned to find a secret place and study it quietly. 2 followers were stuck on it. Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, the brother and sister, worship Tianrui very much. Tianrui is in the Shuo Academy. Whether it is the same age or the same level of soul masters, there is a cliff-like gap. This kind of power deeply attracts the rest of the students. In fact, there are more than 2 followers, but they are more talented, and with the original filter, Tianrui is more close to the 2. Huo Wushuan was very attentive. Brother Rui, you are not much older than us. How did you practice? Huo Wu raised her head, curious, and worshipped. How can I practice it? Isn't this enough to have hands? The 2 were silent. The brother and sister were dealt with. And hid in the room, Tianrui began to study the rotation of the magnetic field. Now my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has mastered the ability to generate electricity by itself. The possessed state may be able to accelerate physical activity, activity between cells, expand electrical signals, and release their amplification into current capabilities. Current pushes.jpg. It feels a bit like the technique of thunder escape in Naruto to activate cells, but it is different when you think about it carefully. Try. First, sense the cell activities in the body and try to actively control the electrical signals. The perception of cell activities is very easy, but the bioelectric signals between activities are difficult to control. But Tianrui immediately had a new idea. Use some conductive things to lay a simple coil around the body, use the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to release a slight current, and at the same time it is dragonized. Through the influence of the magnetic field, Tianrui felt the way to control biological current. Haha! I'm done. The magnetic field rotates by 990,000 horses. I really have amazing wisdom. Ha ha ha. When my mind relaxed, the feeling disappeared instantly. Tianrui hurriedly calmed down and started again. Repeatedly familiarize yourself with it. Chapter 81 Arrangement. Tang Yin, after a long journey, rushed to Zhengzhen City and registered as a blacksmith. He worked hard to forge his skills while practicing. He saw Zhou Suifeng's message, the matter of the soul power crystal ball. He tried to add crystal material to the forging, but the effect was not obvious. This thing was not easy to blend with the rest of the metal materials. But he found that the soul power crystal powder can be used to purify some metal purity, and some impurities can be extracted during the forging process, making it easier to achieve 1000 forging. In addition, some slight special reactions with certain metals. But after staying in Zhengzhen City for 2 months, his soul power broke through to level 39, and he still failed to break through to spiritual forging. He left a message to Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulin in the space, asking the 2 to try to give vitality to the Qian forging materials directly, and intuitively observe the difference between life and lifelessness. Finding the difference may be the key to breaking through spiritual forging. All the materials that were completed forged on hand were delivered through the express delivery of the Kaibao branch of Zhengzhen City. It took more than a month. Zhou Suifeng responded first. Directly giving the material vitality and forging spirituality from the 5 people's imagination is completely different from the things that are completely different from the ones that are designed by the 5. But when he cancelled the life attachment on the material, he felt a similar emotional reaction. It flashed and flew away. After repeated experiments, Zhou Suifeng tried to compare forging. With the help of the blue-silver grass, expand the mental power, perceive the changes in the material, and discover that after the 1000 forging is completed, the material will be dropped every time after the hammer is dropped. They will convey extremely subtle emotions. Perhaps, this is the key. Capturing this emotion and expanding it and sublimating it should be the key to completing spiritual forging, or rather, not spiritual forging, but to incorporate it into the body. After some time, Ning Yulin also gave a similar reply. But Tang Yin tried it repeatedly dozens of times as they said, but he could not sense any so-called emotion. But, are there some signs of soul power and material integration? It's unreasonable. Everyone's souls are similar. There's no reason why they can sense it. Can't I? Is it because of the martial soul? The soul power of Haoshan Hammer is domineering and thick. Unlike the spirituality of the glazed tower and the life of the blue-silver grass, it is naturally not suitable for sensing such meticulous life. It's obviously so suitable for ironwork. Or how about it, try it if it's an ordinary hammer. But it doesn't seem to work either. Majoring in the Haoshan hammer took too long, so using soul power has become a habit. He switched to blue-silver grass martial soul or glazed tower martial soul, and he could not achieve the perception that Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulin said. He entered the space and asked the two to directly share their perceived experience at that time. But it seems that something is missing. Until later, Tianrui shared his experience in practicing electric current in the space, allowing the other 4 people to help him study the cultivation methods of the next level. A flash of inspiration, Tang Yin felt that perhaps the magnetic field could also be used to assist in sensing changes in the material, the so-called emotion. But it was not going well. Today's forging cannot be separated from fire. High temperature will affect the stability of the magnetic field. Directly use electromagnetics to make the material reach the level of thousands of forgings? Tang Yin came up with an idea so that it would not affect the existence of the magnetic field. However, his current push level. I spread my hands and didn't have a single electric flower. If the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is not possessed, he cannot generate electricity by himself. Moreover, even if you use the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, you cannot do anything directly through electromagnetic forging. But there is still a lot of time, take your time. 2 years later, everyone has obtained the 4th soul ring, and they are all in the 10,000 years. Ning Yulin continued to follow the imagined 5 elements route, and found a fire attribute soul beast that had been 10,000 years, and obtained additional effects of fire attribute. The soul power level is around 42. The research on Xian Shui pill has gained some results, but it has not been completed in detail. Some pills that can improve human body quality have been obtained. The input is not proportional to the output. The calculation of the efficacy and the medicinal materials invested is a waste. But in the eyes of other people in the 7 Treasures Glazed Pili sect, this is already very good. Although it has been improved a little, it is also improved. Tianrui's 4th soul ring is obtained from a 10,000-year-old fire kite. Like the colorful light glazed peacock in the 3rd soul ring, it also contains a trace of phoenix blood. After breaking through level 40, he began to search. He spent several months touching this soul beast and obtained an amplification soul-like skill. He turned on the 30-minute fire state, and the basic states such as flame strength, attack power, speed, and strength were increased by 100%, and the flame increased the demon breaking attribute. He named it Chiquan Feathering. This is not important, what is important is that it activates the martial soul realm. The newly emerging field has not yet had a large coverage, only about 300 meters. According to performance, there are generally 4 effects. Within the domain, every attack by Tianrui, whether it is physics or energy, will carry light and sun attributes, and the damage will be doubled. Secondly, suppress the dark attribute power and its derivative attributes. According to Tianrui's level, suppress the maximum 100% rather than the dark attribute and related derivative ability targets, reducing the output. Third, if you are a soul master related to the attributes of sun, light, and flame, you can enjoy the amplification effect in the field. According to Tianrui's will, the minimum is 10% and the maximum is 50%. Fourth, there is also a certain healing effect. Of course, the consumption is also very terrifying. With his level 44 soul power after absorbing the soul ring, the full power can only be turned on for 3 minutes. With Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin, use the martial soul fusion technique to win him down. On the Shiwo Academy, seeing the fourth ring of Tianrui in 10,000 years was simply shocking. Although some people were curious about the secret behind it, no one had taken action in secret. In addition, he has concealed it well and not many people know it. However, Dean Shiwo called the person over and asked directly in person. I want to know if I can let others do it too. Huo Wushuan and Huo Wu, the brother and sister, are a family with the Dean. I'm sorry, Dean. He said that Tianrui did not explain the reason, so he asked the Dean to make up for it himself. The Dean looked at Tianrui silently, fighting with heaven and man in his heart. Tianrui looked at him calmly, not worried that the other party would rob him. At worst, he would die. You see, it's over if I take revenge after I'm resurrected. After several hesitations, the Dean did not do anything to rob. Although he was a little disappointed, he did not force him. After all, it is an academy, not a clan. If it is a clan, if you don't take it out, it is betrayal of the family and die. Although the Soul Master who founded the Shiwo Academy has now become a good small family, the success or failure of the college is too deep influenced by the academy atmosphere, which is very different from other simple Soul Master families in the Soul Master world. Tian Shui Academy and Shenfeng Academy are similar. Thunder Academy has a close relationship with Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although it is among the 3 elementary academies, its private relationship is just average. The Dean asked again. Then are you willing to represent the academy in this Soul Master competition? Chapter 82 Progress. In 2634, the Soul Master competition is the turn this year. I'm still sorry to the Dean. Tianrui shrugged. I'm not interested in the Soul Master competition. How can real battles be bound to places like the ring? There are so many restrictions on conditions. How can we test our comprehensive strength? At this time, Tianrui looked like a young man who matched his age. The Dean replied with a smile. So, this is named the competition. The young people participating in the competition are the future of the Soul Master world. If it is as you said, it will turn into a cruel and bloody competition. I'm afraid that if it is held a few times, it will turn into a more intense conflict of force. During the conflict, it may even turn into a war. Similar to the Olympics? But the Olympics did not necessarily prevent the outbreak of war. People who have the right to speak see enough benefits, no matter what competition you don't play. They will die for me. Since you don't plan to participate in the competition, when are you going to graduate? Tianrui's level is already able to graduate from Shiwo Academy. Graduation? I didn't say I was going to graduate. The Dean was very strange. That lemon condemns the lemons. I am so young, if I don't go to the mainland to look around, are you planning to retire? I said to Dean, when I was admitted to school, we had the conditions. You are not yet at the age of dementia, right? Condition? What conditions? After a moment of recollection, the Dean rang. Tian Shui Academy. Yes. I made an agreement before. In order to make it easier to get to the girls of Tian Shui Academy, I joined the Shiwo Academy. But in the past 2 years, I have only had a few gatherings, so I left the academy. It's not possible. Previously, in order to let Tianrui join Shiwo as soon as possible, the Dean happily agreed to this condition. Which one do you like? I'll help you get a matchmaker. He suddenly became curious that Tianrui liked that girl. The relationship between the 2 colleges was good. He went to help me to talk to the matchmaker, and the chances of success were quite high. I like it all. Dean, what a good guy. Just kidding. I won't participate in this class. Even if I participate in it, I won't get any good rankings with my current strength. Next class, no, next class, if I'm fine, I can participate. At that time, I'm not up to the age limit. As for now, I'll stay in school as an assistant teacher, and I can help train Huowu and the others. This kid is completely confused, but the dean agreed to Tianrui's stay in school. And very welcome. He also agreed to help train Huowu and others. They are all young people, and they may be easier to talk to than the old man and can get 1 or 2 secrets from Tianrui. Goodbye, Dean. Seeing Tianrui leave, the dean shook his head. It's a pity that this kid doesn't seem to be looking down on the female students in the yard well. Compared with Tianshui Academy, it seems to be a little worse. Looking back at the time, he also had the green years that he could not describe to the girls in Tianshui. Tang Yin, after helping Tianrui take down the soul beast, also found a soul beast to use it as the 4th soul ring. He found a power-based soul beast with lightning attributes to see if the Haoshan hammer could be charged, and then help sense the emotion of the forging material. The soul skills produced are barely powerful. Half increase and half attack. Increase the attack speed by 40%. Throw the hammer out as a flying hammer attack, which has a locking effect. There will be a certain degree of shock during attack, limiting the target's movement. After the hunting soul was over, he went back to Zhengzhen City directly to continue to overcome the problem of spiritual forging. He has made some breakthrough. By chance, when I swung a sledgehammer, my soul power was wonderfully integrated with the materials. Looking back at that time, I was completely focused on it. Only by thinking about hammers and forging, I found the trick. However, it is still very early to spiritual forging, so it may be called the first grade 1000 forging. On Enlan's side, the 4th soul ring he and Qian Rongxiu obtained together. After learning about the changes in Tianrui, he also wanted to find a soul beast with phoenix bloodline to strengthen it, but his luck seemed not as good as Tianrui. After searching for it, I couldn't meet it. Finally, I chose a fire skylark with the light attribute. Obtained a group attack soul skill of the flame meteor. The only little comfort, which increased the intensity of the flame a little. However, there is still no progress in the research on soul nucleus. It doesn't seem to be a problem with soul power control. Write it down and then cover it, let the other 4 people not choose this soul beast. Zhou Suifeng. After hunting the soul beast with Tang Yin, Tianrui planned to take the 3 sisters to live in the northern border for a while and collect information about the soul beasts in the frozen forest. The soul beast information in the extreme north, and even the spirit hall does not have much additional information. But when Zhu Ziyun reached level 20, she had to find a soul beast for her. Zhou Suifeng himself stayed at level 50 for a while. After taking the immortal grass, I immediately hunted the 10,000-year lotus. At that time, the soul ring was already level 44. It took more than a year to increase to 50. Compared with the previous cultivation speed, it was a bit slower. But it's normal. On the one hand, the soul power level has far exceeded before, and on the other hand, he is practicing by himself and no longer using his martial soul to devour the energy of other plant soul beasts. After the strengthening of the black jade divine bamboo, the ordinary plant-based soul beast bloodline has not improved his blue-silver grass martial soul. Moreover, Zhou Suifeng spent a considerable amount of time studying the 4th soul skill, blue-silver-green lotus. He wanted to integrate Lanyan Qinglian's initiative into the field and become a normalized ability. However, at present, only the use of the plural number of Qinglian at the same time has not been successful in integrating its abilities into the blue-silver field. Among them. At the end of the road, a carriage moved leisurely on the road from far to near, and slowly. On the frame, the man with short blue hair, with stiff movements pulling the reins, controlling the direction of the carriage. That was Zhou Suifeng's straw man puppet. To this day, it has been the same as ordinary people. The combat ability is even greater than that of the ordinary control soul master at level 20 to 30. In addition, if the 2nd soul skill of the glazed tower is added, it is basically the same as that of ordinary people in a short period of time. Inside the carriage, Zhou Suifeng was checking Zhu Zuking's body, a literal examination. Literal examination. After a while, you can open your meridians. She is over 3 years old. Zhou Suifeng fiddled with her for a while, and she was very dissatisfied and had a bulge in her face. Cooperating with her little appearance, it doesn't make people angry at all, and I want people to tease her. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and pinched her face again. After so long of self-cultivation, Zhou Suifeng could no longer see the paranoidness and hatred he had when he first reconnected with everyone. The gentle aura of blue-silver grass was filled with the first impression that he was a gentle noble man. Sometimes, Zhu Zuyun would blur the relationship between the two parties and forget about the affairs of the Zhu family. After coming back to my senses, my mood was very complicated. Zhu Zuyun may have forgotten it almost. Where are you going now? After calming down, Zhu Zuyun asked. When he was having fun with Zhu Zuking, he didn't look up, and Zhou Suifeng replied casually. First find a place to settle them, and then take you to add soul rings. The final destination is Stardew Forest, but before that, you have to arrange the 2 cats and the kitten. Zhou Suifeng has been ready for anyone to take care of him. Ning Yulin. He was preparing to temporarily send the 2 to Kaibao City, Ning Yulin's territory. With that guy's current status as the young sect leader, there will be no problem. Chapter 83 Kaibao City. Arrive at Kaibao City. Zhu Zuyun was very surprised. Although there are no obvious decorations of gold and jade agate in the streets and alleys, it makes people feel that this place is so luxurious. Where is this place? The 7 Treasures and Glass Sect resident, the 7 Treasure City. It consists of descendants of people recruited by the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect for many years, relatives of the outer world, and those who want to be lucky enough to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect. After years of development, we have formed what we are now. Ning Yulin had already arranged the specific location before Zhou Suifeng arrived. The unobtrusive corners of the city were all relatives of the sect within 3 generations. In addition, he also arranged a team of close friends to take care of him secretly. Zhu Zuyun was still a little worried. Only 7 years old, one is over 3 years old. Just put it in a strange place like this? Zhou Suifeng, who is no longer so irritable, is very patient, but he is too lazy to explain too much to her. Only one sentence was said. If you don't want to go far, then go to the soul hunting forest and choose any soul beast to deal with it. Go and go back quickly. Zhu Zuyun only felt her chest tight, and her chest was so tight that she felt pain. How much comfort would you die? However, she would never dare to say such words directly. If she really said them, Zhou Suifeng might have something more heartwarming to wait. I have to comfort myself. This guy worked hard to bring the 3rd sister to this day, so he shouldn't let them get into trouble easily, and he also used so many things. In addition to soul power to open up meridians, Zhou Suifeng used some of the unfinished Xian Shui Dan, whale rubber, etc., but they didn't know what those things were called, and they just felt very comfortable when using them. I met Ning Yulin in private and chatted for a few words. Take Zhu Zuyun to the Stardew Forest. After the 2 left, Ning Yulin originally planned to go back to the sect to continue doing his own thing, but after thinking about going back to the sect and following outside, there was actually no difference, it was just a different place. In person, the 2 sisters live next door to the courtyard. To avoid any unpleasant surprises. After losing the 2 little girls, they set off on the road with light clothes and were very fast. In just a few days, I arrived in Soto City and had a rest. What do you think? Zhou Suifeng wanted to ask what goals Zhu Zuyun has and what plans he has for his martial soul. However, when she was suddenly asked, she was a little confused. Before he could learn more about his martial soul, he was taken away by Zhou Suifeng from the Duke's mansion. Zhou Suifeng was waiting for her answer and trained her for so long. In addition to physical strength, fighting skills, and other training, he was not stingy about the knowledge of the soul master he knew on weekdays. She fell into deep thought. After a while, an answer was given. Speed? And attack power? Average. Not surprising. However, Zhou Suifeng still asked again. That's it, nothing. Zhu Zuyun shook her head, not thinking of any better choice for the time being. Zhou Suifeng was a little disappointed and didn't say anything more. Recalling the Zhu family information I have seen. The girls from the Zhu family in all dynasties, basically have 3 soul skills in the first 4 soul rings. The Netherworld Thorns, the Netherworld Thorns, the Netherworld Slashes. Sprint, single body attack, doubles the speed during attack, and can get closer to the enemy or retreat more quickly. 100 Claws are also single body attacks, rotating spikes, and conducting continuous attacks on one point, each time the attacks carry the puncture effect. The more times the superimpose, the higher the damage. As long as you cause a little damage, you can use the point to break the surface and the soul power enters the target body to destroy the meridians. However, when you look at the written records, it is rare to stack 100 layers, and it is rare to use more than 20 layers. The Netherworld Slash closed his hands and condensed the scattered claw blade into an energy light blade of about a foot. The damage is good and the explosion-like ability is. Some are the 3rd ring and some are the 4th ring. These 3 abilities look good. From shallow to deep, from low to high, progress step by step. But the records of the male members of the Zhu family's soul ring are quite different from those of the female members. Although the overlap ratio of the 3 soul skills is not small, Zhou Suifeng found that the hunting record of the first 10,000-year soul ring on the record belonging to the heir of the family leader was very vague, with only one word, written record, and it was completely unclear which soul beast it was. This made him very interested and spent a long time sorting out the Zhu family's information. After careful comparison, I found a clue. This nether should refer to the Netherworld Spirit Cat. The Zhu family is likely to have mastered a place where the Soul Beast and the Netherworld Spirit Cat appear. No written records are left, and only passed on word of mouth between the heads of the family. In this way, they may have always had the ambition to get rid of the Dai family and turn the tables on the internet. So I chose the Netherworld Spirit Cat as the first 10,000-year soul ring, and wanted to purify my bloodline and evolve my martial soul. But the effect doesn't seem to be very good. The Netherworld Spirit Cat's martial soul still looks so ordinary, and its relationship with the Dai family has not changed at all. It's just that the fusion technique of the Netherworld White Tiger seems to be stronger than the next generation. Zhou Suifeng initially felt that the head of the Zhu family had problems with his brain. If you want the Netherworld Spirit Cat to evolve its martial soul, you should choose the upper soul beast and various tiger species. Unlike the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, it is already at the top of the martial soul of a regular beast. There is no choice but to find various sub-dragons. After putting down the information, I thought about it again, but realized that I might have to do it if I only found the soul beast of the Netherworld Spirit Cat. It is true that finding a tiger-like soul beast will be easier to evolve, but once the Dai family discovers, the Zhu family will not have a good end. Furthermore, the head of the family who may be doing these things actually does not want to completely get rid of the trump card of the Netherworld White Tiger, but just wants to improve his status and be on par with the Dai family. It is no longer a girl from the Zhu family who entered the Dai family unilaterally. The Netherworld Spirit Cat Soul Beast, if you have time in the future, you may try it. Even if you can't evolve, it's good to increase some of the origins. But it certainly won't work now. Zhou Suifeng speculated that the general location was located somewhere in the southern part of the Xingluo Empire, too far away. Hurry up, and after leaving Kaibao City, he arrived at the Stardew Forest in about 10 days. Entering the familiar camp, Zhou Suifeng wandered around and hired a soul hunting team to help find the soul beast. He wanted to try it out, whether the strange luck of the soul hunting team had been there before, and whether the soul bone would explode this time. As for Zhu Zuyun's specific soul beast choice, Agile attack system and assassin generally have two development directions. Or, if you miss a single blow, you will escape thousands of miles away. Or, killing everyone who sees me is a perfect storm. The Zhu family originally had a good match, but now, the three of them are Zhou Suifeng's belongings. So there is no need to consider the relationship between the Netherworld White Tiger. Even for the experiment, Zhou Suifeng wanted to be perfect. Whether it is a speed flow or a violent flow, the most important thing for laying the foundation for low-level soul rings is to focus on amplification and attacks. He had already imagined several kinds of soul beasts. Chapter 84 Cat and Cat. After a few days of trekking, I walked and stopped in the forest. In the early morning, the team was preparing to rest. Zhou Suifeng also set up a tent and was calling Zhu Zuyun over. The blue-silver domain suddenly felt the activity of soul beasts around. Stop the movement and sense carefully. The evolution of the martial soul of the netherworld spirit cat is one of attributes and the other is bloodline. Both sides take into account. Zhou Suifeng has asked the team to move from dusk to the first half of the night these days. Netherworldly soul beasts are mostly active during this period. Although there are other times, the chances of encountering this time period are the greatest. Entering the tent and letting Zhu Zuyun come in, Zhou Suifeng spread his mental power and saw the appearance of the soul beast. Shadow Cat? The year is about the same. This soul beast is within Zhou Suifeng's expectations. A rough observation has not exceeded 1,000 years, which is very suitable. Seeing its movement trajectory, it will pass by the temporary camp where you and others. Or, I came here. Shadow Cat likes to follow human activities into the forest. When hunting souls, whether humans die or soul beasts die, they can take advantage of them. And I like to search for things left by humans. Give Zhu Yun a look. The two walked out of the tent and waited by the bonfire. Team leader, Zhang San came over to say hello. He has level 46, Beast Martial Soul Power Ape, and the team has 4 people, and the lowest level is a level 26 food system. It's getting late, let's watch the night. You two should go and rest quickly. His attitude is very attentive. When hiring, Zhou Suifeng was very happy and directly gave all the rewards. Generally speaking, before the start, there are usually not so many, and the entire collection will be settled only after the hunting soul is over. Zhou Suifeng was too lazy to talk about it. When he was having dinner in his previous life, he always liked to check out the bill first, but he was too lazy to get into trouble later. Besides, I didn't have enough money. I took away so much treasure from the Duke's mansion and the activity funds provided by Ning Yulin. Some small soul master clans are not as rich as Zhou Suifeng. Captain Zhang doesn't have to care about us, there is a soul beast coming. Feeling that the kitten is getting closer and closer, Zhou Suifeng mentioned wake up a little. Captain Zhang San was stunned for a moment, then turned his head suspiciously, but found nothing. Judging from his 3 team members, he had no reaction. I suspect that my boss seems to be a little inappropriate, but... Zhang San turned his head and asked, where is the soul beast? Zhou Suifeng had already controlled the blue-silver grass and drove the shadow cat out. Zhang San reacted very quickly, turned around and released his martial soul and attacked, sending signals to his 3 teammates at the same time. 4 people besieged, but there was no wave of shadow cats that had won less than 1,000 years. The soul beast reacted faster. Although he didn't know why the blue-silver grass around him suddenly drove him away, he felt the murderous aura of human beings, hid forward, drilled into the shadow by the bonfire, activated his shadow ability, and disappeared directly in the eyes of the 4 people. Interesting, the name of the shadow. Zhou Suifeng muttered. However, there is nothing good about this kind of battle, so I still control the blue-silver grass. It directly destroys its state of inseparable from the fire and shadow. It hides in the shadow and looks completely gone under the contrast of the fire, but in fact it only echoes the dark elements through its own energy, eliminates its own breath, and achieves the effect of disappearing in vision. Those who have been over 1,000 years will have special abilities of short shadow escape, and those who have been over 100 years will have special abilities that are truly integrated into shadows, but they are rare. After several help from Zhou Suifeng, the four of them finally took it down and sent it over. From beginning to end, they did not notice Zhou Suifeng's intervention at all. They just thought that the shadow cat's own lack of ability was exposed frequently. Nodded casually, too lazy to pay attention to them, and looked at Zhu Ziyun. Zhou Suifeng said lightly. This is the second soul ring that suits you as I imagine. You can also continue to choose the original route and give you 10 minutes to consider. After saying that, he withdrew his gaze and stared at the dying soul beast. Zhou Suifeng pondered, wondering if it would burst out the soul bone. In less than a minute, Zhu Ziyun took action. She took a deep breath and walked directly towards the soul beast. Her thinking is very clear. Before there is no decisive resistance, it is best to do everything according to what Zhou Suifeng said. Good to her and to both sisters. There is nothing to say about taking action, understanding the soul beast, and absorbing the soul ring. While she was absorbing it, Zhou Suifeng pulled down the body of the shadow cat. Seeing his movements, the four members of the soul hunting squad were both nervous and looking forward. Looking forward to the explosion of soul bones, nervousness will also explode, but then both sides will not be able to be good. Gee! How come this shadow cat has 3 eyes? The soul bone was not detected, but Zhou Suifeng found that the cat had a 3rd eye on its forehead. Does the shadow cat have such a mutation? Or is this not a shadow cat? A hybrid of Threed fox? Seeing that nothing appeared, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay. Is it possible that only if we are more than 2 of us and we can form a team with others to explode? A thought popped up in my mind, and then shook my head and did an experiment later. In half an hour, Zhu Ziyun's absorption ended. Without waiting for Zhou Suifeng to ask, he whispered and explained his second soul skill. After using the soul skill, she will enter the ability similar to Shadow Cat Shadow Escape, eliminate the breath, reduce the soul power consumption by 30%, lasting for 10 minutes, and will not be controlled or locked by single body attack abilities for the duration. The goal was achieved, everyone had a short rest and evacuated outside the forest at dawn. Walking out of the camping tree, Zhou Suifeng suddenly found something was wrong with Zhu Ziyun. Her eyes seemed to be a little photophobic and she kept squinting unconsciously. There are many people and eyes, so it is difficult to check, so I can only wait until I leave the forest. Hurry up to the soul hunting town. I found a hotel and opened a room and waited for her to take a shower. Zhou Suifeng called the person over, held his face, and came to him to observe carefully. Zhu Ziyun held her breath unconsciously, and her heart beats like a drumbeat. Is it necessary to today? After looking at it for a long time, Zhou Suifeng didn't see any clues, but he still felt something was wrong. Let her go to bed and prepare to have an in-depth examination of her body. Clenched his fists, Zhu Ziyun looked at the simple bed with her eyes dull. I didn't expect it to be in such a place, he. Take a deep breath, make up your mind, lie down quickly, spread your hands and feet slightly, like a wooden man. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and landed on her chest, spreading blue and silver filaments, starting from the heart, and carefully checked. When my palm fell down, I suddenly felt a little distracted. It's just a soul ring, is it so great to improve? One hand cannot be mastered. Close your eyes and lower your eyes, calm your mind and concentrate on investigating. Seeing his actions, Zhu Ziyun was in a complicated mood and had no words to express her mind. Is that again? Isn't this guy okay? After several examinations, a strange soul power was found near the upper dantian, yintang a cup ointment, and eye sockets. Something like soul bone? Damn, question. Head soul bone? This part may be the soul bone of the head. But the shadow cat is only more than 800 years old, and this year is too low. If it were the limbs, Zhou Suifeng could still replace it, but his head and torso would be difficult to deal with. No, if it was a soul bone, how could it enter her body directly? Wait, could it be an external soul bone? Retrieve the blue-silver filaments. But before the conscious reaction, my hand subconsciously rubbed it. Zhu Zuyun, yes. Zhou Suifeng. 85 Chapter 85 Zhu Zuyun, what attitude should I use to treat this person? 85. The air was a little silent for a moment, making people dry their mouths. Zhou Suifeng coughed twice and made her get up. Summon martial souls, drive soul power, and wander the meridians throughout the body. Seeing that she was still a little lost, she frowned. Zhou Suifeng stretched out his finger and poked her waist, and a subtle light flashed. Zhu Zuyun waved and sat up in a hurry. Well, it seems that my current push should be the beginning. If you have time, study it carefully. When he got up, his waist and eyes felt numb. Zhu Zuyun had a good time to come back to his senses. According to what Zhou Suifeng said, luck mobilized his soul power. A few weeks later, when the corners of the eyes on both sides are lifted up to the temple, there are some dark blue cuticles, which are very thin, and it is easy to look like a tattoo if you don't pay attention. A mysterious pattern hovered out in the temple, turned back along the tip of the eyebrows, and finally fell to the foundations of the eyes on both sides of the nose. The real special code is the external soul bone. It seems that it should be the external soul bone of the eyes. When this thing appeared, her pupils also changed color. The eyes that were originally black turned into dark blue pupils. After hearing Zhou Suifeng say that he had merged his soul bones, Zhu Zuyun was overjoyed, but then he was stunned. Soul bone? This guy won't kill himself and dig his bones, right? Judging from her reaction, you can tell what she was thinking, and Zhou Suifeng said disdainfully. It's just a soul bone. Zhou Suifeng was a little curious about the ability of soul bones. After leaving the hotel, they found a forest outside, and the two of them fought in the field. After several hours of battle, I roughly figured out the ability of this soul bone. In one case, it is very useless, but on the other hand, it is very amazing. The specific function helps her to lock in the weaknesses of the target. After opening the soul bone, her eyes will become a kind of demonic eye. At low levels, the effect is average, but this is an external soul bone. If the age is increased, it might be possible to achieve death devil eyes. The demon eye of the death was a little exaggerated. But this ability is very compatible with her. Moreover, after using this thing, it can also increase the power of her second soul ring. Conversely, when using the second soul skill, the effect of this soul bone is also improved. Don't easily reveal the existence of this soul bone. If you are killed, don't expect me to avenge you. Zhou Suifeng's idea of digging out the external soul bone for a few seconds appeared in his mind. She had only absorbed it for a while and it was definitely not fully integrated. But the ability of this soul bone does not match the 5 people very well. The 5 people all took the front line that was overwhelming and domineering. This ability is obviously more suitable for the speed flow assassin. In addition, the previous feel is very Savo-Rouse. Zhu Zuyun's soul ring has been solved, and Zhou Suifeng still needs the 5th soul ring. He planned to search for this 5th soul ring and start in 30,000 years based on his own physical condition. If it goes well, then start a plan to cover the soul ring with a Hyage life. She followed inconveniently, so she sent it back to Kaibao City first. Zhou Suifeng was a little surprised when he returned to Kaibao City and found Ning Yulan next door. So I went over to meet. Talking about his 5th soul ring. Tang Yin and I are enough. By the way, find the location of Lanyan Forest. The strength of the blue-silver grass is enough, and it will become higher and higher as the level increases. The 4th soul ring also has negative resistance. He has 2 goals for this 5th soul ring. First, increase mental power and increase control over various forms of blue-silver grass. Second, it is naturally to continue to increase the life attributes. In 2 years, he thought a lot about the development of Lan Yinko. The blue-silver grass has no powerful abilities and attributes. Elements, power, speed, and barely develop in these aspects, but instead falls inferior. Although it is not as dementia as Master Yu and Buddha Tang add poison to the blue-silver grass, it is also a matter of promoting weaknesses and avoiding strengths. These attributes can be added, but it is best not to be cultivated as the main direction. If the ultimate goal is not a god, but a relatively powerful titled Douluo, it doesn't matter. Any attribute can enhance the blue-silver grass. But if you want to become a god, it is better to be purer. Moreover, he remembered someone. In Huo Yuhao's era, there seemed to be a personal soul ring, which was a full amplification type. Relying on his own combat skills, he made a fortune. Blue-silver grass is very suitable for this route. Its form is very simple to go in the physical direction. Moreover, by increasing the strength of life, it can also increase the power of fusion with other people's martial souls. Looking for the blue-silver forest is not for the fifth soul ring, but for the purpose of covering the Hyage soul ring in the future. Others can accurately find the Hyage blue-silver grass. As for the specific choice of the fifth soul ring, Ning Yulin and Enlan helped collect information about the soul beasts that are said to be related to the ancient tree of life. Zhou Suifeng is going to verify it one by one. If it can directly absorb the real ancient tree of life, it will be perfect, and its vitality will definitely be increased to an extremely terrible level. But this is unlikely. Among the 5 people, there are probably 2 places where there are ancient trees of life. One is the real core area of the Stardew Forest, the center of the Lake of Life, and there seems to be a tree on the island in the middle of the lake. Even if it is not the real tree of life, it should be an extremely similar subspecies. There is 100% in another place, the God Realm, the God King of Life. But if you have the ability to get the ancient tree of life from her, how can you still use the vulgar development now? After chatting with Ning Yulin, I returned to the next door. Stop rest for 2 days. This time I leave, it will take 2 months to half a year. You should pay attention to your own practice. When I come back, if you find that the result of my calculation is too far from that of my calculation, you should be mentally prepared yourself. He threw it to Zhu Ziyun, pinched Zhu Zuking's face, which was still fat, and patted Zhu Ziyu on the shoulder. Let's set off to meet Tang Yin. Zhu Ziyun watched the person leave and slowly closed the door. When he arrived at the uninhabited land, he summoned the martial soul and used blue-silver filaments to wove it into a giant eagle. The second soul skill of the glazed tower was given to life. Flying Mount Get. Tang Yin rushed to the road, and halfway through, he saw Zhou Suifeng falling from the sky. Damn it! Mysterious bell. Skipping him, Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and wiped the soul guide, pouring out a pile of materials of different shapes. All of them are strange metals collected by Ning Yulin during this period, as well as some gems of special textures, crystals, etc. Tang Yin checked one by one, and stuffed it into his soul guide with a smile. At the beginning, he studied forging to help Ning Yulin study the method of nourishing souls with weapons. Now, he himself likes the process of making irons. Watching the rough materials turn into what they want makes him feel like he creates life and feels fulfilled. Zhou Suifeng, how is the forged one? Can it be used? Organize the things and sort them out. Tang Yin took out 3 things and handed them over. A short knife with an arm length and a short spear. The remaining one is not sure how to describe it. It is a bit like a mosquito coil that is lifted up, with circles of spirals and dark blue patterns. 86 Chapter 86 Lan Yin Haoshan Fusion Technique. 86. This is the highest level of my current level. Tang Yin explained. Now we can successfully capture the emotions in it, sublimate the activity, and integrate a certain amount of soul power for use. However, it is still a little short of spiritual forging and giving true spirituality and integrating into the body. These two schools, I call them soul power conduction weapons. You can understand them as the chakra conduction weapons in Naruto. This spiral tower, which I studied myself, is used to amplify the magnetic field and practice what is driven by the current. It's very effective. I should be able to use currents of about 2000 volts now. A standard 10 cubic centimeter ingot melts completely in 5 minutes. This dog, silently, had actually reached this level by itself without hiding it. I have held so many meetings in the space in the past 2 years, but can I resist silent? Josua Feng had a virtual eye, and he was 4 of them. The highest power of current pushing is only a few hundred volts at most, which cannot exceed 1000. Of course, if you use the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, it will naturally be far beyond this power. What the two of them are talking about now is that they ignore the martial soul and use the willpower, mental power, to activate the body cells at high speed to create the power produced by electric current. I tried 2 weapons first. After inputting soul power, a glimmer of light appeared on the short sword, and my hair was broken, which was very sharp. The short spear, the soul power input has become slightly longer, increasing penetration. After using the spiral tower, Josua Feng nodded. Indeed, it is of great help to the current driving of cultivation. Judging from his reaction, Tang Yin was very proud and talked about further experimental directions. I'm going to try to see if adding animal blood or human blood can activate the spirit next. Nodding, Josua Feng took out a map. The location of the soul beast that Ning Yulan and Enlan helped investigate was marked on it. Tang Yin came over. The Grand Canyon cannot be visited now, and people from the Martial Spirit Hall appear frequently. After thinking for a while, Josua Feng stretched out his hand. Go here first. At the bottom of the map, in the southwest of the Xingluo Empire, a small soul beast habitat. In addition to the 3 gathering places of the Star-Fighting Forest, the Sunset Forest and the Ice Forest, there are also many large and small soul beast habitats. In small habitats, it is generally difficult to have soul beasts that have exceeded 10,000 years. If the survival of nearby humans is threatened, the Soul Palace or the Empire will mobilize teams to round up and hunt. But the 3 forces will not take the initiative to investigate these small gathering places without any trouble. Usually, there are 3 major places with more types and more numbers. No, 2 major soul beasts gather. In this era, the frozen forest is not regarded as an existence at the same level as the sunset stars. Continue to summon the flying mount and go straight toward. Hurry up to the first place. Oh, it's a little bit short. A lush giant tree in the valley with blue leaves. Looking down from the sky, the sunlight was like a cluster of strange blue thorns. The year does not match, and this soul beast has toxins. Next place. The years are enough, the race is almost done, so I can't improve much, so I'll change it. 3rd, 4th. You said, where will the ancient golden tree be? On the back of Lan Yin Feiying, he confirmed the next location, and Josua Feng asked a question casually. Tang Yin's hands were discharged with crackling electricity, carefully tempering the things in his hands through electromagnetics. Hiss, it's a little hot. Directly through electromagnetic purification, it is not as easy to control as a hammer. Reduce the voltage. The golden ancient tree should be the nickname of the ancient tree of life, right? These two should be the same thing. No one knows where Shrek's tree was obtained. It shouldn't be the same kind of existence, right? Josua Feng muttered, and among the information they helped investigate, there was a soul beast called the Golden Tree. I wonder if it had anything to do with the later ancient Golden Tree. It seems that some people say that the Golden Ancient Tree is the evolution after Iron merged with the Tree of Life. A Yin Blue Silver Emperor plus the Ancient Tree of Life is equal to the Ancient Tree of Gold? Josua Feng summoned his own blue-silver grass. In terms of strength and toughness, after absorbing the Black Jade Divine Bamboo, it is already above the Blue-Silver Emperor, with only the level and a little vitality. We moved around the place far and near, and walked for several days. I never found a satisfactory goal. On the way, I encountered a continuous thunder cloud. Zhou Suifeng secretly said bad luck and changed direction. Passing by the clear sky area. Within 2 months, I traveled around and went around in circles, but finally went to the Stardew forest. Is this sure it's it? Don't change it. Tang Yin covered his nose, looked vigilantly at the soul beast not far away from him, across the distance. That's it. Zhou Suifeng also lost his patience. This one is probably the most suitable one so far, with the right year and good ability. Ancient trees in the fantasy world. This tree meets Zhou Suifeng's requirements in terms of vitality. Even in places with low water and soil, they can survive tenaciously. Secondly, it will bloom, and the fragrance of flowers has hallucination effects and has some spiritual attributes. Which trick should I use? Zhou Suifeng expanded his field to dispel the fragrance of hallucinated flowers. Tang Yin put down his hand and asked which martial soul to use to fusion. Just blue silver grass and Haoshan hammer. The movement and static are small, the speed is fast, hurry up. The two of them are majoring in blue silver grass and Haoshan hammer. These two martial souls have soul rings and use the fusion technique to be the most powerful. Tang Yin mobilized his soul power and prepared to respond. Zhou Suifeng squatted down and spread the field first, leading the blue-silver grass around him for easy use. Be prepared to release the blue-silver grass martial soul, echoing Tang Yin's Haoshan hammer. The blue and black soul powers blend and spread. The energy is rolling, and the wind blows the grass low. The faint ripples stopped. The figures of the two men did not disappear, and there was no obvious change in appearance, but the two martial souls disappeared. The fusion of Lan Yin and Haoshan is a domain-like soul-like skill similar to the two chrysanthemum ghosts. It is just that the effect of the polar static field is the activity of the target within the solidification coverage range. This Lan-Hao twin formation combines the life of the blue-silver grass with the power of the Haoshan hammer, and attacks with the two of them within the range. One breath. Give Tang Yin a look and signaled him to explode his soul power in one breath. Zhou Suifeng pointed his right hand at the sword, level with the ground, took a deep breath, and lifted it up suddenly. Blue, silver and sky breaks. God, I'll ask you to mess with girls. It's either broken here or broken anywhere. It was like an earthquake, the ground was shaken, the land cracked, and countless blue and silver grass rose from the ground. The ancient trees sensed danger, and the canopy shaking. Some buds that were less than the opening time bloomed instantly, while the flowers that had already bloomed were injected with vitality by the ancient trees, and the petals expanded instantly. After a few breaths, I could no longer see the appearance of the ancient tree and was surrounded by dark green petals of all sizes. The light green pollen waves visible to the naked eye rotate and spread. The pollen not only has the mental effects of hallucination, but also has physical harm. The dense dust rubbed against the blue-silver grass, as if it was about to destroy it. But it only caused the blue-silver grass to swing in different arcs without causing any damage. 87 Chapter 87 The Fifth Soul Ring of the Blue-Silver Grass. 87. The manifestation of physical damage surprised Zhou Suifeng, but unfortunately it was useless. The blue-silver grass, which launched an attack on the ancient tree, has a new version that integrates the power of the Haoshan hammer. Even if it does not have the strength of the Haoshan hammer, it also has a substitute of the Moya divine bamboo. The pollen air waves did not even cause any blue-silver grass to sway. Soul beasts of 10,000 years have already possessed very clear wisdom. However, due to the limitations of its own race, the plant system is not as flexible as the animal-based soul beast. But at present, the ancient tree also noticed the danger. Seeing that the pollen did not have a defensive effect, the petals fell off and began to explode. But it still failed to damage the blue-silver grass, and with the continuous explosion, Zhou Suifeng could sense that its state was declining. This explosion effect seems to be a way to actively gather vitality. Vitality bomb? Can it kill people? Will you replenish your status in the other party? Shaking his head secretly. In the second phase of the attack, Zhou Suifeng still pointed his sword at the command. The blue-silver grass breaks out of the ground, swaying without wind. The canopy of ancient trees is shaking, the branches swing wildly, and the leaves fall. Soon, it fell all over the ground. A black and blue, thick, strong, long, and straight super-large blue-silver grass penetrates the ancient tree and soars into the sky. This is the breakthrough. In the first stage, the blue-silver grass broke through the ground and accumulated energy, and the second stage of the transformation explosion was the black, thick, hard, long blue-silver grass attack. 32,000 years, the ancient tree in the illusion world ends. Remnant soul impact? Ignore. The little tree soul is ridiculous. It still cannot shake Zhou Suifeng's spirit, and it is hard to force. It makes people feel dizzy. After the absorption, the vitality intensity of the blue-silver grass martial soul naturally increased again. In addition, the weak basic plate is well behaved and absorbs its flower fragrance. My blue-silver grass can also be fragrant. It is still a passive state. In other words, the martial soul itself carries the fragrance, and it is not possible to use the fragrance of flowers after using the fifth soul skill. The active effect of this soul skill has little to do with Huaxiang. It has improved some Zhou Suifeng's control over various soul skills forms, and also has some effects on the first soul skills, which accelerates growth, but will grow into a blue-silver tree. Zhou Suifeng named it, Blue Silver and Flower Tree World. Are you going back to Zhengzhen City? Next, look for Lanyan Forest. Zhou Suifeng can do it alone. Through the blue-silver field, it will be possible to find the low-level blue-silver grass around it in too long. Tang Yin couldn't help. Holding his hands behind his head, Tang Yin squinted his eyes. I said, even if we are really a tool guy, can you at least cover it up? You can throw it away after using it. So blatant? Are you thinking about it? Ah. My fault, my fault. I'm in a good mood, cooperate with him. Tang Yin nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, there is nothing big happening now, so I will naturally go back to Zhengzhen City. Although there are no beauties in Zhengzhen City, there are many kinds of ores and the probability of special materials appearing is higher. I can also do experiments. Let's talk about it when I can stabilize the forging materials. By the way, I'll give me a ride and you can fly. Zhou Suifeng. Summon the flying eagle and send him back. When he arrived at Zhengzhen City, Zhou Suifeng did not leave directly. It is rare to come here. So I use the characteristics of the 7 treasure glazed tower to find out if there are any buried treasures. After playing for 7 or 8 days, I found nothing in rare treasures. I harvested some superior forging materials and threw them to Tang Yin and bid farewell to Zhengzhen City. After Zhou Suifeng left, Tang Yin continued to study forging. I collected some blood of soul beasts, the blood of ordinary animals, the blood of ordinary people and the blood of soul masters, and prepared to try to sacrifice the spirits of blood. In just half a month, he made hundreds of attempts. With electromagnetic and Haoshan hammer, the speed of forging and purification is far higher than that of other blacksmiths. Now the 1000 forging level is easy for him. The method of blood sacrifice to enlighten the spirit was successful but not successful. The blood of ordinary people and animals evaporates directly during the forging process without any effect. The blood of the soul beast and the soul master provides an extra energy. It has achieved the sublimation of the emotion in the materials imagined by Tang Yin, and has produced activity. The degree of fusion with soul power is far beyond the previous effect. Before this, although soul power could be absorbed, it was only slightly transmitted, and the process was greatly lost. In the end, a layer of thin light could only be formed on the surface. Now, it is a true fusion. But why does it seem like there is a fierce aura? He simply forged a few small swords and swords of ordinary styles, and he checked them one by one. Although he was convinced by his hands, Tang Yin just felt a sense of desire to devour. Try it out. The experimental results confirmed his idea that these weapons forged through melting blood will hurt people. The users Tang Yin found for money, before they could wave it much, the backlash scars would appear on their palms and arms. There are shallow and deep, there are short and long. According to individual feedback, some people felt that there was a clear resistance to what was on their hands. It is already considered a success to be able to make people outside of themselves, a forger, feel obvious emotions. But others can't use it. This obviously doesn't work. A guess came out in his mind and started the experiment again. This time it only took a few days and he got the desired result. Sure enough. The things that are forged through blood melting are, except for the forging who can forcefully control me, the master of blood can use them. I always feel something weird. Tang Yin wanted to find out the factors that the blood sacrifice could ignite the spirit, and collected some blood again, mixed it together, and purified it. He wanted to try to find out what could directly affect the ignite. This will lose the effect of enlightening the spirit again. The blood sacrifice is not universal, I have to think about it. Other methods show can we give these materials activity? Change another place? For example, a vital environment? Or is it that you think of away from the hammer? After thinking a lot, I was not sure. Unconsciously I remembered the state of the fusion of the 5 people in the double-double pot, as if I could intuitively see the principles of heaven and earth. If only it could be integrated again. Perhaps you can intuitively discover the crux of the problem and find a solution. But everyone is very busy. And it is the right way to practice while taking advantage of the quiet time. He studied forging, Tian Rui was pushing the current, and Ning Yulin's development of Xian Shui pills was just a side job that could share some energy, but to focus all the 5 people on this aspect, it would be more than worth the loss. I'd better study it myself first. If it really doesn't work, I just need to notify them 4 of them. Ding bell, ding bell. After eliminating the blood sacrifice method, Tang Yin returned to his previous progress. I couldn't make a breakthrough for a long time, and I was a little discouraged. Temporarily end the forging and go out to relax. Change the environment and feel. Put yourself in nature, understand the world, and calm down, and you may have new ideas. 88 Chapter 88 Ascend to the Spirit, Spiritual Forging. 88. Unfortunately, I just let out a few farts in the end and polluted the air, and did not produce any new ideas. Then let's find a way from the materials. Originally, Tang Yin's plan was to make a breakthrough from the 1000 forged level of ordinary metals, and then use those small amounts of special materials to better play. Now, it is hard to say whether it is special or ordinary, breaking through the level is the most important thing. I picked up some blue silver grass nearby and took it back for juice to quench it to see if it would be useful. Back in the city, I wandered around, looking for any forged hammers of special texture. The problem of not being able to successfully activate the spirit for such a long time, it may also be the energy influence of Haoshan hammer. After all, everyone knows the soul power of Haoshan hammer. After buying several handfuls, I carried them on my shoulders and walked back. Passing by the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association, he took a look inside. 2 men walked out, one looked depressed and the other was helpless. Old Wang, it's been more than 10 years. You always use the same work to register a master. Don't be obsessed. If you change something, you might have succeeded long ago. Don't be stubborn. Perseverance? Pointed horns? A stream of numbness surged from the solace of my feet to the spiritual cover of the sky. It seemed like the trembling before it was boring. Inspiration bursts out. Tang Yin realized it. So I am persistent and rack my brains, the less I get the desired result. Being stuck in a stubborn way will only get narrower and narrower. Change the angle and direction, and you may get better results. Blessings come to the heart and feel refreshed. Carrying a few new forged hammers, I happily returned to my residence. Clean the forging furnace and room carefully without leaving any trace of forging. Then, for 7 days, I forgot about forging. Use the lowest level forging hammer, the simplest material, the most basic stage, starting from scratch. The iron block becomes iron essence, and the copper ingot becomes copper mother. Make steel in 100 times, and keep your fingers soft. Until the breakthrough the 1000th forging again. Focus on it. Don't think about any extra thoughts. It will be natural and enlightenment. Spiritual forging, achievement. Ahahaha. Master Deo, I've made it. Finally. It's natural. The materials that complete the real enlightenment of this first level are very commemorative, but the materials are a bit ordinary. Just mix most of the ordinary metal forged alloys. After thinking about it, Tang Yin made it into 5 iron cards. Leave one of his own, and then hand it over to the other 4 guys. Hold those 4 pieces away and no soul power is input, so as not to leave a mark and make it difficult for others to deal with it when they are used. After sorting out the tools, I calmed down. Hold up your iron plate with 2 fingers and slowly input your soul power to nourish it. There are no special abilities yet, so I can only throw them out and play them as flying cards. I will keep them for 10 days and half a month to see what will happen. Play with iron cards, meditate, and accumulate experience so far. Take a day off and try again the next day. Until you use the Haoshan hammer, you can successfully activate the spirit. The things released were completely echoing Tang Yin's spirit, soul power, and body, so he was completely relieved and affirmed himself and completed the spiritual forging. Calculate the time, it just happened Yukanayan? Ah! He carefully calculated that from the beginning of lifting the iron to completing the spiritual forging, it seemed that it was about 2.5 years. Leave a message in the space to notify the other 4 people of this good news. Continue to conduct research. Although the iron plate can be contained in the body, it is still far from Ning Yulin's request to integrate with the martial soul and make up for the shortcomings of the martial soul. I feel that I lack some vitality and unique attributes. After leaving Zhengzhen City, Zhou Suifeng sat on a flying eagle and prepared to return to the Stardew Forest to find the blue-silver forest by sensing the blue-silver grass. That place should belong to a corner of the Stardew Forest. The sky was quiet and began to think about the matter of covering the soul ring for a long time. Suddenly I discovered a problem. Ning Yulin's martial soul has transformed into a 9-treasure glazed tower, but the other people's martial souls are still 7 treasures. Can other people's High soul rings still cover their 9 treasures? The principle of sharing among 5 people is that the high position covers the low position. Even if the remaining people add a high soul ring to the 7-treasure glazed tower as the first soul ring, they may not be able to build 9 treasures. The immortal herbs we take were selected for the martial souls that were the main practitioners. Although the rest of the martial souls were also enhanced, not many of them. But if Ning Yulin shares it again, the soul ring he has added will be covered again. Unless someone dies once, absorbs all the soul rings and starts again. If you think about it carefully, there are 2 more questions. He majored in blue-silver grass, but in order to do experiments, Kai Bao also added 2 soul rings. In addition, Tian Rui was resurrected once after his death. In order to disguise, he changed his golden feathered phoenix, and his position coincided with Enlan. There were 2 empty spaces that everyone used to cover the soul ring. Let me think about it. Suppose it starts with me. I still have 3 empty seats. If I choose the Haoshan hammer to start covering, Tang Yin will choose the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Enlan will choose the blue silver grass, Ning Yulin will choose the blue electric, and Tian Rui will choose the glass tower. It's okay, it can be turned on. Enlan and Ning Yulin both exposed the twin martial souls, and it is not suitable to directly choose the exposed martial souls for coverage. Similarly, there are only 3 empty spaces. Calculate carefully and turn it on. Then the only problem is the gap between the 7 treasures and the 9 treasures. I wonder if the 7 treasures can cover the 9 treasures glazed tower that has been covered with the first ring of 10,000 years. No, right. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is not suitable for exposure now, so it will be troublesome to attract the attention of the blue electric sect. This position must be delayed. Then, reorder. Tang Yin chose the golden feathered phoenix bird, and covered it with Lan and Tianrui. Tianrui and Ning Yulan chose the blue-silver grass, and the other chose the glazed tower, and he continued to choose the Haoshan hammer. Just right. Zhou Suifeng calculated the rough order, and then who will choose which martial soul will start to overturn Ito cover, you have to make detailed considerations. The calculations were made clear, and the flying eagle was controlled to speed up and return to the Star Do Great Forest. Finding the blue-silver forest is as easy as imagined, and it doesn't take long. The low-level blue-silver grass cannot clearly distinguish whether it is the senior of the higher-aged blue-silver grass or the martial soul of human beings. Through the field, Zhou Suifeng conveys his will. Ask the place where they feel respect and worship. Continuously shift the scope, follow the map, and explore slowly. In the past half a month, I was located in the blue-silver forest. And, it easily entered the depths. Meeting with the blue-silver king. The cultivation level of 85,000 years is only under the blue-silver emperor Ion, and the highest-ranking blue-silver grass. He drove his martial soul all the way, maintained his territory, and arrived in front of the blue-silver king. The blue-silver king transformed into a spiritual body and looked a little disappointed. In such a pure blue-silver field, he thought it was the emperor who had returned. It is rare to see a human who can cultivate the blue-silver grass martial soul to this level. It seems that this old man has seen many soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Yes, the blue-silver grass race has poor talent. Although its cultivation level may not be proportional to its age, the old man's age is definitely older than he thought. 89 Chapter 89 Blue-Silver Forest 89. Zhou Suifeng was about to speak, but Lan Yinqing changed his tone and stopped. Humans are not welcome here. Young people should leave quickly. As he said that, he dissipated his spirit and returned to his own essence. Frowning frowned, Zhou Suifeng looked up at the huge body of the blue-silver king. Thinking about the possibility of a forceful move here. Although it is not the blue-silver grass that has no high-age life elsewhere, it is very time-saving to capture it directly here. However, with this blue-silver king in charge, it is probably not that easy to hunt a blue-silver grass that has been more than 30,000 years old. Can the fusion of 4 people compete with this guy? It is too dangerous for the 5 people to fully merge. I don't know if the 4 people can get along with the blue-silver king. There are 2 things to do. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Suifeng suddenly looked up and said, Senior, I know the whereabouts of Lan Yinhuang Emperor. Advanced special sound. At a speed of thousands of times faster than before, the blue-silver king's spiritual body suddenly reappeared. Where is my emperor? I need a blue-silver grass that is 30,000 to 50,000 years old as a soul ring. In the blue-silver king's cognition, all the blue-silver grass is worthy of dedication to the emperor. But, deal with humans? Trusted? Humans and soul beasts have natural oppositions. Even if Lan Yinko has a peaceful temperament, she will naturally not have too high trust in humans. When Tang Hao sent Tang San over, he did not enter directly, but chose to wait outside. Tell me the emperor first. So, this. A Yin's story is briefly repeated to him. Zhou Suifeng was not mixed with any subjective opinions. Why did Tang Hao run for 3 days but not take A Yin to the blue-silver forest? If the blue-silver king can think of flaws, it depends on himself. Unexpectedly, the blue-silver grass clan deserved it. Zhou Suifeng estimated that the Blue-Silver King was unlikely to think about the hidden issues. It is generally difficult for the Soul Beast clan to understand the twists and turns between humans. As expected, the Blue-Silver King was just angry at the behavior of the Wuhan Palace, and had some complaints about Tang Hao's failure to protect A Yin, and did not consider other possibilities at all. The Emperor should have left a seed. Humans, if you can bring the Emperor's seed or the Emperor's blood back here, I can agree on the behalf of the Emperor and promise you a suitable blue-silver grass. What if I die on the way to come with seeds or blood? Zhou Suifeng objected, and Lan Yin King stopped. This was indeed a problem. But there was no concession. You can only get the blue-silver grass when you see the Emperor's seeds or bloodlines. The old man, Lan Yin King, didn't get in. Zhou Suifeng left directly. 3 to 50,000 years is the new first soul ring of blue-silver grass, but it is not the most preferred one. Let's wait. If you are lucky and find a soul beast that is more suitable as the new first ring than blue-silver grass, you don't have to consider it here. If not found, then I'll ask everyone to go side by side. If not, let Ning Yulin ask Douluo to take action. Bring Lan Yin Huang back here? Not appropriate. The risks behind this are completely disproportionate to the gains. The existence of iron is also a link in Tang San's development. I've been out for so long, and it's time to go back. Calculate the time. It has been half a year since I left Kaibao City and found Lanyan Forest now. Maybe this Soul Master competition has begun. It's time to go back. Expand the map and glanced at it, and saw if there were any soul beasts close to it on the way back, and went over and took a look. Perhaps there is a choice that is more suitable as a new soul ring than the blue-silver grass. Oh, the golden tree is not far away, go and take a look. The specific situation of several soul beasts was checked along the way and returned to Kaibao City. Passing by Soto City halfway. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and headed to the Holy Soul Village. Hovering high in the sky, looking for the place where A Yin is. Observation with the naked eye only. Using the blue-silver field can easily find A Yin's location, but it is likely to alarm Tang Hao. Although his field is different from A Yin's field, it is essentially the power of the blue-silver grass, which Tang Hao is very familiar with. Is A Yin's consciousness on the soul ring or inside the soul bone? The new blue-silver emperor is really what A Yin wants. Do you know it? He didn't know the 3 versions of Douluo, the original novel and comic version, but the anime version seemed to have A Yin's consciousness illusion flashed by Tang San when he was a child. Tang Xiaosan was holding a box of something, and he was about to fall down when he stepped on the air. A Yin wanted to hug him but lost. Forget it, the probability of utilization is low. A Yin and Tang Hao are Buddha's bound pendants, with the lowest probability of utilization. It's useless to eat, it's a pity to discard it, it's useless. Let's talk about it later. If you really can't find a soul beast that is more suitable as the new first ring than the blue-silver grass in other places. This time, he did not delay any more and went straight back to Kaibao City. Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao seemed to feel something. He opened his eyes suddenly and walked out of the yard. Look up. At dawn, the sun is just beginning to bloom. He saw nothing. He raised his head silently, and for a while, he turned to look towards the back hillside. A small figure was running towards this side. Looking at the agile skills that were completely inconsistent with the situation of his peers, Tang Hao's eyes were extremely gloomy. A Yin. The figure came to the door and saw Tang Hao standing in the yard, a little surprised. Get up so early today? Dad. He looked down at Tang San, and Tang Hao nodded casually and continued to go back to sleep. Dad, I'll go cook right away. Tang San was 3 years old and grew up eating the hundreds of families in the Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao, who was immersed in the sadness of his wife, was so unsuccessful that he could not take care to death. In this case, Tang San can still respect Tang Hao as his father and respect and love him, which is difficult to understand. Go home. There were no fewer 3 sisters, and Zhou Suifeng nodded. Suddenly, I was a little curious about Zhu Zuyun's mentality. This time the opportunity is so good, why don't you want to escape at all? After thinking about it again, this kind of thing doesn't matter at all. After the experiment of soul power development in recent years, the 3 sisters are completely filled with Zhou Suifeng's soul power breath. Even if you run away, it is very simple to track it down. Even if Zhou Suifeng doesn't take action, the other 4 people can sense Zhou Suifeng's soul power imprint. After checking Zhu Zuyun's cultivation, Zhou Suifeng suddenly frowned. Zhu Zuyun felt nervous. No, I have been practicing hard except eating and sleeping, but I have been practicing hard. Isn't this possible? Could it be it deliberately trying to mess with me? Since the experiment of soul power expanding her meridians, Zhou Suifeng has rarely catched her, and has been exhausted and exercised. Now, is it because my previous addiction is coming again? You like wearing black clothes so much. Zhu Zuyun was wearing a tight black training suit, but her chest was not tightened, as if she was unable to breathe. The trumpet dressed like Zhu Zuyun next to him. The smaller Zhu Zuking is different, the light blue skirt is similar to the color of blue-silver grass. 90 Chapter 90, Don't wear black clothes in the future. 90. It turned out to be clothes. But what's wrong with this dress? Black is synonymous with the underworld and a symbolic meaning of lurking. What's more, these black silks are dirt-resistant and breathable, and have good quality. Like black? Is it also the influence of martial soul? Black cat? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Suifeng said. In the future, I will change clothes of other colors privately, white, pink, blue, etc. After pausing, he said to Zhu Zuyun again. Also, keep your hair longer. Although her short hair is also good, Zhou Suifeng doesn't like her and is not very harmonious in his eyes. The soul ring can help the soul master develop the body in advance. With the talent of the Zhu family, directly from the appearance, no one would believe that she was just a little girl who was less than 12 years old. Long legs, big waist, and the Holy Girl Mountain is more sensational with long hair. Short hair is more suitable for the sharp and cold temperament, or the cute style. Zhu Zuyun almost made a difference. She is very soft, not only in terms of body but also in terms of temperament. If you want to say it, it is somewhat similar to Hulina's description in my impression. She is neither cold nor cute, in one word, charming. Of course, temperament can be cultivated and influenced later. But what do you do to train Zhu Zuyun into a cold killer? Is it okay to be idle? Not playing training games or role-playing? If it is cultivated, Zhu Zuking seems to be able to do it. Take us a cold female killer, which seems useless except to satisfy the erotic eroticism. Can you kill God? Not very good. Unless you spend a lot of money to cultivate, then put the cart before the horse. If you have the resources and time, why not use them to practice by yourself? Zhu Zuyun breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't feel anything. Just change clothes and grow long hair. Zhou Suifeng did not play any spiritual brainwashing for her. He thought seals. What he wanted was not a Fiji cup that was obedient and selfless. However, under such a long period of tyranny, Zhu Zuyun would do the same unless it was a major matter about life and death and a matter of 2 sisters. After checking Zhu Zuyun, check Zhu Zuyu at the same time. I don't know what her original talent was, but when she awakened her martial soul, it was innate level 5. It's been more than 2 years, and it's only level 8 now. This is the unformed Xian Shui pill, whale rubber and the like that Zhou Suifeng used for her, and the meditation methods he taught Zhu Zuyun. Looking at her nervous eyes, Zhou Suifeng also showed some disappointment. He himself didn't care about Zhu Zuyu's cultivation talent, and he was just the talent of the Zhu family. In addition, it is an experiment of soul power to open up meridians. But now it seems that this little girl is very afraid of Zhou Suifeng. It's no wonder that although Zhou Suifeng was mainly training Zhu Ziyun, Zhu Ziyu was watching most of the time. Although he had no experience, the fist that had not hit him was the most scary. Just as she was about to let her go to play by herself, Zhu Zuqing posted it up. I wanted to. She thought Zhou Suifeng and her two sisters were playing with something fun, and she was very angry if she didn't take her. Without experiencing the despair of the Zhu family, Zhu Zuqing is now innocent and ignorant. Space meeting. The surrounding environment changed again. After the efforts of 5 people, it became a small garden with birds singing and flowers blooming in the sun. After obtaining the 5th soul ring, Zhou Suifeng's soul power temporarily stayed at level 52. You can already start the action of covering the soul ring with high year life. Fusion of the soul bones of the limbs and strengthening the body, he should be able to absorb the soul ring of 50,000 years in advance. If this is the starting point. By the last Soul Master competition, 2644. Considering that the higher the level, the slower the practice, the worst level of the 5 people should be above level 75 by then. If everything goes well, with the quality of the Hyage Soul Ring, the 5 people may also break through level 90. Zhou Suifeng raised all the questions he had considered before. Several people started discussing. Everyone has no objection to the idea of hiding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex first. When they find the dragon soul under the Mandarin duck pot, they can see if it can be used. It is not too late to absorb the soul ring. But they are not so urgent about starting to cover the soul ring now. The current situation is still very calm, so it is better to upgrade the level. The higher the level, the higher the starting point of coverage. However, there are more than once opportunities to cover, and if you start directly now, you can quickly improve the level. After the level is improved, everyone will have more room for operation. Several people were silent and hesitant. Let's do this, you can find the soul beast first. If it's right, then start directly. If it's not right, wait a little longer. Lan knocked on the table and expressed his own opinions. According to our current template, we will improve our level as soon as possible. The sooner we reach the ban, the more time we will have to explore the secrets about God. Right. God. The calmer the situation, the more we should accelerate development while the calm time. Find the secrets about God. The other gods are unknown to the 5, but the Shura God King and the Sea God are all imaginary enemies of the 5 from beginning to end. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Determining this most critical issue, several people began to describe their progress since the last party. Lan, the failure of the soul core should be because my level is too low and my soul power is not enough. I have figured out some rules. Ning Yulan, according to the current progress, it should be enough for almost 2 more years. Tianrui, the current push level is steadily increasing. Tang Yin, the spiritual forging is completed. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Yulan cast a terrifying sight. How is the effect? Can it meet my requirements? If it can be done, Ning Yulan will truly master the entire 7 treasures glazed sect, even if Ning Fengzi is in power. I don't know either. Tang Yin spread his hands, however, according to my personal judgment, it should be almost done. Ning Yulan was a little disappointed. If you can master the entire sect in advance, you can save some development time to find traces of gods. Don't worry, I have already gained experience, it shouldn't take long. It's only 2 years at most. Oh, right. Thinking of another thing, Tang Yin raised his hand, a model appeared in his palm, and pushed it to Tianrui. This is something I have developed to help me practice electric current driving. What? In the blink of an eye, Tianrui was very surprised. Expand your palms, take the model, and observe left and right with some suspicion. Really? When I ask Kai Bao's people to send you one, I will give you a chance to send a message to you, so I will share my forging experience directly, and you can try it." As he said that, he closed his eyes and focused. After a moment, a very vivid data packet appeared in the center of the desktop, which is his experience in forging. Everyone has the Haoshan hammer martial soul, and after absorbing experience, it is no problem to do the same thing. 4 people clicked the data packet. Silently absorb. After a while, his face was different, he opened his eyes again. Experience is experience, and practical exercise is practical exercise. Even if they repeat all Tang Yin's steps and actions intact, it seems that the possibility of spiritual forging is not high, and it takes a considerable amount of time to settle down. 91 Chapter 91 Forget it. 91. Forget it. Tianrui shook his head. For the time being, just do it alone in the forging. Everyone has their own directions to be busy, and then bet on other aspects, and half the result is achieved with twice the effort. Tang Yin shrugged and didn't say anything. The meeting ends, and that's the case for the time being. At the end of the meeting, Zhou Suifeng suddenly said to Ning Yulin, "Share your martial soul to me again. Replace the 7 treasures with 9 treasures, and, with 2 more soul rings, maybe Zhou Suifeng can go directly to level 60. The question of whether the 7 treasures can cover the 9 treasures must also be solved. You want to die once." What everyone discussed before, Ning Yulin, it is speculated that Zhou Suifeng wants to die once to solve that problem. Why don't you wait? Wait until that guy Tang Yin breaks through to the next forging level. If that doesn't allow the 7 treasure glazed tower to break through the limit of the number of layers, it's not too late to share it. No one has figured out whether the resurrection from the dead is the price. Just like the integration of the 5, it is a question that requires caution. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng nodded. That's fine. The meeting discussion did not affect their respective progress much. Ning Yulin is in Duguyan and Xian Shuidan research team every day. As Duguyan grew older, the two suddenly had some distance, but this distance did not affect their relationship, but instead became more and more deep. Her second soul ring is a sub-dragon type soul beast with water attribute, Ning Yulin's suggestion. After using the 8-piece immortal orchid, all the poison on her body disappeared, leaving only the ability of the green phoenix snake itself, plus the soul ring of the dragon species. The probability of martial soul evolution is more than 60%. Young Sect Master, this is the experimental prescription and materials this time. After being established as the young sect leader, Ning Yulin immediately arranged for the sect to build a medicine hall, and the supervisor was 2 seniors of the sect with mutated martial souls of the 7 treasure glazed tower, 1 tripod and the other furnace, and were born with a holy body for refining medicine. The entire hall was led by 2 people, and was composed of some water-attributed soul masters, auxiliary soul masters and doctors who were familiar with various medicinal materials. Originally, Ning Yulin wanted to find people from the Ye family of Jux and Haitang to study together, but if you have Zhu Douluo and Yang Wudi's knowledge on herbs, it is no longer necessary. What's more, Dugubo will occasionally come over to instruct him. The blood of this water toad is toxic, so change it. The others are okay. Yes. I started it myself and tried several solutions, but I still couldn't achieve the real effect of the Xian Shui pill as I imagined. Ning Yulin sighed and left first, and the others continued. When I walked out of the pharmacy, the sun was a little bit harsh. The steps stopped and turned to the cool garden. A little girl hit her leg when she turned around. 6 and 6 brother. Except for Ning Rongrong, no child dares to rush around here. Ning Yulin was a little surprised. He didn't do anything to Ning Rongrong, but this little girl was very afraid of her. Tell me what to do if you are playing with me? Ning Yulin was dissatisfied with a stern face. Although it is impossible for no one to follow her. Also, what should I do if I hit someone? Sorry, brother 6. With his head and mind shrinking, Ning Rongrong walked back carefully, trying to escape from Ning Yulin. Ning Yulin grabbed it and hugged it. I am your sixth brother, not a beast. Why are you running away? Ning Rongrong looked desperate, leaned back his head, letting his hands and feet go completely, like a corpse. As Ning Yulin's movements swing left and right. Go and get a glass of juice, slightly ice, but don't be too cold. He gave an order to the two maids behind him. The two of them were blessed and walked away quickly with small steps. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned and he was resurrected in an instant. He hugged Ning Yulin's neck and shouted sweetly. Brother 6, I want to drink juice too. Ning Yulin's voice drifted into the ears of the maid who had not yet walked away. 2 cups. In the pavilion, Ning Rongrong held the juice and sipped it. The short legs couldn't reach the ground and swayed around. Very satisfied. Oh, it's very comfortable for you two here. A young man carrying a fine fishing rod and wearing a sun hat appeared in front of the two. Second brother X2. He nodded casually, found a backlit place on the back of the pavilion, and threw down the fishing rod towards the pond. Ning Rongrong looked at her dick strangely and pulled Ning Yulin's sleeve. Whispered. Is second brother stupid? There seems to be no bait on his hook. The hook seems to be straight. The second child. Wrong, we must learn to see the essence through phenomena. Ning Yulin also whispered, some people fishing not for fish, but for their feelings. Such people must have their own reasons, serious illness. As a well-educated lady, we must see through it and not say it out loud. Oh! Ning Rongrong remained unmoved, but Ning Rongrong was greatly shocked. After drinking the juice, she jumped out of her seat, wandered around, raised her hands and yawned strangely. Ning Yulin picked up the person again. Second brother, continue, I'll send Rongrong back for a nap. The second child waved his hand and continued to fish directly. When the two of them walked away, he looked back and shook his head secretly. Lao Liu's move is such a big deal, and he doesn't know whether it is a blessing or a disaster for the sect. Forget it, no matter what, there are 3 titled Douluo who are facing it when the sky falls. After sending the little girl back to her room, Ning Yulin was about to go to practice. Although he changed the ability of the glazed tower to be a simple auxiliary, he still belongs to the auxiliary side in terms of cultivation, which is slightly slower than the other 4 people, so he has to hurry up. Young sect master. A disciple dressed in white sect costume appeared in front of him, and Ning Yulin nodded. Explain. Reward for the spy, the person you are looking for has been found. He is now a deputy dean of Kanghui Senior Soul Master College. Very good, go down and receive the reward. Stay tuned, but don't let him discover it. Effect the order. This person, it is naturally the year. One of the methods to deal with Tang San. Let Tang San enter the dream and reveal everything about the Tang sect. Ning Yulin arranged for people from the sect to investigate and collect many soul masters with spiritual abilities. After searching, he found that Kinmeng Shinian's ability was the most suitable. Later, he planned to add a soul ring with spiritual attributes, but it is hard to say when to deal with Tang San, so he should prepare first. At that time, this person was also a pervert. Such a good martial soul is only used to torture and kill others. If it is used to interrogate secrets, it would be very convenient. It's simply unreasonable. I don't know if I can control the soul beast to dream, and directly sacrifice or something. But Ning Yulin also felt that the feasibility was not very high. First of all, it is unclear whether the soul beasts under 100,000 years have the ability to sacrifice. Furthermore, even if there is really, the energy generated by sacrifice may not be affected by the ability of only years. The energy magnetic field generated by the irritable rabbit sacrificed to Buddha Tang, even the 2 titles of Jugui and the 2 100,000 year soul beasts of Daming and Erming Daming cannot interfere. 92 Chapter 92 Many people have brain problems. 92. Walking towards the cultivation room, Ning Yulin suddenly remembered another question. Even if the sacrifice is over, Buddha Tang is just a level 66 soul emperor. There were so many people present in the Wuhan Palace, but they didn't take the opportunity to eliminate the roots to eliminate future troubles. Instead, they retreated like that while the sacrifice lasted? Is it possible that Zhu Gui and the other two were seriously injured at that time and were unable to delay the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts? If this is the case, it seems to be explained in the past. Xiao Wu soul ring and soul bone, should I plan? In contemplation, I walked into the carefully crafted training room. It is filled with all kinds of colorful gems, each of which is worth a lot. Some of them also emit considerable energy fluctuations. At the beginning, these gems with very obvious energy reactions made Ning Yulin very curious. But after studying for a long time, it cannot be mobilized at all. If it is broken, the energy inside will directly dissipate and restore it to the vital energy of heaven and earth. Only put there, slowly freely released. Practice for 2 hours, and it is almost dusk. Ning Yulin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although I have a clear understanding of the immortal cultivation chapter by borrowing the 5 people from the beginning, I didn't expect that I haven't started for such a long time. It's really difficult. Walk out of the room. It should be dinner. After washing his face, he walked towards the place where he was eating. There were a lot of people sitting in the small side hall. Almost all of us were here. Ning Fengzi felt something about Ning Yulin, and he planned to cultivate his relationship with his children, so he waved his hand and decided. Every day, everyone has breakfast and dinner. Walked between Duguyan and Ning Rongrong and sat down. You're back. Duguyan nodded and whispered. Grandpa suggested that I go to Royal Academy, what do you say? Well, it's fine. You go first, I'll talk about it later. Her martial soul has already mutated slightly because of the sub-dragon soul beast of the water attribute. With some water attribute abilities, Ning Yulin originally wanted to recommend her to Tian Shui Academy. But Shui King he has become a disciple, and now Kai Bao is now bound to the Tiandu royal family on the surface. If Duguyan is allowed to walk away, he will not be very relieved. Royal College is Royal College. Then we'll be so lonely. Sixth brother, I want that sweet soup. Ning Rongrong waved his little arm next to him and pointed at the sweet soup that was a little far away. It is made of fresh milk, paired with seasonal fruits, eggs and some medicinal herbs, and cooked with a private secret recipe. Ning Rongrong likes it very much and never get tired of eating it every day. I took a look at the small bowl in front of her. It must have just finished eating one. It's almost evening. Eating so much will make your stomach hurt. Eat something else. I picked up a few slices of lettuce for Ning Rongrong. At the beginning, the little girl was sitting next to Ning Fengzi. For some reason, Ning Fengzi later arranged it next to Ning Yulin. Ning Yulin probably knows it. To cultivate the relationship between brother and sister, if Ning Yulin has something that can break through the 9 levels, he will naturally consider his sister first under deep feelings. Holding his arms, Ning Rongrong bulged his face and was very dissatisfied. This thing is not delicious. His eyes turned, he jumped out of his seat, pulled the chair and moved to Duguyan. Sister Yanyan, please help me. After years of transformation by Ning Yulin, Duguyan is far from the original work. She is still proud, but not arrogant. Although it is not obedient to others, it is also lively, beautiful, youthful, and cute. Seeing that his granddaughter changed so much, Dugubo finally didn't look at him with a slight look and was truly recognized by his grandson-in-law. Duguyan naturally likes Ning Rongrong, the little sister. Okay, I'll dig it for you. Blazing Fire Academy. Tianrui received a courier from Tang Yin, but had no time to study it. Since saying that to the dean seemed to have been open to the Ren and Du meridians, actively contacted Tian Shui and wanted to connect with each other. But he was scolded by Tian Shui's dean. Once a month? Do children don't have to practice anymore. When it's time to solve major events in life, it will naturally be solved. Our children in Tian Shui don't have to worry about it. Tian Shui said this, but did not completely refuse. The originally fixed exchange meeting agreed to an additional annual gathering. But he brought him to Kasitagarba Academy. Then, Feng Xiaotian, a super genius with innate soul power, fell in love with Huo Wu at first sight. Huo Wu is confused about this. The strange guy with a face was very unhappy and impatient. Just throw a sentence. When will you defeat Senior Tianrui? Come and find me again. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, who was standing in front of him, Tianrui wanted to say, if a girl said that as long as you do something, she would give you a chance or something, she would usually have no good impression of you. Of course, the kind of girls who really want to test don't count. Come on, senior. Let's talk. Then, he lost at the speed of light. But not discouraged, it was just a little strange. He felt a hidden pressure from Tianrui's martial soul. One is a wolf and the other is a phoenix. The races far apart, so how could this happen? Tianrui was a little sorry for Feng Xiaotian. He didn't hurry up and practiced his own soul skills and entangled girls. If you take advantage of this golden time to practice, it may be more than one soul ring. But I'm too lazy to mention something. It shouldn't be able to listen if you say it. It's the most taboo to talk about it in a simple way. After dealing with Feng Xiaotian, Tianrui walked directly towards Tian Shui's people. Shui Bing'er didn't know if she didn't join their academy or did not participate in this party, and she didn't see anyone. But it doesn't prevent you from establishing good relationships with others and then treating them as wingmen. From beginning to end, his intentions have not been demonstrated. Teacher Tian Shui, who knew some information, was happy to see it. It was a bit strange. Tianrui had never sent any obvious signal to the specific girl. Is this kid trying to get rid of all the people in Tian Shui? Probably no. Huo Wu has a bit of a taste. What's the point of being a bunch of ugly women who are so scattered? She didn't like Tianrui, but she just felt that she had lost in some aspects and was a little angry. Isn't it just that there are many people? Wait for me. Although she is not the only girl in Shiwo Academy, compared with Tian Shui people, the hard conditions, looking and figure, and soft conditions, temperament, seem to be much worse. Damn it! After dealing with the association, back to his residence to practice, he took out the things that Tang Yin sent. A strange shape, a blue-purple spiral that is half the length of an adult's arms. Try to drive the current and enter it. Wow, wow! A brilliant light flashed, but fortunately the doors and windows had been closed long ago. After the college reassigned its residence, he also redecorated it with sound insulation inside and outside. The light remained for a few seconds and gradually disappeared. In the setting of dust in the air, with the spiral tower as the center, a strange magnetic field with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters similar to the shape of the Mobius ring appears. Covered by the magnetic field, Tianrui obviously felt that the current in his body was more active than before, and his whole body was crackling. Ha 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 ha. Okay. 93 Chapter 93 Good stuff. 93. I didn't expect him to develop such a thing. With the help of this thing, I'm afraid I can quickly cultivate to 100,000 volts. He. The rotation of the magnetic field is not a dream. Ahahaha, Merci God Shura God? Eat me a whale-killing punch. The current surges, and practices with greater confidence. Wuhan Hall. Lan, who had finished her cultivation, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After more than 2 years of unremitting research, he roughly determined the reason why he was unable to successfully condense the soul core. The hard conditions of insufficient level and lack of soul power. If there is no help from external objects, you may have to wait until the soul saint possesses the true body of the martial soul before making a try. After practicing soul power, he began to study the soul power control that he proposed. After so long, I have made great achievements. After releasing the first soul skill, you can condense energy into many strange objects with simple structures. The intensity is also good. Based on his identity and position, he handed over these methods to the Wuhan Academy and left his name. Unfortunately, the entry requirements are too high. Unless it is a talented person, it will be difficult to master. At the call of the college tutors, many students made attempts, and few successful ones were. Hulina is one of them, ignoring other performances, and this girl's talent is indeed far beyond her peers. However, she still doesn't understand what it is useful to practice soul power control with such hard work. Bibi Dong knew his actions at the Wuhan Academy, and it was not difficult to guess what the purpose was behind it. An Lan wanted to gradually cultivate his team through the younger generation to gain the right to speak. She wanted to stop it, but she couldn't find a suitable reason to interfere in this kind of thing. I felt relieved to see that few people have successfully practiced. Said disdainfully. I'm so ambitious. It's not a good thing to have a high horizon. I was disdainful of An Lan's actions, but I became more and more afraid of An Lan's abilities. The practice of soul power control is generally only considered after the soul saint, and not many people know this. In today's soul master world, most people think that the power is flying. Only those in the three sects have different control training methods. Haoshan sect needs to practice explosive rings, large Sumura hammers, chaotic cloaks, etc., all of them need good power to control them. The dragon transformation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex also requires refinement of soul power. The distraction control that maximizes the auxiliary effect is a mental training. Longhua and distracted control, Tian Rui and Ning Yulan shared it with everyone. However, before the Haoshan sect incident, Tang Yin had no access to information and study in that area, so there was no way to talk about it. After spending a short time with Tang Yuehua, she didn't get any useful news from her. After all, her martial soul is not Haoshan hammer, so it's useless to ask for those. Regarding the power control of Haoshan hammer, he explored a set of methods by himself during the forging process, and the effect was also good. In addition to practicing, An Lan's more focus is of course Jianrongxiu. Ning Yulan and Duguyan are engaged, and it is basically certain that there is no longer any problem. But there are too many problems that may arise in all aspects of Jianrongxiu. Alan, I'm packing up and let's go. Say everyone is here. Jianrongxiu opened the door without hesitation and appeared in front of An Lan. Okay, let's go. The two joined the Hall of Judgment and became members of the patrol team. This is the common idea between Jian Daoliu and An Lan. It allows Jianrongxiu to experience more and have enough experience, so that he will be more calm in the future when the magical exam is taken. There is only one thing that the Judgment Hall needs to be responsible for, that is, killing the fallen, evil soul master, a soul beast that threatens the safety of human villages, as well as enemies who are enemies of the Spirit Hall and internal traitors. Wearing the same armor, no one could tell the identity of An Lan and Jianrongxiu. He suddenly wanted to take someone to kill Yu Xiaogang directly, so he used the name of stealing the secrets of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong will definitely explode. After thinking for a moment, he gave up this idea. What if Tang San had become stronger without Yu Xiaogang? At present, everyone has only discussed two main plans for Tang San. One is to use Shi Nian's ability to reveal all his martial arts and hidden weapons. The other one is directly eliminated to prevent future troubles. But the Ode to Master seems to say that Tang San's soul was specially brought by the Shura God King. Are there any key points to pay attention to? If he kills his body, will his soul be reborn again? Tang San needs to be dealt with carefully. Wolf thieves appear in the territory of Hard Kingdom. Speed up and don't let them run away. The captain issued an order, and the two pulled down their helmets and moved towards the southwest of Wuhan City. There is no need to describe the style of the wolf thief. For ordinary people who encounter wolves, it is no exaggeration to say the end of the world. The team blocked them on their way to the next village. But I didn't do it directly. They also had several living human girls in their hands, and secondly, the army of the Xingluo Empire was opposite. One side left and one on the other, surrounded this group of more than 20 wolf thieves in the middle. The kingdom of Het is affiliated with the Xingluo Empire, and it is normal for Xingluo to send troops to cleanse the wolf thieves. However, the first choice to ask for help from the kingdom of Hard was Wuhan City. But on the surface, they still mainly respect the Xingluo Empire, and they can't help but inform Xingluo. The patrol team of the Martial Soul Palace appeared in my Xingluo Empire for no reason. That's not right. In the eyes of the Xingluo Empire, the territory of the affiliated kingdom is also within the empire. The leader of Xingluo's army didn't know much, but the person next to him was Davis. The information of the Wuhan Palace has detailed information. While peeping, Lan carefully looked at the people around him, but there was no one who matched the characteristics of the Zhu family. It seems that the Dai family has not found a replacement for the Zhu sisters. What are you looking at? When he found Lan was distracted, Qian Rongxiu next to him knocked his head with the hilt of the sword. It's nothing. Let's go. I see that the people from Xingluo Empire don't take the hostages seriously at all. Perhaps the Xingluo army originally wanted to eliminate the wolf thieves, but when the patrol team of the Wuhan Palace appeared, the nature had changed. Law enforcement sovereignty within the empire is absolutely not allowed to interfere. The captain was about to argue, but Lan rode his horse and walked to the captain, and Qian Rongxiu followed closely. It's important to save people, Captain, there's no need to talk nonsense to them. The strength of this group of wolf thieves doesn't look very good. Judging from the fluctuations in the soul power of the leader, it should not exceed that of the Soul King. Not many of them should be intelligent. They confronted both sides under the oppression of the leader, but more of them were very restless. Several human women on their opponents were drooling. The confrontation lasted too long, and suddenly a wolf thief pressed the woman in his hand to the ground, lifting his weapon and doing something. Before Qian Rongxiu could react, a fire flashed by, occupying her vision. However, Lan instantly opened his martial soul, and his first soul skill projected several flame spears, killing the wolf thief who was holding the hostage in an instant. The precise control did not hurt them at all, and it was not right. Maybe a few of their hair was burned. 94 Chapter 94 Ha 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 94. Lan took action instantly, and Qian Rongxiu reacted and followed closely behind. Take off! The fist sprinkled a golden light and killed several wolf thieves. She had absorbed the angel suit skull, and only a pair of wings were revealed at this time. No one could tell that it was an angel martial soul. The two of them started to fight and released the signal. The rest of the team worked together in a synchronous manner, and a few breaths, all the wolf thieves were shot dead. Lan recorded their abilities, except for the few who looked obviously not very smart. 8 out of 10 are all equipped with the ability of the Wind Blade, and the leader has a skill that is suspected of being crazy and bloodthirsty. Unfortunately, the level is too low and it is useless and is directly evaporated by the holy light and flames. Seeing that the patrol team did not take them seriously, the leader of the Xingluo looked gloomy, and the color on the spot should be no different from black charcoal. But he didn't dare to order a move. Even if he didn't consider whether the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Empire would be caused later, the simplest thing is that the people behind him can't beat him. People who passed the Wuhan Hall. Judging from the team's posture just now, before their army could take shape, it may have been broken by others. Even if you put on your posture, you may not be stable. I roughly checked their condition and it was quite good. Lan waved his hand and asked the people behind him to take them to the nearest branch hall for resettlement. Back to the captain, Lan whispered a few times. The captain nodded and shouted loudly to the Xingluo army. On the other side is His Highness, Prince Xingluo, Davis. After being called out, Davis had to come forward. I am right, what advice can I give? Watching the people being invaded by wolf thieves is the style of the Xingluo Empire. It's really amazing. After we have experienced it, we sighed and said goodbye. With a wave of his hand, the patrol team took the rescued people away. Davis held his breath in his chest, vomiting, he couldn't vomit, swallowing, he couldn't swallow. What is the only few ordinary civilians compared to the threat from the great enemy of the Spirit Hall? But being ridiculed in person is another matter. Your Highness! Walk! Turn around and leave! He was too lazy to question the hard royal family when the inspection team of the Wuhan Palace happened. No matter whether it is the secret action of the royal family or the actions of the local Martial Seoul Branch Hall, there is no difference. The result is that he, Davis, was ridiculed in person by the captain of a patrol team in the Wuhan Hall. But I can't catch the other party's painful foot. Damn it! When I go back, I report to my father and clear out all the wolf thieves in the empire. After relocating the rescued people nearby, the team rushed to the next mission location. But shortly after leaving, Lan received the news that the rescued women committed suicide. Lan was silent. Thinking about wolf thieves, it feels strange that this creature appears. The obvious statement is a species born after the wind demon wolf raped human women. There is no reproductive isolation between soul beasts and humans. But since there are all things like wolf thieves, it seems that there is no one. Then I remembered those who awakened the body of martial soul mutants. If I continue to practice, will they become like wolves? Neither like a soul master nor a soul beast, it is an existence in the middle. How did the first wolf thief appear? Some disgusting speculation arose in Lan's mind, feeling that it might be the consequences of some torture games of some nobles. Or, it is something high and tentative. Before he knew it, he fell to the end of the team. Qian Rongxiu found that he was distracted again, so he pulled the reins slowly and knocked Lan's helmet with his sword. What are you thinking again? Always distracted. Ah! Lan asked her a question. If she were the captain, what would she choose before? To save people and eliminate the wolf thieves first, or to be alert to the army of the Xingluo Empire? What's the point of hesitation about this? Of course, I'll save people first, destroy the wolf thief and then deal with Xingluo's people? It's not that I don't have the strength. Very good, very good. The two of them stayed in the inspection team for more than a year and kept rushing for the mission. Qian Rongxiu saw many things that she had not imagined in the past 10 years and gradually became a little silent. But Lan didn't use it and she quickly recovered. After the final inspection mission, he returned to Wuhan City. The first time she went home, she didn't go to find Qian Daoliu, but fought with Lan first. This time she won, and Lan did not let go of the water, except for the electric current that was pushed by the new cultivation. The golden-feathered Luan bird has exerted its abilities by 8 or 9 out of 10. But he lost to Qian Rongxiu. The impact of more than a year of training on her was greater than Lan expected. Humph, let me think about what conditions are best. According to the original agreement between the two, every time the winner is competed for the winner can make a request to the loser, and the loser must unconditionally agree. After recuperating in Kaibao City for a period of time, Zhou Suifeng took the three sisters to the northern border. Originally, he planned to let Ning Yulan share the 9 treasure glazed tower, quickly break through to level 60, and then find a chance to die once, clear the covered soul ring, and restore a martial soul space to start the action covered by the high year soul ring. For example, go deep into the extreme north and find the Wanzai ice marrow or some strange soul beasts. In my memory, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python once told Tang San that the existence of the 9-grade ginseng king in 10,000 years is. The enhancement of vitality by that thing may be one of the few things that are effective for the blue-silver grass martial soul. But Lan is right, blindly pursuing death is not advisable. Every life is precious, and death is meaningful. Tang Yin has already broken through the spirit forging and has enough experience to make the next stage not too long. Wait until we can verify whether the more advanced forging can make the Kai Bao break through the limit of the layer limit and die. After going to the north, he walked around the frozen forest for a few times. After about 3 months, Zhou Suifeng left the north again. First, there is no gain, but cats are afraid of the cold. The 3 sisters all hate the northern environment very much, and even Zhu Zuyun's cultivation speed has slowed down a lot. The same time, the improvement is far less than that in a warm environment. Finally, he took the 3 sisters to stay in Gulei City. Here is a senior soul master college, the Botanical Academy, which Zhou Suifeng is more interested in. From the dean to the newly enrolled primary school students, they are all plant-based martial souls. He wanted to go in and take a look. Perhaps other plant martial souls could learn from each other and have some different ideas. Through normal channels, Zhou Suifeng applied for a junior teacher at the college. The male-female ratio in the college is seriously unbalanced. All teachers and students calculate together that the male-female ratio is 1:12. Blue-silver grass martial soul? This grade has cultivated to this level. The director of the teaching was shocked by Zhou Suifeng's martial soul. After careful examination, I found that although Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass looks no different from ordinary blue-silver grass, it is much darker in color and feels more abundant in vitality. After briefly verifying the soul skills, the director passed Zhou Suifeng's interview. 95 Chapter 95 Teaching at the Botanical Academy. 95. There are 2 classes here for you to coach. The director looked through the information and handed it to Zhou Suifeng. He took it with both hands, and Zhou Suifeng looked 10 lines at a glance. A junior class. A senior class. It doesn't matter to the junior class, the senior class is full of grass vines and martial souls. The director was not sure what had changed in Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass, but being able to cultivate to the level of the Soul King at this age is definitely not an ordinary person on earth. You should have extraordinary insights on martial souls with similar forms. But Zhou Suifeng finally chose another class. Director, I want to give advice to this class. He saw 2 more interesting martial souls inside. Red flame thorns and sunflowers. I don't know if it was the 2 that Tang San and others fought against each other during the Soul Master competition later. Even if it is not, it has certain research value. There are not many examples of the birth of thorn vines with fire that are incompatible with plant attributes. This martial soul is of research value. I don't know what the difference is between the ability of the soul beast sunflower. The director frowned when he got the information back. This class already has a mentor. There are several seed students who have prepared for the Soul Master competition. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Suifeng replied. Then I will give me the identity of an assistant coach, so I will learn how to teach with this senior mentor. Zhou Suifeng stayed at the Botanical Academy, and the 3 sisters also moved into the Botanical Academy as teachers' families. But because it is not a plant martial soul, there is no formal student status as a college. Apart from this, other treatments are no different from those of formal students. Zhou Suifeng's joining soon caused a small sensation in the Botanical Academy. The blue-silver grass martial spirit plus the age of being too young, although it has falsely reported how old it is difficult not to attract attention. Being polite and being gentle to others makes it harder to feel disgusted. Zhu Zuyun is very delicious, so why can't she treat her so gentle? After learning from that senior mentor for a while and mastering a lot of theoretical knowledge, Zhou Suifeng happened to start coaching. Zhu Zuyun was always staying beside her. She is often tied up by Zhou Suifeng and has rich experience in fighting with vine-like martial souls, which is very suitable as a teacher assistant. After coaching, the 2 girls who were studying red flame thorns and sunflower were justified. After a while, this red flame thorn can no longer be regarded as a plant-based martial soul to some extent. It should be considered a special creature, but it just looks like a thorny vine. Not only does it have very high resistance to fire damage, it also has the ability to release high temperatures. Sunflower has the ability of some soul beasts' sunflower, but it also has great differences. She can use sunlight to sensualize and emit high temperature rays to attack quickly, but it seems that she does not have the ability of the sunflower soul beast to absorb sunlight and convert it into nutrient energy to radiate the soul beasts of the same attributes. Later, you may consider finding a sunflower soul beast as a soul ring. Zhengzhen City. Tang Yin, who was highly anticipated by the four people, lifted the iron all day and night. He has been able to skillfully achieve spiritual forging. Try to use many materials to fuse each piece, and each piece reaches the 1,000 forged Tu Ling Guang outward. After the spirit was opened, the spirit was restrained. Tang Yin swung the hammer without distraction, and through special shock, he used his own mental power to resonate with the emotional materials. Sublimate spirituality and give life. But it is not enough, far from enough. I forgot to eat and sleep, and only rest for 1 or 2 hours a day. Qiling is becoming more and more comfortable. But I feel that I haven't reached the limit yet and can't achieve the desired effect. Is it because the materials are not enough? So he turned to try to fusion and forge a variety of materials. When he succeeded for the first time, a special effect of 6-foot light appeared out of thin air, shocking Tang Yin. After getting used to it, I felt a little annoying. It has created many strange things, and the effect is also very strange. A blowing cylinder, a ball that can release smoke from the input soul power, a folding fan that can quickly fan the kinetic energy to release breeze, etc. It took another period of time to explore the characteristics of melt-forged materials. Start forging the pagoda. Tang Yingxian tried it with his 7 treasure-glazed tower martial spirit for a while, but unfortunately he didn't feel like he wanted to break through. Fail. Continue forging. Several pagodas were forged. Although they could be successfully stored in the body, fusion with soul power, and martial soul, there was still no sign of breakthrough in the number of layers. After a few days of rest, I let myself go and think about the crux of it. It clearly felt like it was almost done, but it seemed like there was a layer of window paper. After thinking about it, I guessed a few reasons. If you are not at your level, your soul and mental power cannot make the material reach a higher level. Problems with materials. Special elements are required. For example, the right time and place, etc. Exclude one by one. The materials should be no problem. Sky with the right time and place, Tang Yin asked An Lan and Ning Yulan, and the two investigated the information. In special times, there are not many records on the continent, such as meteor showers, total solar eclipse, comets, flickering aurora, etc. But the latest special astronomical record was more than 140 years ago, and the next time, there was no way to judge. There may be people on the mainland who are good at stargazing, but they do not have such talent at hand. Then I won't consider this for the time being. Special geographical location crater? A cave? Open-air nature? Go ahead. But I almost tormented myself to death. I have been to the top of a mountain on a thunderstorm day, the howling valleys of howling winds, the beaches with wild sea breezes, the underground caves near Slurry, etc. Don't say it, don't say it. There are some new changes. When lightning strikes on the top of the mountain, the changes are obvious. The forged things have produced advanced spirituality and have actually tried to escape. Tang Yin was not aware of it for a moment and was escaped by him. But it should be Tang Yin's first breakthrough. His technology did not meet the standards, and he could not run too far. He flew out more than 100 meters and fell to the ground by himself. Tang Yin ran over and picked it up and checked it carefully. It was found that it had turned into waste. Completely losing the spiritual light and special spiritual reactions that should be his is more garbage than the materials that failed to be forged at the beginning. The latter can be rebuilt, but this can only be thrown out and wait for the evolution of time to be absorbed and converted by nature and become a new mineral. I feel like Douluo's alchemy, when I reach the level, develop spirituality, experience thunder tribulation, and improve myself, and want to gain freedom. Tang Yin couldn't help but think. Unfortunately, this change happened once. He wanted to study it in depth later. He waited for several thunderstorms, but never appeared again. If you don't pay attention, you almost got struck to death by lightning. Later, I changed to other places. During the first forging, I also had the effect of wanting to escape, but it was only once, and the subsequent shortness of the situation still failed. Collect all the waste materials, return to Zhengzhen City, and carefully recall all the factors at that time. Except for the different moods and changes in the environment, there is no difference. Changes in the environment can be seen as changes in magnetic fields. Different moods, emotional differences. My mental power fluctuates. It seems that the most critical factor is the gap in strength. Just like in Lan's failure to condense the soul core, the current forging cannot achieve the final effect and the level is not enough. 96 Chapter 96 Art is Pagoda Star, Card 96. If the level is not enough, please make up for it. Tang Yin immediately thought of 4 other people and used the martial soul fusion technique. Whether it is soul power or mental power, it can exert a level far beyond its own level. The souls of the 5 people are of the same origin, the fusion skills are matched 100% and the output is basically without loss, which is completely different from the martial soul fusion skills of other people. However, he thought of another method and was eager to try it out. The last article of the ultimate skill of Qi method is not clearly described, but the natural essence of heaven and earth is swallowed between the lines. The origin of cultivating people is to cultivate immortals. He wanted to try it, and through the methods, he absorbed the natural energy directly, and then connected the natural magnetic field with his personal magnetic field, and beat and forged it through the heaven and earth. This energy and spirit are enough. Absolutely enough. Douluo version of immortal mode, start. Then he exploded. Literally, Tang Yin was blown up and his corpse was gone. Those who learn to guide use their energy to break the valley and teach others not to eat. It is divided into yin and yang, the right side looks like ling, and the left side looks like warm. When yang is used, the left side does not move, and when yin is used, the right side does not move. The solar term is long and stable, and it follows the habit of calmness. The one who uses qi is the time to keep the yuan and the fat. If you want to stop the yuan qi, you will ask him. Let go of forging and the key to cultivation. Sitting cross-legged and swallowing, twist to ensure sunrise and sunset, and experiencing a complete yin and yang cycle, Tang Yin began to introduce natural element. Close your eyes and look at the sea of your heart, concentrate on exploring the subtlety. There is extreme emptiness and tranquility to keep the original one, the heaven and earth are the furnace, nature is the workmanship, and yin and yang are the charcoal and all things are copper. The breathing lasts as if it is alive and perishes, and the deep roots are firm and the roots are long-lasting. The Tao produces all things, man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. The heart is free and free, the emptiness is wandering, and the body is like a moving cloud, without any bonds. Looking inside, the heart has no heart, looking outside, the shape has no shape. If you take things far away, nothing will be in the body, if you take things near, nothing will be in the body. The 9 netherworlds are in the abyss, above the mysterious sky, things and me are born, refining essence into qi. The mind is like a god, and it accepts heaven and earth. There is extremely empty and quiet, and it returns to nothing. The Tao is hidden and unknown, the Taixu returns to the truth, and all things are born again in 1 year. Let go of your mind and use your own soul power to seize the energy of heaven and earth into your body. In an instant, my body felt swelling and full. He thought it was okay and planned to forge it. However, the channel cannot be closed. Naturally, the natural hopes to enter the body. The meridians are torn and directly filled with qi, blood, internal organs, and muscles. More and more expanding. Bang! Back to the previous article. Fry. A beam of light mixed with blood mist soared into the sky. The air waves rush out a mushroom cloud with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Fortunately, Tang Yin had imagined the possible strange phenomena in the world in advance and left Zhengzhen City in advance. And he left for a long distance. But mushroom clouds are obviously not a normal natural landscape. Although it is not as far as the world is concerned, it is easily noticed in Zhengzhen City. Countless lemony people rushed to investigate, but Tang Yin had been resurrected and left first. All they saw was a big pit. At that time, when Tang Yin became art, he was resurrected. People who are divided into 4 places have all senses. The feeling of rapid energy loss in a short period of time. Previously, Zhou Suifeng was resurrected in a mass grave for the first time, but everyone had no clear sense. Later, Tian Rui was resurrected, and everyone felt a very obvious change. First, inexplicable energy poured into the body, quickly raised, then quickly weakened, and quickly fell. The 4 of them quickly adjusted. No misunderstanding. Each of them makes excuses to leave what they are doing, or find a quiet corner, or go back to their own room. The spirit enters the space. 4 people appeared one after another, but Tang Yin was nowhere to be seen. Then the result is obvious. The person who died this time was Tang Yin. After a while, Tang Yin's figure slowly appeared, scratching his head, a little embarrassed. But the 4 of them didn't care about these things, they only cared about how he died. Zhou Suifeng, what did you do? It should be unlikely that someone will be beaten to death. At this stage, it is the consensus of the 5. He was in Zhengzhen City and only made a blacksmith, so the probability of conflict with others was not too high. So. Tang Yin told the story in a casual manner. The 4 people had different expressions. Just so reckless, died once? But, there seems to be nothing to make people angry. Except for being a little more reckless. Forget it. Zhou Suifeng sighed, if you can't do it alone, come and find me. Then we will try it. Tang Yin quickly said that there was no problem. Seeing that nothing big happened, the other 3 briefly talked about their next actions and then dispersed. Ning Yulin and other Xian Shui pills were completely formed and planned to enroll in the Royal Academy. Tian Rui continued to wait for the rabbit at the Shuo Academy and practiced the push of electric current. With the assistance of the spiral tower, he had exceeded thousands of volts in just a short time. An Lan was still in the patrol team of the Judgment Hall at this time. After the meeting. But the 4 of them were concerned about Tang Yin's actions. All along, everyone has been very cautious about the last article of the Qi method and slowly explored it. The state described in it cannot be easily achieved. Tang Yin suddenly became art, which gave them new ideas. According to his approach, as long as you control the absorption speed, it will be a powerful ultimate move. If it can really be developed into Douluo version of the immortal mode. It's just that the danger is a bit high, and if you don't do it well during the exploration process, you will die. It's better to increase the level first to be safe. Tang Yin quickly packed up his things, purchased some forging materials, and completely left Zhengzhen City. Before leaving, I registered a blacksmith level. In terms of purely level, the master level. Tang Yin is too lazy to waste his time as a higher magic craftsman. The young blacksmith master is already eye-catching. The assessment of the magic craftsman also requires one of the 3 great magic craftsmen to interview in person, so how can you have that kind of skill? Not to mention that the so-called 3 great masters now basically know each other. One is Tall and the cruel man who sacrifices his blood with a hidden weapon, one is an old slave titan and the other is Tang Hao. Interview with them? It took more than 10 days to meet with Zhou Suifeng. However, Zhou Suifeng is not available now. Girls from the Botanical Academy, no, many plant-based martial souls are of great research value. He had no choice but to settle down in the city for the time being. It was time for vacation and I was free in the academy, and Zhou Suifeng came out and used martial soul fusion with him to improve his mental power and soul power to try a higher level of spiritual forging. But it's still almost meaningful, not enough. It seems that 3 people may be needed. Zhou Suifeng said, but he did not receive a response from Tang Yin. He was silent, his face was distorted, and he looked at Zhou Suifeng angrily. "You guy, that's really hateful." Mr. Tang gritted his teeth. 97 Chapter 97 Envy, Jealousy, and Hate. 97. This time, Zhou Suifeng brought the Zhu sisters with him. Zhu Zuyu is time to add the first soul ring. Tang Yin died once, and the Haoshan Hammer soul ring was completely destroyed, and a new soul ring was also needed. Zhou Suifeng said that everyone would go together. As for Tang Yin's behavior, it was naturally because of Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun, who completely followed Zhou Suifeng's words, changed her dressing style and was no longer pure black. Long hair was also left. That's it, so it's even more annoying. His reaction was a bit exaggerated, but he was just a joke. He glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. 5 people, something can be shared, something. Zhu Zuyun hugged Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Zuyu tightly stuck to her, and looked at Tang Yin curiously. Zhou Suifeng only introduced one sentence. "You can treat him as my brother." Nodding lightly, Zhu Zuyun did not react too much. He glanced at Tang Yin. "We'll go in first." The 3 sisters disappeared. Zhou Suifeng asked, "How do you feel now?" Originally, on the way here, Tang Yin planned to add a soul ring and come over. But the soul power seemed to be blocked. Although it could still summon martial souls normally, it just did not react to the outside world. It's completely different from Tianrui before. I don't know the difference between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. It's because of the high level. Or, have you died more often? Fortunately, after the fusion, his soul power blockade was successfully opened. He experimented with the martial soul ability, but it was the same as Tianrui's. His previous soul skills became the inherent ability of martial souls. After the death and resurrection, the issue of soul power blockade can only be recorded and then studied. It feels good. But I feel that my soul power has not reached its original level and it will take several days to make it up. Zhou Suifeng nodded. Where is the soul ring? Starting directly from the age of the 4th soul ring, should you choose a low-level experiment? He did not hesitate. Of course, start with the high. I've almost broken through level 47 before I die. If the first soul ring is calculated in 15,000 years, the 4th soul ring will have to be at least 60,000 years. After absorbing the soul ring, I will definitely break through level 50. Furthermore, this will save a gap. Save a vacant space covered by other people for a high life. Zhou Suifeng calculated silently that according to what he said, the first soul ring started in 15,000 years, and the appropriate range of the second soul ring should be between 25,000 and 35, 3rd, 5th, 4th, 70, 5th, 5th. The Soul Beast clan is king for 50,000 and emperor for 100,000. Soul beasts over 50,000 years old will basically give birth to their own special abilities, but some are strong and some are weak. Although the two can merge, it is hard to say whether they can win the soul beast that is 50,000 years old. It is safer to call someone. There is another question. I wonder if Tang Yin can hold on to 4 consecutive high-year soul rings. It's enough physical fitness. Before death, the 4th soul ring was already at the level of 10,000 years, and I was familiar with the absorption experience of the 10,000 years soul ring. Issues of being able to hold on to energy. However, the residual soul shock, it is a question whether it can withstand it. Although the mantra of purification of the mind is effective, it may not be affected if it is hit one after another in a short period of time. The stronger the level of the soul beast, the stronger the power of the residual soul impact. However, he immediately gave up thinking about this issue and couldn't hold on in the short term, so he could not just absorb it separately. After you have fully mastered this soul ring, you will absorb the next soul ring. However, who should I inform you to come and help? Lan is not suitable to leave the martial soul hall now, and Ning Yulan is also busy with the Xian Shui pill. Moreover, because his martial soul has been upgraded to 9 treasures, once he leaves the sect too far, Ning Fengzi will send someone to protect him. Then, there is only Tianrui. That guy has a high degree of freedom in the Fire Academy. It's fine to just take a few days of free time. As a teacher assistant, he did a very good job. Although there is no achievements in theory, the practical courses are very outstanding, and the students all said they have gained a lot. Zhu Zuyun has a strong say in this regard. When you are poor, you think about change. When you can't beat anyone, you will think about changes, study your own abilities, create trump cards, or take advantage of the situation. People will not teach you, but you will remember things until you die. Let Zhu Zuyun take care of Zhu Zuqing. Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin set out for the Stardew forest, and met with Tianrui in the hunting town 100 miles away from the forest. What is this? Not only did Tianrui come, but he also brought several strange stones, each of which was the size of a palm. It looks roughly like a red crystal. Naughty stone. Naughty stone. Tang Yin blinked. The naughty stone that fuses the energy of fire, light and shadow and turns into the armor of fire dragon. Tianrui. Zhou Suifeng. Just kidding. Smiling, Tang Yin shrugged. How could that kind of thing appear in Douluo continent? There are no supernatural beasts here. However, the existence of the abyss may be able to replace the role of the shadow universe. If the emperor he could notice this, it would be impossible to launch a few light and shadow stones here. The fun is over. Tianrui introduced it. This is something mastered by the Fire Academy that can help the Fire Attribute Soul Masters practice. The old man saw that I was indeed very concerned about the new generation of the Academy, so he gave me these pieces. I will leave one for myself, and you can try to join the forging. Promoted to Tang Yin. There was something to study again. Tang Yin accepted it happily, and Zhou Suifeng frowned. Sincere? Huo Wu. The same thing is true, everyone has the same roots and roots. There is no need to describe some implications too much, so you will naturally understand them. Tianrui nodded. Her martial soul is strange. She named Naruto himself. But we all know that in the conventional sense, shadow is caused by objects blocking the transmission of light and cannot pass through the darker areas formed by opaque objects. In the fantasy side, shadow is the power of dark attributes, and in the supernatural side, shadow is another level of human soul. Her martial soul, except for the fast speed, is incompatible with the shadow attribute, and there is no other shadow attribute. Instead, she should restrain the shadow attribute. The fire attribute, which is similar to the light attribute, dominates the dominant position, and is also a human-shaped martial soul. I think this martial soul may have the potential to reach the level of the angel martial soul. But very demanding conditions are required. If she is given a coxcomb, a decisive change may occur. But not to mention that the thing has been eaten. Even if it is not eaten, it is impossible to give Huo Wu a fairy grass of such a meaningful one in order to study the future of Naruto's martial soul. Human-shaped martial soul. Zhou Suifeng pondered, as an extremely special existence in the martial soul category, human-shaped martial souls generally possess extraordinary abilities. Looking at Douluo's history, there are very few human-shaped martial souls. Martial soul of the sea god, six-winged angel, Prame the angel, the snow girl, the holy Dharma god of the dead, the poison will not die, etc. If Huo Wu's talent is strong enough, the Naruto's martial soul will be 100% recorded in history. But although her talent is above many of her peers, she is still far from being recorded in history. 98 Chapter 98 Tang Yin adds the soul ring again. 98. The topic of Huo Wu was briefly discussed and ended abruptly. This is not a serious matter. At most, Tianrui will study it a little when he has time. Everyone's main business is to practice, become a god, cook Shura god and Tang San, and finally bring the woman they like to be free and easy everywhere. Tang Yin, actually, I would rather go to the dock to order French fries. After 2 days of preparation, 3 people entered the forest. He hunted Zhu Zuyu directly. After Zhou Suifeng's soul power cultivation and the things he usually used for her, he naturally exceeded the limit of Master Yu's first soul ring theory. The first soul ring chosen is the Zhu family girl's routine. The soul skills she obtained were different from Zhu Zuyun. Zhou Suifeng named him Nether Surprise. Without the puncture effect, the speed increases not as much as Zhu Zuyun instantly doubles. It is a normal increase capability. After using the soul skill, the speed is increased by 30%, the soul power flow and absorption speed is increased by 30%, and there is also an additional recovery ability that is completely incompatible with the martial soul. During the duration, her recovery ability increased by 20%. Although it does not have a stab effect, it also has the ability to attack the enemy. The wind sweeps away, launching a destructive impact on the target. This destructiveness is up to be discussed. These changes will occur. Zhou Suifeng guessed that it should be related to the part of the meridians. When she woke her martial soul up, she discovered something before that the existence of her netherworld spirit cat and Zhu Zuyun was slightly different, and it merged with some of her own blue-silver grass soul power. When you have time to study, you need to help Tang Yin hunt high-aged soul beasts, which is quite dangerous. Send the person back first. You guys don't walk around here, I'll go back. After saying that, he summoned the Lanyan flying eagle, leaped up in the arms of Zhu Zuyu, and left with him. The 2 who stayed behind cursed at the same time, dog thing. Sitting on the flying eagle, Zhu Zuyu remained silent. After absorbing the soul ring, she felt the warm energy. She was unprecedentedly stable, and her nervous emotions were swept away. The look he looked at Zhou Suifeng was inexplicably close. But she herself didn't notice it. The martial soul possessed, driving the soul ring back and forth, having a lot of fun. The flying eagle body is completely made of blue-silver filaments. Although it is facing away from her, all Zhu Zuyu's movements are still in front of Zhou Suifeng's eyes. Why should I add some cultural courses? I don't want to take 3 village girls out in the future. When I think of the place where etiquette is cultivated, I subconsciously think of Yuexuan. According to Ning Yulin's investigation, Yuexuan has been open for a while. I don't know what purpose Tang Yuehua started Yuexuan. Is it that I want to collect information about Tang Hao? What useful information can you get when you are hiding among a group of nobles who should sweep into the garbage dump? Or does it mean the upper level of Haoshan sect? Want to prepare for the future return of the sect through the power of the aristocratic class of the Tiandu Empire? In short, Yuexuan's existence looks very reasonable, but it always feels a bit strange. Maybe it might be Tang Yuehua's own toys. While thinking, Fei Ying had returned to the Botanical Academy and put down Zhu Zuyu. He glanced at Zhu Zuyun and nodded. Very good, I wear it casually at home, that lace, that. Pleasant to the eye. After giving her a few words, I stepped on the flying eagle and returned quickly. Zhu Zuyun didn't care about his sight at all. He had been used to it for several years. Looking back at my sister. Zhu Yu, what soul skills did you get? 1 round and 1 round, straight line distance. In just half a day, he reappeared in the forest. The flying eagle can be fast or slow, the body can be large or small, which depends entirely on Zhou Suifeng's soul power output. The two of them did not listen to Josua Feng's not walking, but had already penetrated the forest for a distance. Investigate the soul beast first. When luck comes, they can't stop it. The two of them discovered a power-based soul beast that perfectly matches the Haoshan hammer. It is reported that a kind of ape soul beast with the bloodline of the Titan giant ape. The whole body is dark green fur and the yellowish pupils. After more than 30,000 years of cultivation, he has a huge body. Stand upright for more than 7 meters. Do you want to do it? Tianrui's expression was calm, Tang Yin was shocked and hesitant. Although the first soul ring is slightly longer than the scheduled 15,000 year period, we still have soul bones. Absorb. Strengthen physical fitness, and be hard. But how many pieces do you need to absorb? The previous experiment only lost a few levels of soul power. Come again now, will you just drop the big level? After thinking about it, it seems that there will be no big problem. If you lose the soul ring, then add the soul ring after the broken limbs. Anyway, Josua Feng will come back next time, and whether it is the blue silver grass or the 7 treasure glazed tower, they can be reopened. Did it? The 7-meter-sized little monkey was basking in the sun comfortably when he saw 2 strong men who were not 2 meters above the grass, shouting Demacia and justice from the sky, and rushing to himself. Roar! Yang with a slap that was much bigger than a palm leaf fan, the little monkey fought back. By the time Josua Feng followed the induction and found him, Tang Yin was already absorbing the soul ring. He took a hand bone and leg bone from Tianrui to absorb it. Seeing him coming, Tianrui briefly explained what happened after he left. Since Tang Yin is so brave, it is difficult for him to stop him. He raised his hand and wiped it on the soul guide and took out 2 soul bones, the other hand and leg. Josua Feng and Tianrui obtained half of the soul bones. Control the blue-silver grass to decompose the body of the soul beast, and naturally, no soul bone was found. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Tianrui and said, "When he is waiting for the 3rd ring, should we find a soul hunting team?" Since Tang Yin chose to use the soul bone to extra blessing, the 2nd ring may not work, but the 3rd ring is definitely more than 50,000 years old. The 50,000-year-old soul bone is almost the same for the 5 people. As long as it is not the skull and trunk bone, use it as you insert it. Tianrui agreed to this proposal, but the soul hunting team, which is confident of accepting the list of 50,000-year soul beasts, is probably not a weak person. According to Master Yu's theory, the 50,000-year soul beast is the choice category of the 7th soul ring. If you want to defeat the 50,000-year soul beast alone, you must be a soul master above level 65. Soul masters of this level are already the backbone and even decisive force of some small clans. I don't know if there are people who are still hiding in the soul hunting squad outside. You said we will go to the soul fighting arena to offer a reward, is there anyone taking it? Tianrui came up with an idea. The soul fighting arena is so big, it should be more than the soul fighting project. Moreover, there are so many people coming in and out every day, so there should be courageous people to take orders. You can try it. Josua Feng replied casually. The probability of their soul-burning bones can only be triggered by the hired team. Ning Yulan and Anlan, who were hunting souls with their respective forces, did not gain anything. It feels like the absorption time of this soul ring is unprecedentedly long. The two felt strange and looked at each other. Could there be no accident in this hammer game? 99 Chapter 99 New Soul Ring New Abilities, Take Off. 99. But the two of them leaned over to observe, but the guy looked peaceful and had no reaction. After waiting for several hours, Tang Yin woke up. Sorry, the process of reading the soul ring seems to have some subtle changes. He can't describe the specific changes. At the beginning, adding soul rings is described as a cup of clear water and pouring it into a bucket of clear water. The feeling just now was like something was added to the clear water. The water became a little sticky, rubbed for a while, and then returned to water. He was very satisfied with the soul skill effect and was too lazy to choose a poetic and picturesque name. It was just a simple word: huge power. The increase in strength is 50%, and the larger the basic value, the greater the increase. Each attack comes with an additional heavy blow effect, with a 20% chance of ignoring defense. After 30,000 years, he thought this effect was okay. But Zhou Suifeng and Tianrui felt a little bad. In this way, except for a 20% chance to ignore defense, there is no other special abilities. Unfortunately, no. Can't Garen make whispers, be silent and break the defense? By the way, it seems that I have never seen any ability to silence other people's soul skills or martial souls. Wait for me to slow down first, and then continue to look for the soul beast later. Tang Yin waved his hand, and he felt a little dizzy. Maybe the battle ended too quickly, and the cultivation of this soul beast was high enough, and the residual soul was unexpectedly complete, so he really suffered a lot. Zhou Suifeng summoned Lan Yinko to help him treat and relieve the situation. Rest all night. At dawn the next day, the three of them continued to wander in the forest, looking for soul beasts. Quiet. There is only the sound of constantly trampling on dead branches and leaves. Tianrui suddenly spoke. You guys, should you go to the core area now? I seem to remember that some rumors say that there seems to be gold in the bottom of the Lake of Life in the core area. Also, there are still a few months before the official debut of Buddha Tang. The rabbit might still be in the forest. The gold of life should be used for forging, and it should have extraordinary results. Tang Yin nodded and shook his head again. Go to the core area, are you looking for death? Even if the three of them merged together, they could not beat the snake and the monkey now. Death once for no reason is wasted resources. Let's talk about the rabbit later. With Zhou Suifeng's joining, the search for soul beasts is much faster. In 5 or 6 days, the second soul beast was found. With 46,000 years of cultivation, a violent lion. Given the experience of the previous soul beast, the three of them did not use the fusion technique as soon as possible. I started a fierce battle and consumed its energy and soul power. Zhou Suifeng controls the field and assists, and the intensity of the blue-silver grass is beyond imagination. This lion is known for its strength, but it cannot break free. Tang Yin and Tianrui are the main attacker, and are not afraid of being injured in the blue-silver field. The alternate use of martial soul and electric current push makes the lion overwhelmed and exhausted. After fighting for a long time, the lion felt that he was about to suffer, and he might not be the opponent of these three humans. He swung his finger and planned to escape. He opened his mouth to accumulate strength, pretended to use his ultimate move, and roared to the sky, with a sound wave impact. It didn't work for the three, but the three still ran away with the lion. Water grinding skills come little by little. With the help of the blue-silver grass, no matter how it is, it cannot escape from its palm. Leading Zhou Suifeng, the three of them hung from behind. The lion ran wildly and ran to a place he thought was safe. I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to rest. The three of them reappear like ghosts. Newa battle begins. Then the lion ran away and the three chased after him. The second time, it ran to the territory of another 10,000-year-old soul beast, but the other party did not have the high cultivation level. With its advantages in physical cultivation, it fought hard to drive the other party away, hid in the other party's nest, concealed its existence with its original smell, and avoided the chasing of the three. Although the 10,000-year-old soul beast has similar intelligence to humans, except for some talented people, most of them are still the way of thinking of beasts. As expected, the three of them appeared in front of it. Lion, I'm really broken. But they still fight, to survive. The three of them let him go again. Repeat several times until it is exhausted. Tang Yin gave it a pleasure. He named the new second soul skill Pa Jun, and the attack power increased by 45%. At the same time, it caused an additional 25% penetration effect to the shield ability. As the three of them speculated, they consumed so many times on the lion, and the power of the residual soul shock during the absorption process weakened a considerable part of it. But the lion's cultivation level reached 46,000, which was only 4,000 years away from becoming king for 50,000 years. His abilities have shown signs of transformation. Although they are weakened, they are much stronger than the monkey that is 30,000 years old. No, I have to rest, the pressure is a bit too high. After a brief experiment on the effect of the soul skill, Tang Yin waved his hand. The soul ring fusion was very smooth, but the mental pressure was a bit beyond imagination. I originally felt that with the help of Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass, I had recovered, but by being rushed by the remnant soul of the lion, it felt like I had been practicing immortality for several nights in my previous life. I was dizzy and fluttering. Just as the original plan is planned, we should find a soul hunting team to try to see if soul bones can be exploded if they hunted more than 50,000 years together. The three of them left the forest and took a break. After Tang Yin completely recovered, the three began to search for the soul hunting team. I found that the three of me were still thinking too easily. I first walked around the soul hunting camp, but sure enough, no one took the order for soul beasts over 50,000 years old. These teams that have been wasted in the camp are rare for those who dare to take over ordinary people for thousands of years, not to mention the soul beast king who has been for 50,000 years. Those who have enough to absorb the soul rings of 50,000 years have reached the level of being separated from the ranks of low-level soul masters. Usually, I will bring in 3 or 2 friends to help and do it myself. If you cannot find a helper, join one of the forces. There are very few soul masters of this level who are short of money. Therefore, it is not common to this level of soul hunting team. The three of them plan to go to Soto City's soul fighting arena to release a reward for a try. After the handling fee is paid, leave the contact address. While waiting for news, I watched the fighting spirit. I originally wanted to go on stage to have fun, but the ratio of the soul rings of the 3 people is completely different from that of ordinary soul masters. It is better to have less than more things. It is natural to linger in the Soto Soul Arena and meet Shrek's people. I only saw Flander, but I don't know which student of Shrek is. Seeing Flander's figure, Tianrui's eyes flashed. Or how about we hire Shrek's people to hunt souls? Save time. The average soul saint will not be short of money, but Fland is obviously not listed here. There are also the patriarchs of the Min clan, who all have their own ethics and are disdainful to make money. It is feasible, but how to explain that Tang Yin's third ring will absorb 50,000 years? Furthermore, how to solve the problem after the soul bone is exploded? Flander has been famous for a long time and has rich combat experience and is still the martial soul of flying birds. Moreover, if he brought Zhao Wuji and others, the 3 of them would be irritated. 100 Chapter 100 Continue to take off. 100. The others are easy to talk about, but that Zhao Wuji has outstanding defense ability and has a nickname of the King of Ming. I heard that I escaped from a siege of more than a dozen soul masters of the same level in the Martial Soul Hall. Is it the Spirit Hall? Why do I remember he was not in conflict with the titans of the slave clan? Who knows, I changed it all day long. The previous version had a grudge against the Spirit Hall, and the current version was a clan of slaves. The 3 of them discussed and temporarily dispelled the idea of hiring Shrek and others. After waiting for half a month, the 3 of them increased their rewards twice and increased their 300,000 gold soul coins, but no one took the order. During this period, Zhou Suifeng went back. Zhu Zuking's meridians were nourished before the awakening of the martial soul, and tried to maintain a regular nourishment time to avoid the final result being unstable. Why don't you forget it? Tianrui proposed another new idea. Anyway, I'm just forming a team, just find a few people who have nothing to do with us. Just go and buy a few death row prisoners with you and take them around the forest. I also thought about concealing my true goals and just creating a team of 1,000 years of soul beasts to hire 3 people, but it doesn't work. People are not fools, so they will run away if they feel dangerous. At that time, the 3 of them will either kill the person or let him go. None of them will do the desired effect. If you arrest people directly, everyone will have no grudges or grudges. If you only live up to right and wrong, you will only commit murder. It doesn't matter if you spend money to hire people. Everyone who takes risks has the mental preparation for death. The words of the death row prisoner. While hesitating, the people from the soul fighting arena came to the door. Someone has accepted the order from the 3 of you. Please come with me. Finally someone was there, and the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It is better to set off on your own if you continue to wait. In a short while, it will be the time for Buddha Tang to awaken his martial soul. He will be about to make his official debut and he will have to finish his soul ring before that. Zhou Suifeng asked the person about the information of the order recipient, but the other party had no idea. He was just a servant sent to the soul fighting arena to notify him. As a result, Flander was the one who took the order. The 3 of them looked at each other. I felt speechless. But thinking about the situation of Shrek Academy, it is not unreasonable that he came to take orders. Flander looked at the 3 of them and muttered a little. Although the Soul Master cannot measure strength by appearance, the face and temperament of these 3 people are too young. It takes 50,000 years of soul beasts to be so young? That's you want to hunt the 50,000-year-old soul beast. He felt that the 3 of them might be the messengers who were launched to endorse. The 3 of them didn't say anything and had eye contact. Tang, what do you say now? God, I'm so busy that I can't leave, and I'm going to pull back. Zhou, don't talk nonsense to him. Since he has found him by himself, there is no need to waste time. Zhou Suifeng spoke. No need to test, it's just me and the 3 of us. What may not be said in the reward is clearly not very clear, not 50,000 years, but at least 50,000 years of soul beast, power system. If you are not satisfied with the reward, we can add another 500,000. A power system of more than 50,000 years? Hiss. Although Flander wants to make some extra money, this requirement is really a little troublesome. Although he is a soul saint, this kind of soul beast with 50,000 year power is not an ordinary soul beast. But an additional 500,000 plus the original 250,000 can renovate Shrek, add some facilities that were originally lacking, or buy some high nutritional things to maintain the students' practice, etc. After pushing his glasses, Flander lowered his eyes slightly. At least 50,000 years? Is it necessary to be a strength system? The requirements of the 3 people are not easy to solve. Add another 250,000 yuan, a total of 1 million yuan, a fixed price, whether it is accepted or not, it is reversed. Zhou Suifeng raised the price again. A total of 1 million? If you use it tightly, it will take the college for 10 years. It is rare to have such a good opportunity. It is not a matter of living by relying on the registration fee of an outdated grocery store and students. Check it. But I need to prepare and call 2 more people, maybe 3 of you can wait. Looking back at Tianrui Tang Yin, Zhou Suifeng continued to represent him. At this time tomorrow, the herbal tea stall 15 miles outside the city gate will meet. Good. After the agreement was made, Fland left in a hurry. Go back and pull people. Zhou Suifeng handed over half of the reward to the head of the soul fighting field who stayed to witness. If the transaction went smoothly, Flander would need to come back to the soul fighting field to get half of the reward. As for whether the soul fighting are going to be swallowed up, the 3 of them thought it was unlikely. 1 million gold soul coins? It sounds a lot, but it is just a few days of flowing water in the soul fighting arena. There is no need to destroy your reputation for such a little money. The next day, the 3 of them rushed out of the city early and waited for Flander to arrive. I didn't wait long, more than half an hour. Flander showed up with another person he didn't know and introduced it. Xiao Xin and Lu Kaiban. Xiao Xin and the other two have an impression, Wuhan candy beans, and the food system. This Lu Kaiban is. On the way out, I showed it a little. Oh, it's the control department teacher. Originally, Flander wanted to test the origins of the three and inquire about the information. I was blocked by Tianrui's words. His Excellency Flander, trading is trading. Please do not have any other purpose. You work hard and we pay. Don't cause too much trouble. Ahaha. The furried cat eagle smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. Xiao Xin rolled his eyes at him, let you talk too much. Lu Kaiban looked at the three of them quietly, wondering what kind of family could cultivate young people with this temperament. Tang Yin didn't say anything from beginning to end, closed his eyes and focused his mind to practice. I always feel that after adding the soul ring again, something seems to have changed. Back in the forest again. After entering the range of the 10,000-year-old soul beasts, Zhou Suifeng immediately summoned the martial soul and sensed the aura of the soul beast suitable for Tang Yin through the domain. Generally speaking, most soul beasts that are good at power have a thick aura and are easy to distinguish. Fland and the other two were very shocked. This is the blue-silver grass martial soul? Can the blue-silver grass reach this level? Zhou Suifeng only used the domain and did not drive the soul ring, otherwise they would have been even more surprised. Go around and go around. A few days later. That's a big earthly bear king, it's nearly 60,000 years old. That's the only one for the sister-in-law. The group met a giant yellow bear. Flander looked solemn, this guy was hard to deal with. But the three of them liked this soul beast very much. It's all. Zhou Suifeng continued to speak on behalf of the representative, please try your best to consume its state. Consume more and it will be easier when Tang Yin absorbs it. Flander tidied up his clothes, pushed his glasses, ate a few sugar beans of different colors, and flew directly over. Lu Kaiban quietly approached the giant bear on the ground, and his martial soul spread out, expanding into a huge chessboard phantom, hidden underground. The three of them were fishing behind. Zhou, this is a bit interesting in Lu Kaiban's ability. I feel that the ability in the blue-silver field has been suppressed. God, is that true? So awesome! Tang, I don't know what abilities this earthly bear will provide me. 101.